big day, David. Puma is partnering up with the Meltwater Champions Chester. How are you feeling in your new gear?
I'm feeling different, Kaja, but I'm feeling good. I'm feeling fresh. Usually I'm here in the studio in a suit, but now dressed like this, I feel like it's a sport and I'm ready to go.
I mean, online chess, it's already bringing chess even more into the sports field, but dressing like this, what will that be like for the players?
Yeah, online chess, it's all about speed, it's all about adrenaline. So the players, they need to feel relaxed, they need to feel comfortable, and now we've teamed up with Puma. I'm hoping that they do embrace the sporting aspect.
Definitely. So it's going to be interesting to see who's dressed for success for day 3 of the Airthings Masters. Get comfortable like David and get ready for the action.
Maybe has he tricked the world champion? This is going to be checkmate on the board. Magnus Carlsen blundered his queen again. Second game in a row. He's just played a losing blunder, Artemiev. It's completely changed in one move.
3 seconds, 3 seconds.
Levon, he's pre-moving everything. He's down to less than 1 second. Oh no, surely not.
We've seen a mouse slip, Kaja.
No!
Oh! We have some anger.
Wow!
Whoa! Wow, look at that!
Magnus Carlsen
In Armageddon.
Look at this from Nakamura, a massive blunder. And Giri celebrates, takes the win.
Magnus, congratulations so much on winning the tour overall. The fight to qualify for the knockout stage in the Airthings Masters continues today, and as always, to guide us through the games in the studio, Grandmaster David Howell, International Master Houska, and we're also joined today by Joachim Lind from our tournament partner Airthings. Welcome to us.
Thank you, it's a pleasure to be here.
It's a pleasure to have you here, and we're so eager to learn more about air quality, how to improve our air quality today. But first, Joachim, what is your experience with chess?
Well, let's just say that indoor air quality is something I know a lot more about than chess.
Well, Jovanka, I know you are super into air quality. You have your device at home, you monitor air quality closely, and if people at home also want to ask Joachim some questions today, how do they do that?
Yeah, I have to say, now is the perfect time to find out everything you ever wanted to know about air. And if you want to tweet your questions, you can do so by tweeting us using the hashtag #ChessChamps. And Joachim here will be on hand to answer everything.
Perfect. And well, David, which player seems to be having the best air quality so far in the tournament?
It's got to be Eric Hansen. He's been one of the surprise packages so far, and he's playing out there in Canada from the Chessborough house, and clearly something's going right, including the air quality for him.
Well, day 2 in the tournament gave us even more fighting chess and more ups and downs for Magnus Carlsen.
Magnus is going on the attack. He's not holding back anymore. He's trying to launch a pawn storm on this king side. The evaluation bar now finally seeing that black's position is just very, very pleasant. There's still this idea of black's bishop dropping back, lining up with the black queen and trying to enter near the white king. Magnus is lining up an attack against the white king. Look at that black queen and the black bishop. They're on an open diagonal. That black queen, I mean, how are you going to stop it entering? And this is very effective. Magnus wins the white bishop, and okay, Kostanik resigns, a bishop down in a hopeless position. And look at Esipenko on the camera. He knows it's improved for black. He's not as happy as he was earlier, not as relaxed, for sure. These pawns about to be eliminated and black about to get active. And black now is for sure winning this king and pawn endgame. Black king, much more active than white's king, and these pawns are going to win the day. He gave a check. White had to move the king out of the way, but after a trade here, the knight takes pawn, and suddenly Jan is the one as black who's a pawn up temporarily and probably doing quite well. Black's going to make a new queen, and Esipenko, has he resigned?
Yes.
Yes, he's given up. Into
Whoa,
the action.
look at the bar.
Yeah, is this clever or is this madness? Okay, actually, Prag finds the best move. I was about to say, Stockfish, the computer, had 3 suggestions there. The move I mentioned, taking that white pawn, would have been fine for black, but this is even better. Okay, Magnus does try and create that air for his king, but as you guys mentioned, the only escape square for that white king is up the board on a light square.
8.5 on the bar.
Checkmate is just coming, cliff edge.
Yeah.
But, oh wow, what a move. Black cuts the coordination between white's queen and the second rank, and is Magnus about to resign?
Magnus Carlsen, the world champion, loses to 16-year-old Pragnananda.
Yeah, I'm definitely happy. Probably I was slightly worse in the middle game, but then I got this counterplay with knight f4, knight d3. Then I should be fine.
What a moment for young Pragg. And look at this, the magnificent Sachin Tendulkar has tweeted the Indian superstar about the performance by the young chess player. Can you imagine this experience, David, for Praggnanandhaa?
That will be a huge boost of confidence to the 16-year-old, one of the most successful, one of the most famous sportsmen of all time. Tweeting him, following his progress, supporting him, and he's going to be riding on a high.
Yeah, even recognizing that it is with the black pieces. The youngest player, apparently, to ever beat Magnus Carlsen after he became world champion. How huge is this in the chess world?
It's impressive. I mean, this is just the start as well for Pragg. He's really balanced. We saw it in the interview yesterday. He's very humble. He knows that this is just the step. He wants to beat Magnus again in future, but to do it at 16, that's just incredible.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the standings in the tournament, you guys, as well. Young Praggnanandhaa, he has only won 2 games, but those 2 games were against Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian. He has 8 out of 24 possible points. Magnus, he climbed to 5th place yesterday, but he is 6 points behind tournament leader Jan Nepomniachtchi, who has won 6 out of 8 games. What can you say about Jan's performance, David?
Jan is another man on fire. He had a difficult end to last year, losing the World Championship match against Magnus Carlsen. Not at his best there, but he started 2022 in style, winning a bunch of games, and he plans to continue for sure.
And then we saw Levon Aronian and Anish Giri. They are barely inside top 8. And then we have Vincent Keimer and Erik Hansen towards the top of the table. How surprising is that?
Yeah, I mean, full respect to those players, but it is surprising. Erik Hansen these days, mostly known as a streamer, not as active as he used to be, but he's right up there. And also Vincent Keimer, not as experienced at this level as some of the others, but he shows that he does belong here.
Yeah. And we just want to remind you about the schedule, you guys. This is day 3 in the tournament. Total of 4 days to decide the preliminaries. Tomorrow, after tomorrow, 8 players will leave us and 8 players will go through to the knockout stage. And remember, 3 points for winning the preliminaries, 1 point for a draw. And well, David, young Praggnanandhaa, what do you think he can achieve today? Will he be inspired?
He must be. Yesterday, beating Magnus, but also beating Levon Aronian. Chess is all about momentum, especially when you're young. It's all about that confidence. And now he has confidence. He'll be taking risks. He'll be trying to play for those wins, and anything can happen. He can still qualify for the final 8.
Yeah. It must have been a nice self-esteem boost for young Praggnanandhaa after beating the world champion yesterday. 2 years of COVID has been very hard, especially on the young chess players. What has it been like with COVID, especially maybe for the young players? How devastating has it been?
For young players, like they lost precious 1.5 years in their career, and most of the rating has become stuck because they are not competing. So a couple of years I was in a particular level. After 2 years, I'm still feeling the same way. Yeah. It's not very pleasant. And that kind of affected Pragg's confidence a little bit, I believe, because he felt like the last 2 years have not progressed. He got that kind of a feeling, I believe.
So is that maybe one of the most important things you're working on now, building his self-esteem, basically?
Yeah, as a coach, especially in chess, it's a very psychological game. It's not just about the techniques, the moves that is happening on the board. And there is also a lot of thinking, a lot of emotions going behind the decisions we make. So it's very important the player feels good about himself and confident about his thinking process and the subsequent decisions. Right. So as a coach, I try to work on the psychological aspects as well.
What sort of techniques do you use then? How does it work to
basically, like, we try to notice these things, that we don't so like most players, what they do when they lose games, they think it's for some technical mistakes they made. Maybe they did not calculate well, or maybe they made some mistake in chess terms, and that's why their results are not good. But I strongly believe it is our thinking behind that matters. We need to examine what led the player to take the decisions they did, and what prompted them to think in that particular way.
2 very tough years for many people, but also for young Praggnanandhaa. Can you imagine, Jan-Krzysztof, being stuck at home for 2 years just as you're about to enter the world elite?
I know it must have been incredibly difficult for Pragnanda to accept that. I mean, especially because most of the time you actually learn by playing the game, by getting into the competitive spirit. But it doesn't seem to have stopped Pragnanda, though, because despite having a difficult first day, day 2 yesterday was incredible. I mean, he broke records. He was the youngest person ever to defeat Magnus Carlsen.
Incredible.
Like, incredible stuff.
Yeah. And if COVID taught us anything, Joachim, it must have been the importance of good air quality.
Absolutely. The virus is airborne, so obviously everything has to do about the air, the survivability, the transmission rate. Absolutely, the indoor air quality is key to understand those aspects.
Definitely. Well, Pragnananda, he's the only Indian player in this tournament sitting in India, of course. Let's head into the play zone to see where all the 16 players are playing from in their homes all over the world. We also have Erik Hansen in the early morning in Canada. Who will you be eager to follow today, David?
You mentioned it, Erik Hansen. It seems like he thrives playing in the mornings. But then again, we should also mention Ding Liren, who is starting at almost 1 a.m. in China. It's a real clash there. Some players doing better at night, some doing better in the mornings. It will be fascinating to watch their progress today.
All right. And let's take a look, you guys, at round 9, the games coming up. Vincent Keimer takes on Nepomniachtchi. The 2 youngest players in the tournament, Prag versus Abdusatorov. Liam Le against Magnus Carlsen. Ding against Mamedyarov. Duda against Aronian. But we're going to follow the game between the big surprise, Erik Hansen and Anish Giri. What do you expect from this one, David?
I think this one is going to be very close, actually. On paper, Anish Giri is the big favourite, but he has the black pieces. Eric's been doing great with white, and Anish so far has struggled to hit his stride, struggled to hit top form, just not looking like himself. Whereas Erik, he mentioned it yesterday in the interview, in the form of his life, playing some of his best ever chess.
Erik Hansen, he is known to the world as one of the biggest chess streamers in the world, Chessbra, but what a day he had in the tournament yesterday.
I thought I was going to have a very bad day because in the first round I had such a winning position against Ding, and I don't know how I managed to find a way not to win that, but usually I don't recover very well after I lose a winning position. So can't complain about the play, not at all, but it's been a surprise. That's all I can say. I kind of had no expectations coming in.
Askild, also looking sharp in the Puma gear today. It's nice, right?
Yeah, it's comfy and nice, and I feel sporty for once.
Exactly. And Erik Hansen, he's probably going to get comfortable today. How impressed were the chess world with what he did yesterday?
I'm super impressed, but I also have to say it's tough to play at that level for 4 full days, so he needs to maintain his focus and keep up with the way he's been playing, because nothing is secured for now, so he needs several more wins, I think, to qualify. But I hope he's able to do that.
Yeah, and it's not like he's played the lowest ranked players. He's actually finished many of the highest ranked players as well.
He beat Mamedyarov, he beat Duda, Niemann. He's had some fantastic wins. But today will be tough playing. It's only, so many strong players, so he needs to keep up if he wants to qualify.
And we're going to follow now the game between Erik Hansen and Anish Giri. Giri currently in that crucial 8th place, and we do have some interesting stats this season. Askild, fighting chess index. Wow, it's very equal.
Yeah, it's equal. Both are around 65 out of 100. Tour rating, we can see that Hansen is approaching 2,700, and he's gained 90 rating points. It's incredible. While Giri, on the other hand, has lost 15, which means that he has underperformed slightly. So if Hansen wins this game, he will have gained more than 100 rating points.
Wow.
That's amazing.
And he talked about it yesterday. Something about the format also suits him very well because he rarely gets those draws. It's either winning or losing.
Yeah, he's a fighting player. He likes to play interesting chess. Not going for the most drawish lines, and I think this format suits him well.
All right, Anish Giri is looking focused, getting ready for day 3 in the Airthings Masters. Only 2 days left now in the preliminaries. 8 players will go through to the knockout stage. 8 players will leave us. And David, what do you think, Anish Giri? What will be his strategy in this game against the great streamer Erik Hansen?
Usually with Anish Giri, I would say that he just wants to get off to a solid start with black. He just wants to survive the opening, get a position that he knows pretty well, and just go from there. Maybe outplay the opponent, trick the opponent later on. But Anish does need to take some risks. A draw now with black is not necessarily a good result for him in terms of qualification for the knockout stages. So I'm expecting more risk-taking from Anish Giri today.
And Joachim, what should the players now open their window, get like the perfect air quality? What is the, the last thing you should do before getting ready for an important day?
Well, they should definitely make sure that they have good air quality where they are. And if they have, fresh air outside, definitely bring that in because they're going to need it. Okay,
but what if they are in, say, a big city? Like, I know Hansen is sitting in New York City. Is that maybe somewhere you shouldn't open the window then?
The best option might then be to open the doors and make sure that the air you have in the apartment or wherever you are, to make sure that that air can circulate and blend out the CO2 levels at least.
All right, so now we know. And now the game has started, David. What are we seeing on the board?
So far, it's very early days, but it is the Sicilian Defense. And for those avid followers of Chessable, I know there's a lot of them out there. We know that Anish Giri is one of the biggest experts in the world on this opening, especially with the black pieces. He's published 2 video courses, one on the Sicilian Najdorf, actually the most popular opening chess, but also one on the Sicilian Dragon. So Eric Hansen with white, he's pausing. He's actually thinking already on just move 3. I'm surprised that he's surprised, to be honest, but maybe he's just trying to pick an opening where Anish Giri will be less familiar with the plans. And he doesn't go for the open Sicilian, trading some pawns off in the center. He goes for maybe what's regarded as a quieter, simpler line. He gives a check with the white bishop, and that check has been blocked. So things now will pursue maybe a slower path, and we'll just see the players develop their pieces. White's king will come to safety soon, and the game will just maybe take a slower turn. At least for now.
And if you followed our show so far in the Airthings Masters, maybe you noticed that we changed colors to the bar. The bar is now orange, and the bar is saying 0.7 for Eric Hansen. Is it too early to pay attention to the bar?
Yes, is the short answer. So the evaluation bar, the orange bar, does show what the computer thinks of the position. Right now it's on white side, but it's not by much. 0.7 isn't a huge amount. If the bar gets a bit more excited, if it goes to +2, +3 for white, then we might take note. But right now it's too early to say. It depends on how effective both sides' plans are, especially as we enter the middle game. Especially once both kings get to safety. At the moment, it's very typical, this type of position. And Jovanka, maybe you have some stats on this, but I've seen this position before plenty of times.
And my database is saying the same. Like 1,689 games have been played. Actually, a little bit more than that. I was just looking at one particular line. So, the pawn in the middle of the board is under attack by the black knight. And now Eric just has to make a choice. Is he going to defend that pawn with his queen by stepping it 1 square in front of the king? Or maybe is he going to take a slower approach and perhaps it will be the queen's pawn that steps up 1 square to defend it? Either way, the choice is in Eric's hand. Is he going to go for maximalist approach, and that is defend the pawn with the queen, or play a little bit more safely?
Yeah, and we did just see Eric there kind of stare down. He's kind of looking off to the side, looking down at the floor. That means he's just trying to remember what he studied in the past. He's just trying to kind of activate the recall mode in his brain. For sure, he's seen this position before. He studied it before. And as we see there, after a bit of thought, after he'd remembered what he planned to do, he did just play a few moves very, very quickly. And Anish continues to do the same as well. Anish actually gaining some time from when he started the game. And yeah, Anish, actually, he's one player I've noticed has probably the worst CO2 levels out of all of the players. And it has affected him somehow this tournament so far. I know he's tweeted about it. He said, there was a storm going on outside, maybe just some distractions, but he's in an opening he likes right now, and maybe that will just help him at the start of the day at least.
Yeah. And what I really like about Anish Giri is he is a man of his word. He's done a course on Chessable on this particular opening called the Najdorf. And look at him, he's playing it. And this just shows that he believes in his openings and he believes in the lines that he's advocated.
All right.
Yeah, he's very principled. He's also one of the most hardworking players in the world. I don't know how he does it. He has a family, he's producing all these video courses for Chessable, he's playing all the time. I mean, I thought there was only 24 hours in the day, but apparently not.
He probably has good air quality. keeps him energetic throughout the entire day. And I'm curious, Joachim, because Erik Hansen, and interrupt me now, David, of course, if some big moves happen, but he is the player who's playing the earliest in the morning in Canada. Is that an advantage for him? Will air quality be better in the morning?
Probably because he spent the night in another room.
Yeah.
Unless he's in a hotel room or something like that, but that could definitely be beneficial.
So sort of air quality, it sort of resets after a long day, and then you leave the room where you maybe spend the whole day in home office or as a chess player, and then sort of the air quality resets and get better?
Well, it builds up. If you spend time in a room, the room quality, the air quality will slightly be worse over time. So for sure. But I think opening up a window in Canada in the morning would definitely give him a little bit of a boost in the morning.
Well, could be one of the reasons he's doing so fantastic in this tournament, Erik Hansen. Do you think he's feeling good about the opening here as well, David?
Yeah, I would be feeling great here with white. If you look at the center, white has these two very nice pawns in the middle of the board. This is one of the classic kind of strategies we teach players when they first learn the game. Just put your pawns in the center, bring your pieces out to support those pawns, to safe squares, centralize squares. And Erik, I've noticed, especially with white, he's been this his whole career. He's been very classically trained, and he just likes to keep things simple, gain the center, maybe start pressing from there. But the question is what to do next. White has done everything right so far. The computer evaluation is actually quite far on white's side already this early in the game. Yeah. But the question is what to do next. When do you push those white central pawns forward, which does involve some risk, or do you just build up first? And he chooses to centralize his rook. At some point, white needs to wake up those pieces on the left-hand side, which are still fast asleep, not really doing too much. And that's maybe why the computer's not such a fan of this last move. White's rook, it's on a decent square now, but maybe it was more urgent to improve the other pieces, which was still doing nothing at home. So early days still, I don't want to criticize either side's play, but I do slightly prefer white's position.
Okay. And I'm going to give you a little bit of extra information because we are actually following a game that Erik Hansen himself played against Andrei Volokitin, is a grandmaster from the Ukraine, in 2016. And he played this exact rook move. So in that game, in 2016, Erik actually lost.
With the black pieces?
With the white pieces.
With the white pieces, okay.
Yeah, with the white pieces. And so now he has an improvement in store. He wouldn't just be repeating a line that he's lost before.
Yeah, it's a sense of déjà vu for Erik Hansen. But it has cost him 4 minutes to get to this position, even though he has seen it before, even though he knows it pretty well. And he's mentioned this in an interview before. Time trouble is his biggest weakness. It's his Achilles heel. So it is slightly surprising to me that he spent so long already. He's still got plenty of time for the rest of the game. 11 minutes, you can get a lot of moves on the board, but it is slightly worrying that he's repeated an opening he's got a bad experience in the past, and it's cost him a few minutes to get here. Thinking again now, Erik. But maybe a bit nervous. Maybe it's the beginning of a day, a new day. He's doing so well in the tournament, he just wants to stabilize things. But yeah, that's difficult in chess. Sometimes you just have to trust yourself, just have to play quickly and save that time for later.
Yeah. And yeah, I agree with David. You know, as the day draws on, I think he's going to be feeling more and more nervous because it's just dawned on him. You know, he never expected to do so well. And now it's like, oh, touching distance with to getting into the knockout stages. And talking about emotions, I have to say, we love it when everyone at home gets excited and joins in the conversation, sends us questions and sends us their selfies. Yes. And we have, in the meantime, we do have a quick move, just a developing move from Erik, but we do have a few selfies to show you. And I'm Quite Divine says that they are rooting for Magnus Carlsen, as always, and they are watching from Cleveland, Ohio. And Feb's Avid is also incredibly excited that it's day 3 of the Champions Chess Tour, and he's watching from Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Wow. So, yeah, if you want to join in the fun, ask us questions about chess, air quality, and tweet us your selfies. And you can do all these things by using the hashtag ChessChamps.
Very cool. Yeah, maybe some selfies, you know, with a window to see where in the world you're at, what kind of weather it is, we're at. Will it always be better air quality outside? Not in the city, maybe?
No. There's some places in the world where the air pollution is quite high outdoors. That is true.
Okay. Couple of moves coming out here. Is Eric Hansen finally starting to play a little faster?
He has sped up slightly, Eric, but I'm not 100% sure whether he's happy with the developments in this game. Black is starting to advance. If you look at that left side of the board, Black has pushed a pawn there. Black's knight is slowly edging. It's getting ready to enter White's half of the board, and somehow it just feels like Anish Giri, he's more familiar with the plans. And this position is all about planning. Only one set of pawns have been traded so far. Everything else is still on the board. And that means no action yet, no tactics, no fireworks. It's just about placing your pieces on the best possible squares. And Anish, he's done that instantly. He's improving his pieces with every move. Eric, just a bit tentative, just maybe unsure still what to do with that White dart squared bishop. White's rook in the corner, still asleep. He needs to start waking those pieces up and doing something within the next few moves before Anish is able to properly activate and start challenging him in the centre.
And talking about doing something, I have 3 games on the database. Michael Adams, Irina Bulmaga and Monika Sochko, these are all the grandmasters, have all played. No, they haven't all played, but they've all played different things. And the results haven't been so good, actually. 2 wins for Black and 1 win for White. But the plan that catches my eye is the plan that Eric has just played now, which was actually employed by Michael Adams in his game against Lenier Dominguez in 2012 at the Olympiad. Maybe, David, you can slightly recall that game.
Yeah, I think I was sitting a couple of seats away from that game.
And he came up with this plan, was just relocating the bishop. The bishop has gone on a huge odyssey, but the idea is actually now to pick up the A-pawn and push it one more square and start disrupting Black's fortress there on the left side.
Yeah, so if you look at the bishop and queen, they're eyeing up these 2 pawns. Right now, the pawns are fortified, protecting each other. But as Jovanka mentions, if Black is a bit slow, if Black just kind of plays a move that doesn't really do too much, then White will push forward. And no matter what this pawn does now, there will be consequences. If you take White's pawn, for example, now the White bishop will pounce, and after a trade, White's queen will enter the action. And this is just a trade, still level material, but this Black pawn now extremely weak. Ready to be picked off by White's knight, supported by the White rook and by the White queen later on. And this is a bit of a deep idea by Eric Hansen. Somehow, to me, it just shows that he has studied this position before, because the move he has just played, moving this bishop again as White for, I think it's the 4th time in the game already, moving this bishop, it's not obvious at all. And you only find a move like this one if you've studied similar ideas in the past. But again, that just kind of raises the question, why has he spent so much time on the clock if he knows the type of ideas he should be aiming for anyway? So White wants to play this pawn move next, and Anish Giri will maybe spend a couple of minutes trying to find a solution. He knows this move is coming, so he's just going to try and work out what to do in reply over the next couple of moves.
Do you think Eric is nervous, David, basically because he's now very aware that he is fighting in the top of the tournament and just coming into today feeling a little nervous?
Yeah, I've been there plenty of times myself. Often you start a tournament playing well, the momentum's on your side, nothing seems to go wrong. Every bit of luck seems to go your way. But then as soon as you get so close to your kind of goal in the tournament, here for Eric, it's qualifying to the knockouts. He's only a couple of wins away now. But as soon as you get that goal in your eyesight, you get nervous. You get a bit tense. You stop taking the decisions you normally would make. You start playing safety first. You start spending a couple of extra minutes unnecessarily, and that could come back to haunt you. So, OK, meanwhile, Anish Giri does plant his Black knight in White's half of the board, blocking the effect of the White bishop, of the White queen that we highlighted. And Eric just takes a time out to play another safety first move. This is a move we've mentioned before, Kaja, right? Just giving the White king some breathing space. So there'll be no checkmates on the back rank later. Luft, yes. Some air.
It's on that square they have the Airthings device on the chessboard, right? To measure the air.
So, David, I have a question. So is it easier for you that is experienced to see who is offensive, defensive? Because I see the bar in the top that goes back and forth.
Yeah. That's a very good question, actually. This type of position, we tend to make generalizations if we're just looking at it kind of from a neutral point of view. Here, I would say, for example, I like White because White has a nice pawn center in the middle of these 2 White pawns. They just control lots of squares. It's a bit like football. If you control the midfield, you often dictate the pace of the game. You can choose to play on the right, on the left, in the center. So that's personally why I prefer White's position. But I think the evaluation bar, it's just showing that neither player is playing perfect chess. But in this type of position, they're not making big mistakes either. Often there's 4 or 5 good moves in the position, and as a human, it's hard with only 10 minutes on the clock to choose between those 4 or 5 options. So Yeah, it's hard to criticize at the moment. The players, maybe they're not playing perfectly, or at least according to the computer, but they're just choosing plans that are easy to understand for humans. So neither side really on the attack or defense yet. Okay. They're just trying to choose plans that are logical, consistent, and maybe will guide them over the next 5 or 6 moves. So white, for example, lining up the light squared bishop with the queen. Black now just trying to bring his pieces all over to this left side of the board. And
so they're both a bit hesitant.
Definitely.
So we're waiting for the Braveheart moment where the clash starts.
That's my favorite moment, the Braveheart moment. Yeah.
Yeah. Eric thinking again. And you guys, you are both, all the 3 of you, you're all sort of geeks in your field, right? You're all super into your field. Chess and air quality. How did you get into air quality? Why on earth are you an air quality expert?
Well, I mean, I have an engineering background, so that means that you know, whatever topic becomes interesting, I want to dig into the details. So joining Airthings and the adventure over there, obviously, the first thing one can do is to dig into Airthings, you know, the indoor air quality and the impact it has on our lives and all that stuff.
Definitely, and I hear the ding. He's playing quite slowly, Eric Hansen, but the move comes here.
Yep. So every time I hear you say the word ding, Kaja, I think of the Chinese player ding. But yeah, we heard that sound, which means a move has been made. And again, the evaluation bar, not sure that that's the best move, but it is quite a logical, it is quite a human move, bringing the white bishop out to an active square. And now black has just pushed a pawn there. And white's bishop was under attack, it has retreated. But there are pros and cons behind black's last pawn push. Black's king position now is slightly looser, slightly weaker than it previously was. That being said, I don't really like the position of white's bishop on the edge of the board. It could be very strong if it can put pressure against black's knight, but at the same time, the bishops here are probably more important than knights, so you don't really want to trade off, and that white bishop is not controlling any central squares. And now the computer really likes black. I'm not really sure why, but maybe there are some concrete reasons. Maybe the game will start to livening up now. Maybe that Braveheart moment is coming. Anish Giri needs to start taking some action against white's central pawns. Okay, just a slow move there, just controlling some squares. But yeah, this one is slowly bubbling. It will start to heat up soon.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I have to say, I've once did this exact same bishop maneuver that Eric Hansen did, and it got criticised by all the grandmasters. It was in the British Championships when I was a teenager, and they said, "Why is she wasting time with this bishop?" And I really didn't like this bishop sortie, and especially retreating to the edge of the board, because I was afraid that black could start simply playing on the dark squares and just try to lock that bishop out of the game.
Yeah, and just to demonstrate this, actually, maybe we can show Jovanka's point, because black here has just pushed his pawn forward. I think the move he wanted to play was to bring his knight to the edge of the board, and we normally say knights on the rim are dim. You don't want to put your knights on the side of the board, because then they only have one way back towards the center. Knights are great in the middle of the board. But now the knight does threaten to jump into the dark square that Jovanka mentioned. This square, the f4 square, is no longer protected by white's bishop. White's bishop is simply offside. The reason Anish Giri pushed a pawn first is because actually this guy is undefended and attacked. So after the move he's played, pushing this pawn forward, there's a big question for Eric Hansen now. Does he leave this bishop on this square, maybe just improve another piece? I mentioned this rook asleep at home. It can centralize itself, but now black's knight will come to the edge of the board. This bishop is hitting thin air. It looks great, but it's actually hitting nothing on this diagonal, and now black actually has a massive threat in the position. If white, again, doesn't do too much, for example, just a nothing move, then the black knight will jump in. And look at these two pieces. They attack so many things. Here, this knight attacks the queen, attacks the bishop. If the queen moves, for example, then the other knight will start taking things, start taking some pawns. And these two knights combined, they have entered white's position, and they will cause some real damage. So actually, it's 2 or 3 moves long, but there is a small threat in the position that Eric Hansen must deal with. After this pawn push, he has to be really worried now about black's knight trying to do exactly what the other knight has done and enter white's half.
Okay. Knights on the rim are dim. We have a bunch of these rhymes in chess. And you mentioned at least one rhyme to me, Joachim, before we went on the show today. Rhymes and puns about air quality. You had one that was really nice.
Did I?
Yes, what was it?
The one that involved alcohol?
No? But that wasn't a rhyme, but that was an interesting fact, actually.
It was, right?
Yeah.
So do you want me to share it?
Yes.
Obviously. Well, we do see that sometimes these chess players have, tendency of having the CO2 levels go up above 1,000 ppm. And I read a study once that the cognitive impact of the CO2 levels going above 1,000 ppm is equivalent with drinking a pint of beer.
That's incredible.
Wow.
Which means that obviously if the CO2 levels go up above 1,000 ppm, you might have obviously a big impact on decision making, the ability to focus, and all stuff that we know is super important to win in chess.
Okay, so next time I make a mistake, next time I make a blunder, I can blame it on being drunk on the air.
Exactly.
The CO2.
Exactly.
But there's a kind of, I don't know whether there's any scientific basis to this, but I've heard that when you consume alcohol and play chess, your tactics actually get better. But your strategical understanding goes to pieces.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you don't have the concentration to be able to sit there and work things out logically. You do, however, have the let's give up my pieces.
You have the creativity.
Yeah. But, well, I'm not sure it's creative. Maybe some kind of...
But you don't have that with CO2, that's for sure.
Yeah, okay.
Exactly. And yeah, imagine like parents sending their kids to school and after an hour in a classroom, probably the CO2 level can get really, really bad, right?
Yep.
So it's basically like sending your kids to school with a pint of beer.
For breakfast, exactly.
Whew. Air quality, you guys.
It's super important, because I have an Airthings device, a big fan in my office, and it's always telling me, giving me warnings. It's like, hey, your CO2 levels are too high, go open a window. And it's quite funny, actually, because usually the CO2 levels go high when my husband enters the room and starts giving me some opinions on some computer issues that I have. And I'm like, suddenly my phone will go off. And I'm like,
you're breathing too much. You're breathing too much.
Exactly. Open the window or leave.
Very harsh.
Yeah, but it makes a big difference. Fresh air.
Definitely. Well, in this game, the bar is now... I mean, it's been so much alive, this game, but now it's dead 0 draw, it says. What do you think, David?
Yeah, the computer is so cynical.
Yeah.
I guess chess with best play by both sides, perfect play, it is a draw. So 0.0 makes some sense, but it just shows that both sides, they have followed logical plans. The position, it's a bit of a standoff right now. Apart from Black's knight, which is in White's half, everything else by Black is kind of in his own camp. Everything for White is in his camp as well. And it's as if both lines of the army are staring at each other, just too scared to make that first move. And actually there we see Black's kind of fearless warrior retreat and take a step back into his half. So I'm not fully keen on that last move by Black. I guess the Black knight wants to jump into a different square this time to harass White, White's rook maybe, to harass the central pawns from the side. But either way, yeah, very, very tense. It feels as if neither side really wants to take that next step, really has a clear-cut plan of action next.
Yeah, I agree with you, David. It's not necessarily clear what both sides are going to be doing next because, like you say, it's a clear battle over strategies. White is trying to do everything he can to maintain that impressive pawn centre in the middle of the board. Black, on the other hand, is going to try to destabilise it with his pieces. And he's going to try to provoke one of those pawns to come forward or simply take control of that open c-line. And as you can see, I think Eric is also struggling for a plan because now he's just reacting to Anish's last move. Anish had a potential threat with his knight hopping into the board to attack the rook. And Eric just says, well, I'm going to retreat my bishop and cover that square.
Yeah. So just stopping the Black Knight coming in. And actually, if Anish Giri wanted to just tease his opponent here, he could bring the knight back where it came from, attacking this pawn. Now the White Bishop would have to move so that the White Queen could defend this pawn. The Black Knight could step back, again trying to get to this square, and we could see the position repeat itself. I don't think Anish Giri wants a draw here, especially with Black, especially with nearly 5 minutes extra on the clock. But then again, he could at least just tease Eric here, just say, OK, I'm going to bring the knight forward, and then I'm going to try something else. He's going to assert his dominance by saying, OK, I could repeat the position, go for a draw, but no, I'm the one who's going to play for the win. And actually, in the Russian school of chess, they always advise that. They say, repeat the position twice, not a third time, don't go for the draw, just show your opponent you're in control. It's a big psychological trick. So, yeah, right now, that's personally what I would have done. But, OK, Anish Giri chooses a different move. Instead of bringing the knight back where it came from, he pushes a pawn. So action is about to happen. Finally, there will be more trades. I'm not sure this is that great a move by Anish, but he's hoping, at least, that pawn takes pawn will be played, and now the Black Queen would activate and start attacking some pawns. Eric, though, does have the option in this position after this pawn push, instead of capturing, of bringing his knight to the edge of the board, attacking the black queen. And this would cause some real complications. The black queen would offer to trade off. Suddenly, the white queen is hanging. And if we see an exchange, then whose knight is weaker? Whose knight is worse placed? I don't know, to be honest. But either way, neither knight makes a good impression here. And yeah, things are definitely starting to heat up after this last pawn move.
Ooh.
We're finally getting that action that we wanted for so long.
Definitely. And how fast does Erik Hansen have to play now with 4 minutes left, a little bit less than that in move 21?
It's worrying. It's not just that it's move 21, which is still quite early in the game. It's more that nothing really has happened yet. Both sides, they've put their pieces on logical squares. And the top players, they know where the pieces belong. They know where they want to kind of position their army. So that stuff is normally automatic. But it's cost him most of his time already just to get to this very standard position. And the fireworks, which are about to happen, he's not going to have much time at all to calculate his way through them. So, yeah, I'm slightly worried. This move I'm not so keen on with black, but I'm slightly worried for Erik in practical terms because of the clock.
Yeah, I agree, David. You know, the fireworks are going to happen now in the next few moves, and he's left himself with so little time. This is when Blunderville starts to happen. Take it from me. This has been the story of my last 2 tournaments. Spent too much time trying to be perfect in the opening and maybe the early middle games. And then, of course, you know, around move 30 or so, the tempo starts to increase, and then, oh no, I blundered. Yeah. And the game just kind of changes completely.
I can actually relate to that as well. You know, for example, getting ready for these shows, planning these shows. I want to do it perfect, so I spend so much time, and then suddenly it's 2 hours until we go live, and I'm halfway through the show, and I just don't have time. It's about being too perfect, and you know, when you start planning stuff.
Yeah, and actually, we mentioned the 7 Deadly Chess Sins, the book by Jonathan Rowson. That is a sin, perfectionism.
Is it?
You can't be too perfect in chess. There's no such thing as keeping control for an entire game, especially at this level. Your opponents are too good to let you keep that control. So at some point, things will get messy. They will get complicated, and things got messy now on the board. We did actually see that variation that I highlighted, with the queens coming down, getting traded off for each other, and White's knight was attacked on the edge of the board. It's come in, but now Erik has 2 minutes and a bit of a shaky position. White's knight might have just trapped itself in Black's camp. It's getting adventurous, it's getting aggressive, that White knight attacking Black's rook, but it's a lone ranger. It has no support. And if Anish Giri chooses the correct continuation now, actually I see a few tempting moves, then I think White's knight might be in big trouble. What has Anish played? Wow, he's just left his rook attacked. This is really clever. We have to show it on the board. Yeah, perfectionism for Erik, it didn't pay off because I think he's in trouble. Right now, actually, in this position, if we just backtrack 1 move, this rook was attacked. It's human nature. If you see your idea, you think, OK, my opponent has to react to it. But sometimes you forget your opponent has threats as well. So in answer to this attack, there is a counterattack. The rook didn't move. Black just stepped a pawn forward 1 square. And now, if the rook is captured, Black will say, OK, I don't care about this knight yet. I'm going to flick in pawn takes bishop first. And after the pawn is recaptured, because it's attacking White's rook, now the knight will be taken. And if we do a quick count, Black actually has a bishop and a knight for a rook. And if we do a bit of maths there, a knight and bishop worth 6, a rook worth 5, 2 pieces as well, better than 1, and Black has the advantage. So Erik now in a bit of trouble. Now, if he has to move this bishop, for example, then the rooks will come off, and at the very end, White will lose a pawn for free. So he's about to lose material, Erik Hansen.
And look at the clock. It's ticking down to 1.5 minutes. What's going to happen with the air around Erik Hansen now that he starts sweating, maybe breathing faster? Will it change the air around him as well?
Absolutely. I mean, him breathing faster is going to produce more CO2. That's for sure. Maybe his body heat, will impact the overall thermal comfort. So there's stuff happening in that room, that's for sure.
He actually looks kind of calm, though. But there's drama on the board, David.
There's a lot of drama on the board. As we mentioned, White's knight was doomed. That transition actually happened. The knight grabbed the black rook, the white bishop fell. White's knight decided to flick in a check first, but it has just dropped off the board. So it's that material imbalance that I mentioned. White actually has an extra pawn now, so it's a rook and a pawn for Black's bishop and knight. But in general, the pieces are better. Black's bishop and knight combined will overpower one of the white rooks.
Yeah.
And, OK, Erik steps forward a pawn that was just attacked in the centre. He's trying to complicate things now because long term, he's just lost. Black is winning long term, but short term, maybe white has some chances. And now he's just trying to make Anish a bit confused with this pawn push. He's attacking one of the black knights, attacking one of the black pawns. It feels like Anish, with 8 minutes, though, should be able to re-establish control, and then his extra pieces will decide the game. So looking very difficult for Erik Hansen. And yeah, not much to say about his position. I don't think he will save this one if Anish just captures a pawn in the centre, maybe centralises the black knight that's under attack as well at some point, and slowly but surely the black pieces will start to take over. White's rooks, they're just not combined, and even if one of the white rooks comes up the board to try and check the black king, at the very best, it's just going to get traded off.
Yeah, the rooks just don't have the mobility to be powerful. I mean, the rooks really want to have to the power to traverse the board horizontally. I did the wrong movement there. Horizontally and vertically as well, and especially horizontally, because there it can switch between the two flanks. And if you see here, well, he can't do that. It's only going to go one way. And Erik, really, to his credit, you know, he's kind of in hustle mode. He's trying to create those complications because he knows ultimately if he lets Anish consolidate, then he's going to lose.
Yeah, and anyone who's watched Erik online, he's got a huge online following as a streamer. But anyone who's seen his YouTube channel, his videos, knows that he's a fighter. Actually, whenever he wins a game, he has this kind of Mortal Kombat signal at the end where it's like, KO, game over. So he will fight to the bitter end. And actually, yesterday as well, he had some bad positions, but he saved them. So, yeah, I think Black should be winning with perfect play, but humans are not perfect, especially with no time on it.
And it doesn't seem that Anish made the perfect move there. The bar reacted a little bit.
Yeah, I think maybe there was a better square for Black's knight. He went for the most human move, but now Erik getting active with one of the white rooks. And we mentioned that was the key. And Jovanka mentioned the rooks. If they can't find good squares, it's just going to be no chance for white. But he's trying at least to activate one piece. And Black's pawn now, next to the white rook, is under fire. Yeah, still some chances. I like Erik's last move, at least. And Anish, meanwhile, maybe not feeling 100% confident just because he's had such a difficult tournament so far. And winning a one position, they do say that's the hardest thing in chess. It's easy to build it up. It's easy to trick your opponent sometimes, but putting the finishing touches on, putting the ball in the back of the net, you do get nervous sometimes, and your opponent always has defensive tricks.
Well, Anish, he really, upped his game in online rapid chess last year, becoming one of the best players in the tour. But what is he? He is, just about inside top 8 before the start of today. What has he struggled a little bit with this tournament?
Consistency in a way, actually. Especially on day one, he wasn't as solid as he usually is. Anish Giri, when we think of him, I mean, some people make jokes about draws, but it just shows that he nearly never loses. Yeah. He's very resourceful. He's a fighter himself. He's very well prepared in the opening, very well trained, very disciplined as well. But it feels like on day one, he lost a bit of discipline. He was taking risks and they were backfiring, maybe because of the new format of the tour. But yesterday, he did stabilize a bit and play a bit better. So, yeah, he's just a great player. I mean, he barely has any weaknesses to his game. But, yeah, so far, just not quite at his best.
Well, a win here would be great news for Anish Giri. Erik Hansen, he is in third place before the start of today. He can afford a loss, but obviously 1 point and a draw is what he wants to win. But is that possible still for him, or what kind of results can be possible in this game now?
Well, there's still plenty of opportunity for both sides to go wrong. I mean, this is a very imbalanced position. It's a rook and a pawn against two minor pieces. And so far, in this current position, you can actually see that Erik's rook is attacking the pawn. And so that's the immediate question. And it's not particularly easy for Anish to actually defend that pawn in a safe way. I mean, if he defends it with his bishop, well, he'll have to put the bishop on the edge of the board. And also take a look at the knights. You know, there's two pieces there on the edge, and we're never big fans of those pieces with no squares.
Exactly. Black still needs at least 2 or 3 moves to re-centralize these pieces later. Also, Black has to be a bit careful of the dark squares. This bishop is offside, not doing too much. It's actually staring at its own pawn, so it's blocked in right now But if you're careless as black, it could come to life. For example, there are some annoying checks that could happen at some point. This looks like a nasty skewer, checking the king, and if the king moves, then the rook will drop off behind it. But at the moment, it's okay for black, because black would be able to block this attack. And that's why Eric has played his last move. I was about to suggest it. This pawn push forward, it has a sneaky idea in mind, and that is simply, if black does nothing, if black kind of centralizes the knight, then now white would be winning. White would turn things around completely with a check, and this skewer now is super effective because this pawn push would not effectively block. White could just capture it, and after a trade, again, check, and black's rook would fall off. So nasty, nasty threat in the position. Eric Hansen, very sneaky now. With this pawn push, he's not just solidifying his center, he's creating this idea of a check. And that's not actually easy for Anish to deal with. Maybe he just has to get his king out of the eye line of that bishop, get it onto a light square where it will be safe. For example, retreating, and if the white bishop does now move, okay, he's gone for a different option, but now I was going to say he can move the rook. He chooses the kind of reverse idea. He moves the rook first out of the way. So in this position, will we see a rook trade after the rook comes across? No, Eric gives a check, and now the black king will simply move. And if these rooks disappear off the board, I think black will be much happier, because this, after all, is white's best piece.
Okay. Well, Levon Aronian, great start to the day for him, winning his first game against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Duda really struggling so far in the Airthings Masters. Anish Giri fighting for a win in his first game of today against Eric Hansen. Clock ticking for him as well now. Is it important now for Anish to keep the speed up, to keep that time advantage?
I think ideally he would like to, because Eric Hansen is one of the best players in the world actually at what we call bullet chess, where both sides start with just 1 minute on the clock. Ooh. He is so fast, so tricky. He's got great instincts, Eric Hansen. So it would just become a lottery. It would just become very random if both sides have less than 1 minute. I think actually I would favour Eric, if anything, if it's just about the speed. But while Anish has a few minutes more, he will be pretty confident.
15 seconds though for Eric Hansen. This is getting intense.
Yeah, it is getting intense, because Eric is certainly on the back foot as well.
He has to make a move.
Yeah,
5 seconds.
The problem is he can't choose those simple moves. And
2 seconds.
I think he's just... What?
Okay.
Wow, 2 seconds, and he's just given up his rook for a knight and pawn.
That's
and
desperation, right?
Yeah, that's desperation. Right now, if we do a quick count, black has an extra knight just for 2 white pawns. Yes, the knight isn't great right now, but if it does centralize itself, if it does find an outpost later, attacking some of the white pawns, actually it can do that now. The knight can re-centralize itself. Yeah, it's going to far outweigh those white pawns.
I've just got one thing that Anish has to be absolutely careful. He must not take his rook off the bottom row. If he lifts that rook and moves it anywhere other than the 8th row, then there is going to be something that we call the opera mate. It was based on a story from actually something that happened to a legendary player in the 18th century, Paul Morphy. He beat the Duke of Brunswick in the 18th century at the opera. So we call this checkmate the opera mate. So don't fall into it.
Yeah, this is a very common checkmating pattern. Anish will definitely not fall for it, but this is one to remember at home, because it happened to me, I remember, when I was very young in a few of my first tournaments. So, yeah, right now, in the current position, the black rook is tied down to defend this back rank to prevent that from happening. And meanwhile, Anish Giri does centralize his knight, attacking some of these pawns. And actually, this pawn does step forward, so offering up a bit of bait. Do you take this pawn, but re-sideline your knight again? It looks perfectly fine to me, to be honest. You can get greedy here, but greed isn't always good. And the other alternative would be to centralize the knight, attacking the white rook. And if the white rook goes back, then suddenly the black bishop can re-enter the game. You could team up against this pawn with your knight, your bishop, and suddenly, yeah, the knight can also dance back and attack this bishop. It feels like black's pieces are starting to coordinate. And yeah, once that happens, I think Anish will win.
Yeah. But I'm curious, will he grab the pawn?
Greed or not greed?
Will he find that pawn irresistible? And the answer is no. He decides to put his knight in the center and go for the plan that David highlighted, which looked really quite ruthless.
Yep, and that was another of the 7 deadly chess sins: materialism, greed. Sometimes there are more important factors than material, than just mere pawns on the side of the board. And yeah, white's rook is under fire. 2 seconds again by Eric. Oh, he made the move with 2 seconds left on his clock. Real brinksmanship by Hansen. And I mean, he's so calm. Look at him, just so focused, despite having 2 seconds left. I mean, I'm in time trouble all the time, but I still have my heart beating way too fast when I'm down under 5 seconds. And, OK, he does retreat his rook.
I mean, it looks like it is Anish Giri who's in time trouble. Look at him. He's, fidgety, and his face seems a little red, and he seems to be a little nervous.
Maybe it's the CO2 levels
slowly increasing that pint of beer.
Yeah, exactly. He's getting drunk, Anish Giri.
Yeah, actually, I saw at the beginning of play, his CO2 levels were about 750.
Oh, no, see.
And they're over 1,000, so...
Oh, that's bad news.
He's intoxicated.
He needs to hurry up.
That's actually a red ring around the CO2 level, is it? That's bad news for Anish Giri.
And one thing I noticed on last season of the tour, the knight just manoeuvring around now, attacking some pawns. One thing I noticed last season is that Anish struggled in tournaments when his CO2 levels were high. The one tournament he won, the Magnus Carlsen Invitational, actually he had great CO2 levels for most of it. So maybe it's coincidence, maybe not. I don't know.
Probably not, right?
Yeah, it certainly affects him, I noticed, towards the end of most days. Often he starts quite well, but then can be a struggle to maintain his form.
Yeah, I think it's a key point. Bad air quality affects your endurance and your ability. Because remember, these are long tournaments, these are long days, 4 games of high quality and high emotion. Yeah. Big stakes as well. So, yeah, the nerves are going to get to him, and bad air quality.
Yeah, meanwhile, things have taken a turn for the worst on the board as well for Erik Hansen. A pawn has dropped. So the opera checkmate that Jovanka highlighted, that is off the table. It's gone. Look at the black knight just blocking the white rook. It's also supported by black's bishop. Everything's teamed up for black. The black bishop supporting the black knight, which just cuts the board in half in a way, stops any of white's play. And now this black pawn that has pushed, it's running down the board. Black is just a piece up. And have we seen Erik Hansen resign? He's just given up. It's a difficult position, but a bit too early. Anish Giri, though, takes the win.
It's a great start to the day for Anish Giri. He started the day in that crucial 8th place. 3 points in this game is great news for him. Erik Hansen, he strived for perfection then, I guess, in the start of the game. That did put him into some serious time trouble, and some inaccuracies came. David, what happened in the game?
Yep, it just all boiled down to one moment. One mistake by Erik Hansen was all it took to bring about his defeat. And it happened here. Anish Giri now pressing forward as black. We mentioned that both sides were kind of tiptoeing around each other, not really committing to any action. But as soon as the action did actually happen with this pawn push, attacking the white knight, Erik reacted badly. He just didn't have enough time on the clock. He only had around 3 minutes at this point. And here, white's best move is simply to trade. You trade things off, and now lots of moves possible, but the simplest would be to just move the rook across one square, defend this pawn, which was attacked by the black queen, and it's a level position. Chances for both sides, a lot of tension still ahead. Instead, he maybe got a bit too ambitious. He brought his knight to the side of the board, and after this queen trade, his idea was to drop the knight into the position, but he missed Anish's blow. This one we highlighted earlier. The pawn pushing forward, ignoring the threat against the black rook. And as we saw, after the knight did capture the black rook, a few trades here, and at the very end, this position, the knight and the bishop combined were simply stronger than white's rook. Great technique, though, from Anish Giri to finish things off. But Erik Hansen will look back and think, OK, it was all about the clock. It was self-inflicted, that defeat.
All right. Good start today for Anish Giri. We're jumping into the first game of today for young Praggnanandhaa, 16-year-old, against 17-year-old Nodirbek Abdusaturov, the 2 youngest players in the tournament. Dead draw, according to the bar. What does the great David Howell say?
I'm inclined to say dead draw as well. There is a famous saying that all rook endgames are drawn. Obviously, that's an over-exaggeration, but in this case, if we count the pawns, it's 2 pawns each, and both sides have a set of rooks. And it looks like black's pawn on this left side is quite dangerous. It's only 2 squares away from promoting and becoming a new queen, but it is well kept track of by the white rook. White's rook is behind the pawn, and that's the key. When your opponent has a passed pawn in a rook endgame, use your rook behind the pawn to keep an eye on it. And now look at what white's king has just done. It's sidestepped, and white is simply just going to wait with his rook. Black's king cannot enter the action. Black's rook as well, trapped, protecting its own pawn. And it's going to be a case that we call mutual zugzwang in a way. Just neither side can make progress. Neither side can do anything active without taking unreasonable risk. So it is just a draw, a standoff, no progress to be made.
Yeah, I agree 1000% with David. There's just one thing that Praggnanandhaa must not do, and for sure he will not do it, and that is get ambitious and try to run with the king to the middle of the board. If you try to run with the king, then something terrible happens to you, and that is that the rook will move all the way across to the edge of the board, and threatening now to promote the queen. And after rook takes pawn, then white would be in for an unpleasant surprise, as rook checking on the second row would skewer and the king and the rook.
Yeah, and this is actually one of the most common tricks in a rook endgame. So well pointed out, Jovanka, and one to remember at home. And that is why, if we just backtrack, we see after a pawn push, black's king moving, white's king kept on the corner, on the side of the board, not allowing the black rook to sneak around and deliver a check. And now let's go back to the players. The pawns have disappeared. We're about to see a result. We're about to see a draw. What will Praggnanandhaa do? How will he react? It's going to be king versus king.
There
we go. We do get the draw. Everything eliminated, not enough checkmating material, and yeah, a battle of the teenagers ending in the draw.
Yeah, another good result for Praggnanandhaa. 1 point here, 1 point also for Abdusattorov. A draw between the two youngsters. All right, you guys, coming up in, 15 minutes, we're going to follow the game between world champion Magnus Carlsen and, again, Erik Hansen, the big surprise of the tournament so far. He started the day with a loss to Anish Giri. What is it about for him now, David, to maybe forget about that and find that fighting spirit that he had yesterday?
Exactly. Just forget about the first game today. It was a bit of a disaster in the end, but he's been playing great, Erik Hansen. He just needs to trust his instincts more. And against Magnus, there's actually nothing to lose. Nobody expects him to beat the world champion anyway, so he can just be himself, relax a bit more, and yeah, he's still got a chance. He's still playing well in general.
All right. And after that game, you guys, we're going to challenge Joachim in the Play Magnus challenge, where he plays Magnus at 10 years old in the Play Magnus app. Maybe he can beat David Howell and surpass the great Grandmaster on the table. That's going to be interesting to see. There is 3 more rounds of chess to go today. We're also going to follow Ding Carlsen in the next round after that. But right now, we're going to take a very quick break, and we'll be back in 90 seconds.
As a kid, I spent hours every day reading about chess, about openings, chess history, and games played between world champions, grandmasters, all of them. My apps make learning much easier. Everything I know you can find in my apps: Magnus Trainer, Tactics Frenzy, and Play Magnus. You can learn the basic rules of chess, train with our 400 lessons, and even play against my digital self. Download and try my apps for free.
John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
I love sports, so that's how I train. I do football. I've started playing paddle recently. I also do some exercises with a personal trainer. but he always tries to make it about competition because that is what motivates me. I do not know if it's essential to be in good shape to be a good player, but I know that I play a lot better when I do feel well and that I'm at my best physically, for sure.
Hi guys, this is Hans Niemann. I'm playing the match from a hotel in New York City. I'm currently, on the go, traveling, playing tournaments, so I'm not like at an apartment or anything, so the setup is a bit scuffed. We've got my classic Logitech mouse, which is just amazing. The Razer headphones, this monitor is just a great, solid quality monitor. And I still need to figure out how to remove the stand. My desk is a bit cluttered. You see the mask. Of course, I have to have food on my desk because obviously I eat at my desk, so I can study chess on my computer while I do that. And let's look really closely into this Airthings device. We see it's 504 CO2. At the beginning, I think it was up 825. Then I opened a window, went down to 600. But I also put it in my bedroom and this is something else. But this is actually great. If I didn't have this, I would not have opened the window. And I didn't realize that my windows could open. So yeah, that's a great device. Yeah, let's just ignore what's on my computer here. Twitter and Twitch. I just put the most neutral things so you can't see all my secret preparation for the Airthings Masters, which I'm absolutely going to crush.
Hans Niemann, what a cool guy, sitting in New York City in a hotel room, and it looked like the air quality was very nice.
Yeah, it was really good.
Yeah. Well, if you were to set up an office like this to play a tournament for chess,
yep.
Where in the house would be the perfect place? Or doesn't it matter?
Obviously, it matters. You would place your station where you could easily get either fresh air in or recirculate air very easily. In the US, it's very common to recirculate the air, while in Norway and most European houses and commercial buildings, we bring in fresh air. So it depends a little bit about the geography, but always place yourself so you can make sure to get that air circulated and get that CO2 levels, get those what's the word I'm looking for? Diluted.
Yeah. Well, I have this image that, for example, parents and their kids get into esports and gaming and chess, for example, online chess, and then they make this hub in the basement.
Ooh.
And yeah, that must be bad, right?
Yeah, it's pretty bad. I mean, for several reasons. You have the health and long-term aspects with radon and different type of gases that can be harmful in the long run. But then you obviously have the productivity or the cognitive function point of view, where you have the CO2 levels rising and temperature, the thermal functions like temperature, humidity, and also pressure has an impact. So there's a lot of different aspects about the indoor air quality that impacts, your day-to-day life. And if you set up this environment down in a basement, you might have radon, but you probably don't have that good air circulation either, because basements aren't really designed for people to be in the same sense as the rest of the house.
And I think I heard radon. Wasn't that one of the biggest reasons why Airthings started in the first place?
That is correct. The core function of Airthings was to create a small device that could easily make the invisible visible, and in that sense, radon, which was the first thing that Airthings actually measured and presented on a screen that a user could take actions upon. And then from that point, we built up the bigger ecosystem of adding more of the elements of the indoor air quality components that we measure.
All right. So, David, where in your apartment do you have your gaming setup?
If I had a basement, I probably would have put it there, but not anymore. Actually, it's just in my living room. There is a window, so I try to open it when I can, but it is winter, so it's difficult to find that balance. And I'm learning some things today, so I'm definitely going to go back and rethink that.
But it does depend on if you have a small room and you close the door, then you have limited amount of air. But if you have a big basement, a lot of air, then it's a bit different. So it's always a case to case. Choose a room with a window that you can open.
Where is your sort of office and where you play both chess and study and do your work, Jan-Krzysztof?
It's the guest bedroom, so I'm quite lucky there. And I also have a window that I can open, and I always do open. But I also just like this whole fresh air thing. It really reminds me of the advice that my father would give me whenever I was a child and playing chess. And we'd play in a tournament, we'd play one round, and then he was like, go outside, get this fresh air. And I didn't really appreciate it. I thought he was being a bit nutty, really, because everyone else was staying indoors. And now I kind of like, okay, no, this is the right thing to do. And I really know that I feel the difference, when, as Hans Niemann said, that little device is telling me to open the window, and I do. And what I really love about my Airthings device is not quite the same model. Okay. It's a different one, but you can wave your hand over it, and it gives you a little
very high
green light or red light or amber light, and I love it.
Yeah, very high tech. Well, it's a new world for chess players with online chess. Now, equipment is obviously also becoming so much more important. And Magnus Carlsen, he likes a fresh setup. In online chess, is equipment and having the right equipment more important?
It's very hard to say exactly how important it is because we don't have a lot of data. But it does feel as though when I have a good setup that I feel better and I should play better. At the start, I would play a couple of tournaments just with my laptop and with a webcam and a very simple setup, and I didn't like that as much as having when you have a good chair and you have a monitor and it feels a bit fresher.
Are you a one monitor kind of guy or a two or three even?
No, I mean you can only have one monitor when you play, but when I do other things I will I like having more monitors so that I can, for instance, if I'm watching football or I'm watching NBA, it's good to have several screens.
How about the mouse? Do you have a specific kind of mouse and brand that you have to use, or?
I don't have a particular preference when it comes to mouse. I'm not that speedy anyway, so I'm not sure. I'm not really sure it matters.
I thought you were known to be very speedy.
No, I'm very good at chess and just fast enough that I can sort of get by in bullet chess.
Are you practicing it all though? The mouse skills, for example?
No, I haven't done that in a long time. No.
I'm not sure if I'm going to use the word humble, David, but is he being kind of humble saying that he's not that speedy? I really did think he was one of the speediest players.
Yeah, we know Magnus, we know his sense of humor. Sometimes he plays things down, sometimes he plays things up. And yeah, I've seen his mouse skills in action. He is one of the fastest players on the planet. Of course, his chess is very good as well, but yeah, speed is his friend.
Yeah, speed is his friend, and I think it's been a good start to the day with his mouse for Magnus Carlsen. Look at this, a good start for the players with the black pieces, David. Players with the black pieces, good air quality maybe.
Yeah, there must be something in the air because in chess, usually, especially at the top levels as well, white has an advantage. It's like having the serve in tennis. You can choose the type of opening, you can choose the type of position, and having white is always the preference of the top players. So to see black win 5 games out of 8, white winning 0 games in this first round of the day, that is really, really surprising.
So let's take a look at the standings after 9 rounds in the preliminaries. Jan Nepomniachtchi still on top of the table with 20 points. Impressive. Look at that. Andrei Yasipenko making his debut in the tour. He is now in 2nd place, and Magnus Carlsen, it's been a struggle for him, but now he's looking like himself. Now in 3rd place, Magnus Carlsen. Ding Liren in 4th. Levon Aronian is also doing good in 5th place. Eric Hansen still inside top 8. So is Anish Giri, and we now have Vincent Keimer in that crucial 8th place. And these are the matchups coming up in round 10. Artemiev against Levon Aronian. Look at that, we have Anish Giri against Ding Liren. That's a big one. And we also have Andrei Yasipenko now against 16-year-old Pragnananda. Jan Pomniachtchi against Hans Niemann. We're going to follow the game between Magnus Carlsen and Erik Hansen. Maybe a little bit of nerves in that first game for Erik Hansen, Asgeir.
Could be. I mean, I was a little bit worried about Erik today because, as I said, you need to have at least 3 really, really good days out of 4. Hopefully, he will be able to bounce back, but it's a tough task playing now against Magnus, who has won 4 out of his 5 last games. So Magnus is back on track.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see the head-to-head scores between these two. Erik Hansen, especially on the tour ratings, just been exploding for him, but Magnus Carlsen, you know, decreasing definitely on the tour rating, but fighting chess, Magnus, he's fighting.
Yeah, he's fighting, and as we said earlier, I mean, he never plays early draws. He likes to, he often goes into the end game, and that's where he usually wins, actually. And that was the way he won now in the last round. And as we can see, Erik still has gained a lot of rating, up 72 points.
Wow.
While Magnus, on the other hand, is down 36 points. So at some point, he really needs to pick up speed if he wants to be ranked #1 on the tour.
Yeah. 16 players getting ready for round 10 in the preliminaries. We're going to follow Magnus Carlsen against Erik Hansen, world #1 in classical chess, against, was it world #2? 137, I think Erik Hansen is. So, David, what is it about for Erik here to have any chances with the black pieces against the world champion?
Erik has to channel his play from yesterday. He has to channel his spirit from the first 2 days, because against Magnus, especially when Magnus has white, it's going to be an uphill struggle. The opening, he just needs to survive. Magnus, especially lately, has become more and more reliant on opening preparation, supported ably by a great team of grandmasters. And yeah, I do think if Erik can survive the opening, then he'll gain in confidence. But he needs to get there as well with some time on his clock. Magnus is tricky, probably the trickiest player in the world. And yeah, just to survive that opening, to get into the middle game with enough time on the clock, that is the first challenge for Hansen.
Look at him, he's getting ready. Erik Hansen must be feeling the nerves today after such a great day yesterday. But now it's Magnus Carlsen. It's just to enjoy the game, right, Jovanka?
It is simply.
They're not going to be the favorite anyway, right?
Exactly. He's not the favorite. He traditionally doesn't have a great score against Magnus Carlsen. So just enjoy the game, relax. And it's an experience to savor. After all, we have seen Magnus go wrong. So be positive.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, it is the Spanish opening, something we also call the Roy Lopez. And this is very mainline, this is very typical. We actually saw this position, actually until the last move, we saw this position arise plenty in the World Championship, where Magnus had the black pieces. This is one of the most historic openings in chess. I think every grandmaster at some point has had this position on the board. It's also one of the first ones we teach young players, because often it's about occupying the center. White will try and push a pawn in the middle of the board, just like Erik did actually in the last game. And then from there, it's about planning, it's about placement of pieces, and a lot of tension. There won't be many exchanges early in this game. And okay, meanwhile, Erik thinking, I'm expecting to see him bring his knight actually to the side of the board to hit White's light squared bishop to try and trade that one off. That's what he played yesterday in one game. And Erik, he's actually a big expert from the white side as well of this position. So really interesting to see the psychology at play. Both sides have had this position plenty of times, with white, with black. And yeah, Magnus, he's kind of served with both hands so far. He played very different openings on the first 2 days to the openings he started playing today. That just shows flexibility, and that's what you need at the top level now. You need to surprise your opponent in a way, but you also need to guide it into territory where you're very comfortable.
Magnus, who we know has been down with COVID over the last few days, hopefully starting to feel better. What should you do, Joachim, when you have had sickness in your house? I mean, does that stick as well to the walls?
No, I wouldn't say that it stick to the walls, but it's always from a psychological point of view to refresh the air, obviously.
I know.
That's something you usually do. You change the sheets, you change the clothes, wash the clothes, but also the air, obviously, because there's something about smelling sickness in the air.
Yeah, I know.
I couldn't put any information on that, but a monitor or something that actually measures the air will definitely help with identifying if there's something in the air. Usually it is a lot of things in the air, because it's about stale air. If you're laying down, if you're sick, you're not moving around, and then the air becomes stale, and you just basically fill up that air because you're just at home.
Yeah.
Or you just spend time in that environment.
Yeah, true. That's exactly. Because you stay more at home as well. when you are sick. But also with COVID, I bet that more people will stay in home office, right? COVID is hopefully over now, but still, I think people enjoy having home office from time to time. So it must be getting more and more important as well for your home environment to have better air quality, because you're probably gonna spend more time at home.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right, moves coming out, David.
Yep. Meanwhile, the moves are starting to speed up. But Eric did spend a couple of minutes playing a move, or thinking about a move that he played yesterday, a move he's played plenty of times in his career. Maybe that just shows a lack of confidence from Eric, doing something similar to what he did against Anish Giri. He hasn't spent that long, but he did definitely pause. And he's seen this position before, so it's very surprising to have that early think. Those 2 extra minutes could have been really useful later in the game. Meanwhile, Black did bring the knight to the side of the board as predicted, and now we do see a bit of a clash in the middle with a lot of tension. Look at the pawns, they're staring down each other, and the main move here, or the move that Eric employed yesterday, was to bring his queen actually just 1 square as Black, just to kind of support his centre from afar. So not to touch any pawns, not to break the tension. Some trades might happen in the middle of the board, but you want it to be on your terms. You don't want to spend the time making those trades and actually freeing up your opponent's position. You want to let them spend their move exchanging things. So I'm expecting to see Eric just maintain the tension right now, either by just moving his queen or retreating the Black knight. Either way, he needs to protect his central pawns as Black. So he needs to move fast as well. He's seen this position plenty of times before. I think I've actually even played Eric in this position online in Blitz chess before, when I was Black. So he definitely knows the plans from both colours, from both sides. It's just surprising to see him even spend a few seconds. The top players like Magnus Carlsen, if they know the position, they'll just play instantly. They trust their instincts. They trust their homework from before.
But what is Magnus doing on Eric's time here? Is he trying to recall something, or is he sleeping?
Meditating.
The thing is, though, this has all been played before. It's kind of like standard mainstream stuff. I'm not really sure why Eric is thinking so much. I mean, it's kind of showing that he's a little bit nervous, a little bit hesitant. Maybe he didn't expect this. Maybe he's kind of like double guessing himself, overthinking the situation. But he has to just continue with what he's prepared and play quickly. That will definitely put Magnus off.
It's not just the lack of time that he'll have for later in the game, it's also a sign to your opponent. I mean, for example, here, Magnus has actually built up a lot of time on the clock. He's got 17 minutes now. He only started with 15, so he's gained 2 minutes. Eric has spent a bit of time, but inside, Magnus must be thinking, OK, he's not confident. He's not familiar with the position. That is only a bonus. So you're kind of boosting your opponent's confidence while burning your own time. It's not a good sign. And meanwhile, we did see a trade of 1 set of pawns in the centre, but now the fight still is about the middle of the board. Black's knight retreated to put some pressure on White's middle pawns, White's central pawns there, and White's knight has gone to the side, but it is looking back towards the centre. So if we see another trade of pawns in the middle of the board, then White's knights are ready to pounce to create squares. So there's actually a few moves in this position. The most common move, I was about to say, is to push this pawn on the side of the board, just to push it 1 square further to destabilise White's knight on the left there. I'm expecting to see Eric play that soon, hopefully, because that's the only logical follow-up to his previous move. If you push a pawn 1 square, you might as well continue pushing it. And once White's knight retreats, then Black can decide what to do with his light square bishop that's still on its start square. Ideally, you want to connect your rooks in every position, so Black wants to connect his rooks and then decide where to put them later in the game. This position's still well known. It's been known for hundreds of years. So it's slightly surprising that Eric is still thinking. And head down now, just maybe trying to remember.
Seems a little frustrated. But for beginners like Joachim and me, is this a quite instructive game by Magnus Carlsen, taking center, developing pieces, getting his king to safety?
Yeah, the same themes as the last game, actually.
Yeah.
White's setup is almost identical to what Eric did in the previous game. Black's setup is different this time, but yeah, this is, I mean, these are just the few things to remember. Centralize the pieces. Of course, try and put your pawns in the middle of the board if possible, but centralize your pieces to back them up. So if the pawns ever get traded or get eliminated, then your pieces are ready to occupy those squares. And if you look in the middle, the 4 central squares, so on the E and D lines, those 4, that middle block, it's all about those squares. And the reason White has a small advantage just traditionally in this type of position. And the reason the computer slightly prefers white's position is because white has 2 pawns in the middle, black only has 1. So white is the one choosing to release the tension. White can push a pawn in the middle to gain a bit more space, kick away a black knight, or white can trade. You can just having that choice normally gives you the advantage, being the one who can break the tension. And for example, if black is the one to take a pawn in the middle of the board, then white's still occupying the center with 1 pawn, black having no more presence there. So yeah, it's difficult to kind of explain the specifics because it's such a complicated position. Everything's still on the board, but in general, pawns in the middle, support them with pieces, ideally, especially with knights near the center of the board, and then it's time to bring the rooks towards the center, and you go from there.
And Eric actually choosing the second most popular move here. And this knight move is just a disruptive move. You know, it's just designed to drive the light squared bishop 1 square back and just say to white, hey, your rook and bishop are out of play. And one thing that I also want to reinforce when it comes to this type of strategy is that white's center is ably supported by pieces, but you also have to protect your defenders of the center. So, take a look at that little pawn there by the king. On the right side, the h-pawn, it covers a very critical square, the g4 square. So it stops a bishop coming to that square or a knight, which would immediately start attacking the defenders of the center. So it's all about the center.
Yeah, it's all about the center. And now, a bit of maneuvering. Black's knight just came to this square. It did earlier hit white's bishop, which retreated. But now, after Magnus's last move, the knight is forced back where it came from. So this knight actually has moved several times. It started on this square. It moved once, twice, it went back where it came from, and then it went back, and then it went back. So I don't know how many moves that is, 5, 6 moves, and it's still on a square it was on much, much earlier. So a loss of time by black. There were reasons behind that, but ideally he wants to now start accelerating the play. He needs to start getting these 2 rooks into the action. So for example, bringing one to this square, maybe bring the other to an open line. If the black knight moves out the way, then the black queen, the black rook will occupy a fully open file. And still, there is tension. White has some vague threats of hitting this pawn eventually. Also, white is still the one, as we mentioned earlier, with the key to the center, because white can take any time he wants. That would be a safety first approach, just to make things symmetrical, or white can gain space. For example, if black moves, white can push forward and block things up, but white has the furthest advanced pawn in the center, and that gives a long-term advantage. So, yeah, right now, Eric's still facing some problems. I would centralize one of the rooks. I'm not sure which rook right now, but those 2 are the only pieces still not doing much. He doesn't, though. He just brings his queen across 1 square. Still a safe move, but now I expect to see Magnus try and do the same with his rooks. This is the worst placed piece. So in chess, you, especially in block positions like this one, you talk to your pieces, ask which one is the most unhappy, and you want to activate this, so you need to get the bishop out of the way. So the 2 moves that come to mind, either this bishop move, actually putting it on the same diagonal as black's king, is very tempting, or you bring it this way and put some pressure on the black pawns, and next you centralize your rooks. Try and put them on open lines if you can. And if you look at this, for example, white's pieces, how much more centralized can you get?
Yeah.
These pieces right in the center, these knights supporting the center, and if things open up, if these central pawns do all disappear, white's pieces are much more ready than black's, just in the center of the board.
Yeah, and you've this particular position, it's been played before. It was actually played by Anatoly Karpov in 1982 against Vladimir Hort. So I find
that was the last time.
It wasn't the last time, but it's a really rare line. So Magnus doing what Magnus does best. You know, he goes into these mainstream lines, and then, you know, when you're like 10 moves deep, he will go and pick something that hasn't been played like 40 years ago. And it will still be critical, and it will still pose black some problems. And the line that you showed was very, very pleasant for white.
Yeah, and Magnus is a big student of chess history. That's another thing for everyone at home to go and do now. Just go check out some chess books, go look on websites like Chess24. There's some video series about chess history, about the former world champions like Karpov, and just learning a bit about them, learning about their games teaches you a lot about strategy. And often that gives you an edge over the modern players who just play purely on computers. Just knowing a bit about what happened in the past can teach you about what to do in the future.
So is it very common to have these different strategies that you like go through in your head, like you know that like famous chess players have done before, and you use those to like map out your strategy?
Yeah, definitely. And I think personally the most useful thing is just a stylistic thing. So for example, I think of myself as, well, I used to think of myself as an attacking player. These days, I like my slow, steady kind of build-up positions where it is geared towards winning in the endgame, tiring my opponent out. And then I look, okay, I read in a chess book about Karpov, for example, who had a very similar style. He often won in the endgame, and I can base my own play around these great players. So, for example, if you're an aspiring footballer, if you're young and you want to get into football, you watch the top players, you learn from them, you learn some techniques, you learn some tricks, you learn their positioning, that type of thing, and it's the same in chess. If you play through the games of previous players, then you learn what to do, what not to do, and it's always nice to have a role model.
Yeah, and finding that player that sort of resembles your style as well. And if you are a defensive player in football, then there's no point in studying too much, maybe the striker. You wanna have a defensive player as your idol.
Exactly. Exactly, and it's the same in chess. I mean, an attacking player, you look at Mikhail Tal or Garry Kasparov. If you're a defensive player, you might look at Petrosian. It's quite easy, and from there as well, the most common question I get, or one of the most common, is what opening should I play? How do I start the game? What should I aim for at the beginning? I just think, okay, depending on what you want, do you want an attacking position, depending on your style, go and look at these top players, see what openings they play, and learn from there. And for example, if Anish Giri is your idol, you can go on Chessable, watch some videos of his. If Magnus is your idol, go on Chessable, watch some videos of his. And yeah, either way, there's so many ways to learn nowadays. And
so isn't the opening the most easiest part of the play?
It's easy, but there's always tricks and traps to avoid. So it's maybe the easiest to learn when you're first starting the game. But endgames are maybe the most important. Yeah. So endgames, no matter how good your opening is, I mean, this is why chess is so hard. You might play a perfect game for 80 moves, and if you make a mistake on move 81, you might lose. Just one bad move out of 80. It's other sports, if you play 80 good minutes in football, I mean, sometimes if you have one or two bad minutes, it can affect the result, but most of the time you're in control, you're winning by then. Chess, it's hard. So endgames, I would say, are the most important when you're first starting, but openings are the easiest one to learn. Ivanka, am I talking sense?
No, you are talking sense. Endings are definitely a very crucial part of chess improvement, because they're kind of essentially signposts. Because you can literally go, hang on a second, recall this ending. I know that one's winning for me, so I'm going to steer the game towards that. And even if you're up material, for instance, you're just like, hang on a second, I don't need to engage in all these complications. Let's just trade off the pieces, make it simple. And, you know, there are some endings where even Magnus Carlsen has no chance of winning or even saving the game.
That's what one of my first chess coaches told me, actually. He said, you know, in Russia, they teach the end game first, because if you don't know what you want to aim for at the end, then how do you kind of map your path through the opening and middle game in the first place? So, yeah, I mean, obviously there's different techniques and every phase of the game is important, but endgames are definitely the key. And meanwhile, finally, there has been kind of a release of the tension. We just on the last couple of moves saw a trade, and now both sides have a knight on one of those 4 central squares in the middle of the board. I prefer white's knight because the black knight can actually at some point get hit by one of white's pawns. White, at some point, if we jump in, can throw a pawn up the board and destabilize the black knight. For example, with this one, kicking the black knight away. However, the same cannot be said for black. Black can never kick away this knight with a pawn. If you look at the lines next to this knight, there's just no pawn to push. So we would say that this knight is on an outpost. No pawn can challenge it, whereas black's knight is slightly less stable long term. So that's why white has a small advantage. Also, because if you compare the central pawns, this pawn is on one of the central 4 squares here, whereas black's pawn is isolated. It's got COVID, it's isolated. Yeah, it's got no friends around it. So it's potentially long-term a weakness.
Social distancing. Well, I have to say, this is just, this game, I'm learning from this game just about taking center. This is exactly where I would put my pieces, just throw them towards the center.
Yeah, and again, that's why we play through old games. Pattern recognition, you learn what to aim for, and I'm sure, even players who are still learning or kind of starting out the game, they could reach a position like this one just on general principles. If you know the basic rules in openings, you can arrive in a position like this. what to do next is, of course, tricky. And the players are definitely going to find it tricky as well. But right now, the players have both done everything right, and it's still very tense.
And whilst the tense situation occurs over the board, I want to relieve the atmosphere here, and I want to show you some selfies.
Yay.
And the first one comes from our good friend, Ginger GM, Simon Williams, who says, "Oh my God, David Howell is on TV." That's my night sorted. And then we have another selfie from Nard ONG Putik, who says, "Rooting for Prague to win."
Hey.
And just listening to, that's very nice, Ivanka's lovely accent, watching from Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much, Nard, for that compliment. And Asger says, is watching from Minneapolis and Minnesota, and I must say the Puma jacket though is cool on David. Everyone, I am seeing a lot of compliments on the Puma jacket, and some people saying they want some as well.
Yeah,
it feels weird sitting without the tie though, without the suit. I mean,
like more than 100
so
show
chill.
you've been in here with your suit, and then suddenly in like a sports jacket.
Yeah, I'm a new man.
Yeah.
New man.
And one final selfie. Chris Bird says that he's at home in Tucson, Arizona, which, by the way, has some of the best quality in air in the US.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay. It's important to have a good air quality because, I'm maybe not going to make too many friends here, but I went for Christmas to England, to London, and I love London. It's like my home city. I love it to bits. But when I stepped off the train, I was like, it was like I felt really bad. Yeah. And I think I've been spoilt by the Norwegian mountains a little bit.
Yeah,
and I got used to it.
Everything is relative.
Well, is there a list of the worst cities in the world when it comes to air quality? Not to speak badly of anyone, but,
There is a list with the cities that have a lot of pollution, for sure. But I tend to focus on the cities who actually have good air quality instead.
So what would be a good, if you want to go to a big city for a weekend and have some good time, but you don't want to go to a place with bad air quality?
Oslo.
Really? Oslo is one of the best air quality cities.
Well, if you go a little bit north and discover the beautiful Marka and everything that has to do with that. But in general, obviously, cities in general have a lot of combustion from cars, emissions. So in general, if you want to experience really, truly good air, don't go to the city, I'd say.
Exactly.
Yeah, and just a question as well, because a moment ago we saw Magnus Carlsen's air quality stats come up, and we've talked about CO2 levels, we've talked about a few things, but is there a perfect temperature for a home office or perfect humidity? Because the two red circles I saw in Magnus Carlsen's air quality, they were temperature and humidity. Do those affect things much? Personally,
Yes.
I can't play in the heat.
Well, we do have this. We have general guidelines that says 22 degrees is the optimum in office environments and in home environments with typical indoor clothes. But there's always going to be 20% of the people, depending on the gender, depending on airflow, depending on different factors, that's going to say that 22 degrees is not the optimum air temperature in the air. That has to do with the thermal comfort, which has some divergence from people to people, but generally 22 degrees is an optimum.
You could potentially solve this big dilemma that we have in the chess world when it comes to chess tournaments. In chess tournaments, normally the air runs quite cold. Yep. And you see the men are very comfortable, but the women are freezing.
Yeah.
So what is the ideal temperature for a woman and a man?
22 degrees.
So still 22 degrees?
Yeah, 22 degrees. In the end, it doesn't matter. If you find an optimum, if you do scientific studies, 20% of the people, if it's 10 people, 2 of the 10 people are not going to be satisfied anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
Regardless.
Yeah.
So 22 degrees.
Oh. Okay, well, there's a lesson also to tournament organisers all over the place.
Yeah.
22 degrees.
Okay. Yeah, finally solved that age-long debate. Age-old debate.
I can definitely envision that in these huge halls, and then the women with like wool scarves and just freezing, and the men are like, whew, it's so warm.
I played in a
guilty
tournament.
complaining?
I played in a tournament once where every single woman had their coat on, their scarf, and some of the men who were quite big actually, they were like there in t-shirts, and we were like, not fair.
But then it's super important to monitor the air, so you actually know that well, it is 22 degrees.
Yeah. So then
So that old lady in the corner wearing the big jacket and all, you can show the data at least.
Yeah. True.
That has some psychological.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, okay. So it is 22 degrees. Okay, maybe it is not that cold. And then, All right. What's happening on the board, David? I do hear some pings.
Yeah. Meanwhile, it's all about maneuvering right now because actually nothing's changed in the center of the board. Both players just kind of tiptoeing around. It's very, very reminiscent as well of the last game where Eric played against Anish Giri. It feels like the tension is still bubbling, but it's all about whether he has enough time left on the clock for when the action actually starts. And the same move that Anish employed against Eric earlier in the last round has now been used by Eric himself. He's maybe learnt from what Giri did against him, and he's just pushed his B pawn forward one square. He's trying to distract Magnus on this left side of the board. He's trying to open up lines. If you look at the black queen, look at the black rook behind it, they're trying to open up lines for themselves. But Magnus, he's not touching that side of the board. He's playing now in the center where his pieces are, where they are stronger, and that's great strategy. If you're stronger on one side of the board, play there. Ignore your opponent's plans. It does tend to become a race, but if you touch pawns on the side you're weaker, bad things will happen. And, OK, meanwhile, Black's knight was attacked in the centre. It has now retreated. And Eric has 6 minutes this time. Things are heating up. We see maybe there will be pawn pushes in the centre. Things will explode open. And 6 minutes is much better than his previous game when, he really, really went wrong quite quickly. So I like what Eric is doing, despite what the computer evaluation says. I do prefer White's position, but I think Black is at least trying to create some counterplay on this left side of the board. And if he can break through there, Magnus won't have it all his way.
And isn't he extremely safe with his king, Eric Hansen?
Yeah.
Seems untouchable.
That's one phrase we coined last season, right? Knights are a king's best friend. And those two black knights are going to act as defenders. And they need to, because an attack will brew against the black king. Normally, actually, when a side occupies the center, like White is doing, that is the launch pad for an attack against the opponent's king. You can very rarely see an attack being successful if you don't have central control. So, OK, Magnus, he's been yo-yoing with that bishop back and forth the entire game. But look at White's pieces now, the knights, the rooks, all of them. After this pawn push, the knight dropping back. Magnus now, look at this formation. 4 pieces in a row, 3 pieces in a row. This is kind of chess strategy 101. And despite allowing a pawn trade here, despite allowing this open line, the queen and rook, they're just hitting thin air. It's all about these pieces. And they are poised. No matter where the action happens, if it happens on the left side of the board, they're ready. If it happens towards the king side, they're ready. And that's why centralized pieces are the best. They're just so flexible. And meanwhile, Black is trying to create something. He is hitting a pawn now, Eric. And I think there's just nothing else to do. Black is set up in a defensive formation over here, as you mentioned, Kaja. And he's just hoping that no matter what White's pieces do, he will have time to go and grab this pawn. And if he grabs this pawn, then Black's pawn suddenly becomes really dangerous, just 3 squares away from promotion. So
it's not so easy to defend that pawn either, because the move that you would really love to play is actually just to pick up the knight that's sitting on the d2 square and move it to the c4 square. But the problem is that knight is the key defender of one of White's really important central pawns. So
after a queen trade, you mentioned it, Jovanka, this pawn no longer defended sufficiently. It's attacked twice. It's only defended once. So Black can grab it very safely, and Black actually would be just a pawn up with a winning advantage. So the move Magnus wants to play, as you mentioned, not possible at the moment.
And there's also another idea on the board, which is basically that if White goes, OK, fine, I want to defend that pawn, and maybe I'm going to play the rather passive rook move all the way. Yeah, that looks good. Looks like everything is holding tight. But take a look at that knight. White's pride and joy sitting in the middle of the board is only defended once. And Black is attacking it once. So therefore, the old Soviet language was that this is a tactical weakness. And this means that knight takes pawn is impossible.
Yeah, and now look at this bishop. It's overworked. It wants to be defending its own knight, but it's just been deflected away to capture black's knight now. Black's knight just too strong. It's grabbed a pawn, attacking the white queen. So once white recaptures this knight with a bishop, it no longer defends this knight in the center. So, yeah, well spotted, Jan-Krzysztof. That's actually a second threat, and black would be a pawn up here with a nasty check. The white king actually a bit vulnerable on this diagonal. So black has two threats in the current position. Queen takes pawn, but also the very sneaky, the hidden threat of knight takes pawn, deflecting away this overworked bishop. So how does Magnus deal with both of these? The one move that I see, I mean, it's not a move Magnus wants to play, but the only way I see to deal with both of those is to retreat this knight, defending this pawn here, but also now the knight is no longer hanging on this square. And maybe now white can aim to use his bishop on this diagonal, partly to attack the black queen, but partly to go towards the black king later on this nice diagonal.
It's heating up.
It's really heating up, and Eric has created two sneaky threats, and it's not easy to deal with them. And Magnus, he hates retreating. I think every top player hates retreating, and if that's the best move, I'm struggling to find others, but if that is the best move, dropping back
that is the best move. That was the only move to kind of actually maintain a small advantage.
Magnus has blundered. He's just forgotten about this threat. He's brought his rook across, attacking the black queen. But now knight takes pawn, I think, is just winning for black, or at least gives a big advantage. And look at that, Stockfish, the computer confirms it. This move, knight takes pawn, knight takes f4, gives black a +1 advantage.
Whoa.
Just wins a pawn.
We've got to check out the player cams.
Let's get up the players. Well, look at that. Eric Hansen is now leaning forwards. It definitely seems he is noticing that this is a critical moment. Is Magnus Carlsen realizing he might have blundered?
Yeah, it looks like it. And you can see that Eric has leaned forward, pouncing like a puma.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Very nice, very nice.
And these top players have great instincts. His spidey senses will be tingling. He will know there's something in the position, but it's just about whether he has enough time to calculate it. And sometimes, especially when you play someone like the world champion, you trust them. You trust their calculation. You get a bit scared. You think, these top players don't make mistakes. And then you just miss your opportunities. So it's psychological here. Yeah. First, it's about seeing the move, seeing it's an option, but also trusting himself rather than Magnus.
Yeah, I agree, because the first thing here, it could be that he's like, rook attacks queen, queen moves. That could be like an assumption there in his thinking. And remember, one of the pawns is still up for grabs. He could actually go queen takes pawn and be calculating and getting excited about that line. Completely missing that knight takes pawn on the agenda.
Even stronger. Yeah, and actually, if we look at the other moves that the computer suggests here, the top three choices by black, two moves are fine. Knight takes pawn is actually very strong, and I think actually that gives a better advantage than the computer is saying, especially psychologically. The second move, OK, he finds the best move. I was going to say he could take a pawn with his queen, and that's fine as well, but Magnus now reacts instantly. It feels like Magnus is bluffing, because look at this last move by the black queen. She's now attacking the bishop next to her, and she's still keeping an eye on both of the two white knights. And white's dark-squared bishop in the centre is defending both of the knights. It's simply overworked. Black is up a pawn for free. And Eric, big advantage. He's still got time on the clock as well. Doing well.
And look at the bar now. It is really reacting, saying 2.4 advantage for the chess streamer, Eric Hansen. It would be a huge shock to the chess world if he wins this game with the black pieces. Magnus Carlsen in trouble again. Yeah,
Magnus, I mean, you can count on one hand the amount of times he loses with white in a year. But yesterday he lost against Pragnananda with white. He lost against Nepomniachtchi with white on the first day. Dangerous times now for the world champion.
And he does not seem happy.
Yeah, and full credit to Eric for spotting that as well and going for it. And it's just converting this, though. Still a long way to go. Still, most of the pieces still on the board. Yeah, I think I would just be a bit scared here. I would just retreat that black knight that had entered white's position, that did grab a pawn. I would just step it back. I'm not sure exactly where, but a few safe squares there. And black should have the advantage. He does retreat with that knight.
Yeah, I agree. That's the safe choice. And especially when you don't have so much time left on the clock. And I'm sure that Eric has just had an adrenaline rush when he's played that knight takes pawn, because, before he didn't perhaps contemplate the idea that he could win against Magnus, and now it's on the cards. And this is where players start to get nervous.
And both sides keeping a poker face, meanwhile, neither side giving much away. If I were Magnus, if I just lost a pawn for free, I would be, beating myself up. I would just be shaking my head.
So I was going to ask, do they see each other?
That's a very good question. They can if they want to. They can have a choice. But I don't think Magnus has his camera open most of the time, has the opponent's camera open most of the time.
Yeah. But is this a thing in chess where you like analyze the opponent and draw conclusions based on eye movements and things like that?
Definitely. I mean,
David does it all the time, right?
Yeah, I'm obsessed with staring. I stare at the opponent too much. I think most of my opponents get really uncomfortable. They're like, why is he looking at me? But definitely, when you play over the board, it's impossible to ignore what's happening. Wow, what has just happened there? Magnus plays bishop takes pawn.
Whoa!
He's completely hallucinated. Magnus just lost a piece for free. And has he given up?
He has given up. Wow. He has resigned.
That you will never see that from a world champion. Magnus just took a pawn, but now black will play bishop takes bishop, and black will be a piece up for free and win the game. So Magnus just resigns.
What is up with the world champion? This is a huge development. Erik Hansen, the second lowest ranked player in the tournament, the chess dreamer, has just beaten, with the black pieces, the world champion. And Magnus is still sitting looking at this. What is he thinking, David?
I don't know. He must be really surprised and shocked with himself because it appears like he hallucinated something.
Yeah, sometimes we talk about chess blindness. Sometimes you just make assumptions, you just forget about something. For example, maybe here he just forgot his bishop could be captured by the black light squared bishop, and he's just a piece down. Something just went wrong in his calculations there. Maybe that was on his mind, but he just played it in the wrong order. That can happen too. Sometimes that's the second move in your mind. But if you play it first, it can all go wrong. And here we see Magnus. Is this after the game? Is this just...
This is live.
This is live. OK. Yeah, just confused. As Jan-Krzysztof said, it's that one word, hallucination. Just seeing ghosts, seeing something that isn't there. And, unfortunately, blundering a piece for free.
Usually we would see an angry reaction from Magnus after a blunder like that. Is this just him not in his best form?
Yeah, maybe still suffering the after effects of COVID. I know, people talk about the COVID fog when it's just hard to get your brain working sometimes. And especially when he made a mistake in the previous move, they say that mistakes come in pairs, blunders come in pairs, and one bad move led to another. And led to a loss as well.
And Erik Hansen, he just got up and left as soon as he could.
We saw him raise his hands in jubilation. He did completely unexpected because, I think he was preparing himself mentally for that fight. And then Magnus just gave him a gift.
Wow.
And he didn't expect it, and huge jubilation.
What does this mean for Erik Hansen, David?
I mean, he's going to be celebrating off camera for sure. And if we get a chance to interview him later, I would love to know how he's celebrating. But then again, he does have to reset. He still needs to perform well in order to qualify for those knockouts.
Yeah, Magnus Carlsen still sitting there. This is strange. We rarely see him sit by the computer for that long after a game. He is still looking over this, and we have to do the same, David. What on earth happened here?
Yeah, was it a blunder? Was it a moment of madness? Was it a mouse slip? Sometimes you can blame this guy on making bad moves, but let's just show the first blunder by Magnus, the first mistake. Here, as we mentioned, this pawn under attack and this knight takes pawn was a threat. So Magnus needed to retreat his knight, but this was a difficult move to find. Instead, he brought his rook across one square, and now Erik did pounce. Knight takes pawn. There's not enough time to capture the black queen, because the white queen would fall with check. This is the key. And after the knight is captured, black would actually win the white rook at the very end. So white would now be down on material significantly. Instead, Magnus had to retreat his queen, which is under fire. And once this happened, black stepped back. We saw white move the bishop that's under attack from the black queen now. But after the knight retreated, this was the moment. This is where Magnus hallucinated, made a fatal mistake. If he plays bishop takes bishop, just a fair trade. Yes, he's a pawn down, but he has chances to save the game. The game would go on for a long, long time. But instead, we saw Magnus play a bizarre move. He took this pawn and he didn't even wait for Erik to move. He resigned because after bishop takes bishop, black is simply up a piece for free. It's hard to explain. Maybe we need Magnus to explain it later to us, but mouse slip, blunder, whatever it was, Magnus will struggle now to recover from that blunder.
Wow, bad news for the world champion. We're going to jump into another game here in round 10. It's Andrei Yesipenko. Again, 16-year-old Pragnananda in the bar. Over to Pragnananda's side. What do you think about this situation, David?
Yeah, I'm just doing a quick material count. That's the first thing we do anytime we jump into a new position. If we count the pawns, black is a pawn up. If we count the pieces, it's all level. So black is one pawn up. That's why the computer says +1 in black's favor. Everything else is pretty much balanced right now. I do very much like the placement of black's rook as well, deep in the white camp on the second rank. We talk about rooks being most effective when they are on this rank for black, the second rank for white, the seventh rank, because that's where all the targets lie. And yeah, I think black's king looks a bit airy, but it's pretty safe for now. And that's why everything is in black's favor. And we see Esipenko on the retreat. Actually, this is a nice defensive move, just keeping the white knights protecting each other. Still a long way to go, though, before we can call this one as a win for black, despite the advantage.
All right.
It looks like quite a nervy match, judging by everyone's body language. You know, Esipenko is bouncing, and so is Pragnanda, also getting quite a bit fidgety and nervous.
Yeah, it's definitely a very explosive round 10 here. So we do know Magnus Carlsen has just lost to Erik Hansen. Anish Giri, 2 wins in a row, winning also his game against Ding Liren. That was a huge battle and a huge win for Anish. Jan Nepomniachtchi on fire, winning another game here against Hans Niemann. We see the bar for Abdusattorov against Liam Leh. It's looking very good for Abdusattorov as well. And let's see what happens here. Can Pragnananda, again with the black pieces, win this game?
Yeah, and that's a very, very nice last move by black. This is a bit of a mysterious one, maybe, to players who are just starting the game. Why bring your king even further towards the centre of the board, onto maybe a square where it's more vulnerable? But black's king here acts as a great defensive piece, just protecting a pawn near it. And often you want your king in touching distance of its knight. So that black knight will act as a perfect defender of its king behind it. So meanwhile, look at this as well. Pragnananda, he's done the hard work. He's 1 pawn up. And when you're ahead on material, you just want to consolidate, protect everything. And now black's bishop protecting a pawn as well around it. So if you look at everything in black's camp, they're all pretty much defending each other. And just safety first chess, when you are ahead of material, tends to be just the best practical way to handle a position.
Yeah, it's a really, really instructive move. And I'm also expecting the light squared bishop that's sitting there on its starting square to get involved in the defense. And this kind of releases the queen from defensive duties, and then she can zoom in to the white side of the board.
Exactly. So meanwhile, Esipenko, he's a fighter. He's won some great games this tournament, including against Magnus, and he brought the white rook all the way over to the left. He wants to swing it up the board onto the 7th rank where black's king lies, while Pragnananda has just gone for Jovanka's move. We've talked about centralization so much today. Look at those black pieces in the middle of the board, the 2 black bishops. Between them, they cover pretty much every square, every important square at least. And yeah, at some point, Esipenko has to take some risks. He has to go and at least scare Pragnananda with some threats. So I would recommend bringing that white rook up to the 7th rank at some point over the next few turns and targeting the black king. If you sit and wait too long, then black will simply activate the black queen, and that black rook will cause some damage. Yeah, you can't wait. Timing is everything here.
Do you know what these two have in common?
Ooh, they are both playing in the Airthings Masters.
And they both beat the world champion in the Airthings Masters.
Ah.
And 2 young players. Incredible stuff.
Both still teenagers, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, we've seen a trade of dark squared bishops, and now Esipenko at least trying to get the white queen involved. Very, very logical as well. And that's the type of move where even if you're struggling, it can scare the opponent when you put your queen in their half, or at least to threaten some things. That white queen is maybe just, at the moment, only threatening a pawn. But if you imagine the white rook coming up to the 7th rank and lining itself up again with the black knight, with the black king behind it, there are some serious threats brewing.
Yeah, and in light of that, I actually was thinking that the king should get involved in the defense, because there's some, still some threats against the white king. Instead, Pragnananda decides to take a very safety-first approach and retreats the bishop. So now it's the bishop that is going to be the main defender, and now the black knight can be released from its duties and can also join in the potential attack against white's king. Both kings feeling a bit nervous.
Yeah, and I would be more nervous with the white king because there's no pieces around the white king. But if you look at the black king, no pawn protection really, minimal pawn protection, but the black bishop and black knight will be great defenders. And that's the thing. When you go on the attack, you need more attacking pieces than defensive pieces. And it's going to be a struggle for white to invite more attacking pieces than there are defenders right now.
Yeah, and there was a big threat on the position.
Yeah. Let's get up the board to show this, actually, because we've just seen a really cool move by Pragnananda. You mentioned in this position, Jovanka, a threat. Which one? This rook
takes knight, yeah.
Yeah, so this knight, if it's captured, by, for example, if white just makes a random move. Struggling to find one. But at some point, the black rook could take this knight, the knight recaptures, and black's queen could now pounce. And 2 pieces for a rook, we saw that before earlier today. 2 pieces are nearly always superior to a rook. Also, there is the trap of queen takes knight. Now, queen to the center check would be a double attack, winning the white rook in the corner. And that's why after queen takes pawn, black tried to deflect the white queen away from the protection of this knight. The white queen had to stay defending it on this diagonal, offering a trade. But now look at this, Pragnananda bringing the black queen into the action. This is exactly what he did to Magnus Carlsen to win. And actually, if we catch up with the position, this black queen, this is exactly where he put it against Magnus. This is exactly what he did. And now all he needs to do, and he's done it, I was going to say he can introduce his bishop to try and get to the white king, but he does it in a different way. He takes this pawn. And this is just decisive. I think he's winning because now if knight takes bishop, we will see checkmate on the board. This is a check, hitting the king, and a checkmate. And let's go back to the players because this game could end any moment now.
Wow, Andrei Esipenko coming from 3 straight wins and now to face the youngest player in the tournament, Pragnananda. How impressed are you with Prag in this game again, David?
Just nerves of steel.
Yeah.
And it's so accurate as well, and it's so logical. Look at this, the black king just sidestepping, protecting its knight. We mentioned it as well. Knights are a king's best friend, but kings can be a knight's best friend. Together, they are so hard to break down. Black's king and knight defending everything. The rest of black's pieces allowed loose on the attack. And yeah, look at the computer as well, plus 15. That means, in material terms, that's a queen and a rook advantage. It's even more than a queen and rook advantage. And yeah, the white king in the corner, no defenders. Black's king perfectly defended by its knight.
I think we're going to see your idea in operation, David. I think the bishop is just going to take 1 step forward and attack this pawn. Just wants to get on the long diagonal, give a check.
Yeah, if you could just pick up black's bishop and teleport it on the same diagonal as white's king, it's game over.
Even better, you could just net a knight.
Yeah, why not grab a knight for free?
Exactly.
Who needs checkmate? You can just grab a knight and be greedy. And Esipenko, look at him on the camera. He's about to give up.
Yeah, it definitely. There it is. Another huge win for 16-year-old Pragnananda, again with the black pieces, beating one of the players who's been playing really good in this tournament, Andrei Esipenko. But he loses to the 16-year-old. Wow, how impressive by Pragna. And look at that, he's angry, Esipenko. Ooh. Do you think it's frustrating for him? Is it in the way he lost this game?
I think it's the way he lost this game, but also losing with white. In Russia, it's a badge of pride that you never, ever lose with white. You're just solid, and you try and put pressure on and win those games.
Yeah, you did really speak highly of some of these moves by Pragnananda. Where did he get this win?
Yeah, I just want to show the closing moments one more time to explain why he won and how he won. If we jump into the position here, black's defensive pieces are doing great, but it's all about these attacking pieces. You have 2 attackers, but remember, attackers need to overwhelm defenders, and black introduced another piece into the attack. Bishop takes pawn, and this was decisive. This is a double attack, and remember, if the knight captures the bishop, then after queen takes pawn, this king is all alone, and it will be checkmated. So, yeah, just introduce more attacking pieces into the game. That is how you win.
Coming up, you guys, in 14 minutes, we will follow the game between 2 of the best chess players in the world, Ding Liren and Magnus Carlsen. Magnus coming from another critical loss. Ding is also coming straight from a loss. So these will be 2 players ready to fight for a comeback. Ooh, it's getting very intense in the preliminaries. We're going to breathe a little bit, you guys, and look at some of your selfies. It's time, you guys and Joachim, for the Play Magnus Challenge. We are now challenging you to play Magnus Carlsen at 10 years old, 2 minutes on the clock. The goal is to last as many moves as possible before you lose on the board or on the clock, or maybe even win. What chances do you think you have?
Well, I'm not going to win, that's for sure.
Even David lost. We know it's hard, right, David?
Oh, don't remind me.
As long as I get 2-digit amount of moves, then I'm happy.
I believe in you. I believe in you, Joachim.
Yeah. What sort? Have you practiced at all?
I tried it.
Okay.
Tried it a few times.
All right.
But there's no strategic thinking. It's just, aggressively getting onto it.
And just getting the moves out. Only 2 minutes on the clock.
Yep.
All right. Are you ready? Joachim, we wish you the best of luck. Here we go. Third player in our Play Magnus Challenge. And here we go.
Right.
Yes. Oh, we're on the flank. What do you think of this opening, David?
I like it. Very quick moves as well by Joachim. And Play Magnus, he actually gave up a pawn a few moves ago, but wasn't taken. Now the knight under attack. Okay, ignoring it. This is still fine.
But playing fast. Wow.
Playing fast. This is great. I'm worried about my record now as well. 72 moves.
72 moves.
And
we did have Yevgeny Romanov yesterday. That was 36 moves, I think.
Yeah, so we do see a trade there. A rook for a bishop.
How am I doing? How am I doing?
You're doing great. You're doing great. The moves are coming thick and fast. You've got a perfect defensive pawn formation as well.
What is happening? What is happening? I have no idea.
Still have 1 minute and 30 seconds left.
Plenty of time. Plenty of time. Just stay calm. Keep those pieces defended.
Doing good, Joachim.
No. Why did I? Yeah, that's the brain fog you were talking about earlier.
Okay, still plenty of pieces left. You can cling on. You can, still more than 1 minute as well. Okay, keep the queen safe. That's good. Nice move.
What is happening?
Okay, Play Magnus. Oh, brutal. Pinning the white queen now with the black rook. It's going to be difficult. The queen is doomed.
You go like this. Oh.
Play Magnus. He's so ruthless. It's a double attack. Hitting the king, hitting the rook.
Well, I got pawns, or peasants, as I like to call them.
Plenty of peasants left in this position.
Do you think he can last another 54 seconds, David?
Yeah, he can. Yes. He just has to keep his king safe.
Keep that king safe.
That's easier said than done.
That's it.
All right. Well,
this is really nice. You've got loads of pawns around that king.
I'm impressed.
Okay.
I am impressed.
This is very nice.
Definitely made it to double figures as well. You've achieved your goal easily.
What is happening?
Just keep moving the king.
Yeah. 40 seconds. You have plenty of time.
Okay. I think you might.
That was a bad move. What is this?
Nowhere to move the king, unfortunately. No safe squares. It's got to be a pawn move. There we go. Well, how many moves do you think it is, Jovanka? I think that's a lot of moves.
I think it's a lot of moves. I think it's over 30 moves at least.
He's trapping me. Now he's coming for me.
Yeah, not too many options here, Joachim. So just keep doing the same thing.
Oh, and there we go. It is checkmate. The white king trapped.
It is.
It is over. It is checkmate on the board. But
I'm satisfied.
You must be satisfied. This is you. This must be a lot of moves. Are you ready to check?
Yep.
Okay. Click continue.
Oh, look at that. 29
moves.
Nice.
That is 7 moves less than Grandmaster Yevgeny Romanov, who played yesterday.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's
All right.
close. Wow. Okay, David, what do you think of the game?
Really great play.
Yeah.
Actually, the opening was fantastic. Later on, there were a couple of tricks, unfortunately, and you mentioned that brain fog.
Yeah.
Just that one move, but
there's no time to think.
Yeah, I mean, Play Magnus. You beat me, so I'm not going to say anything. It's too strong. And no, well played.
Impressive stuff. We have the list here. Look at that. In third place,
All right.
29 moves. Very nice. We can see that you've been practicing, and air quality must be nice in here as well, right?
Definitely.
Can you actually sense that as an air quality expert?
Take a deep breath. It's fresh, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Ah,
There it is.
it's the expert.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Magnus Carlsen, at 10 years old, he is a genius. And the father of this genius is the first guest in a show that is launched today on the Chess24 premium site. our very own Jovanka Houska is launching a show where she's interviewing deeply some interesting people in chess. And the first guest is Henrik Carlsen.
My guest tonight has been described by world champion Magnus Carlsen as providing the best support he could ever have had. He's been confidant, trusted supporter, business manager, and above all, he's Magnus Carlsen's father. Here to share his stories and insights, it's Henrik Carlsen.
I told people already when he was 10, 11, 12, etc. No, it's just a hobby. He's having fun. I'll support him, but he'll decide. Because already when he was 12 or 13, people start saying, well, what if he wants to stop playing chess? Yeah, then he'll stop playing chess. So,
and you were cool with that?
Yeah, of course. Come on.
Yeah.
He's putting in all the work. He's all the dedication. It's his game, basically.
You talked, I think, I was here, Jovanka, you talked for almost an hour, and it must be so interesting to listen to this man and all of his experiences.
It was absolutely fascinating and eye-opening, and I was just astounded by everything that he said and how much dedication and support he gave Magnus, and also total autonomy. You know, you saw it there in the clip. He was saying that, you know, they spent a lot of time, a lot of energy nurturing Magnus's talent. But if Magnus had wanted to take a step back, he would have been fine. And he's always trusted Magnus's judgment. Yeah. And I was just in absolute awe. I mean, I just get goosebumps thinking about everything that Henrik said there. Yeah. Amazing guy.
Yeah. It's released today. I bet there's going to be a bunch of chess parents, especially, that's going to be interested in listening to this. And then it's basically all about being a Chess24 Premium member.
Yeah, you have to be a Chess24 Premium member to view this show. Yeah. And it's only available there. You won't find it on YouTube or anywhere else. You know, you just have to sign up and be a Chess24 Premium member. And it is specifically aimed at chess parents or whatever. You know, it's just getting to know the person who's behind Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, to get all his secrets on how to create a genius like Magnus Carlsen, who unfortunately lost his previous game to Erik Hansen. Something's going on with the world champion, but again, a bunch of games ending up with a winner. Anish Giri won 2 games in a row, and Abdusatorov, a great win for him against Liam Le. Pragnananda, as we saw, winning his game against Yesipenko. Jan Nepomniachtchi, wow, what a tournament he's having, winning also against Hans Niemann. And Vincent Keimer, great win for him against Alexandra Kosteniuk. Who's impressive you the most so far today, David?
Today, it's got to be Pragnananda, just to continue what he started yesterday, especially after a really shaky start to this tournament. He's motoring now, and that last victory, the one we looked at, that was so instructive. I'm going to go back home and look at that game later.
Artemiev and Aronian, they're still playing, so we don't have the standings after round 10 yet, but we can take a look at the games coming up in just a few minutes in round 11. Vincent Keimer against Vladislav Artemiev. Niemann against Kosteniuk. Pragnananda now against Nepomniachtchi. Ooh, Jovanka, what do you expect from that game?
Yeah, it's going to be a very tough, because Jan Nepomniachtchi is a man in form. Pragnananda also seems to be getting better and better as he gets more and more confident. I think it's going to be a real full-blooded fight, and as we've seen, Pragnananda can cause those big upsets.
Definitely. Erik Hansen, now he is up against Abdusatorov. Going to be Jan-Krzysztof Duda against Anish Giri. But we're going to follow, of course we're going to follow this game, Askild. Ding Liren against Magnus Carlsen. What do you expect?
Expect a great fight from both players. It's also good to see Ding play chess again. We haven't seen him that much in recent months. World number 3. I think Magnus has enormous respect for him as a player. He's always a tough opponent. But actually, both of them needs points now to qualify. Yeah. It's getting close at the top of the table. And especially, you should avoid losing this one, because players are coming from behind, and you need to rack up points to qualify.
Definitely. Now, we have to mention what's going on with Ding Liren lately. There's been a lot of talk about it. He is obviously one of the best players in the world, but currently probably not playing the candidates. What is happening?
Well, it's difficult for him, both in terms of COVID in the past, but also to get visa, actually, to travel to Europe. And unfortunately, the Grand Prix series is in Europe. And he won't be able to qualify for this year's candidates, which is a shame because he's one of the best players in the world.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
The chess world is asking for it, right? They're like asking FIDE to come up with something so we can have Ding Liren.
Yeah, I mean, we saw on Twitter the other day, Peter Heine, Magnus's coach, suggested maybe having a match being played between Ding and Rajabov, which got the wild card for this year's candidates. So obviously, I mean, you want the best players in the world to compete in the candidates. So it's a shame. It's unfortunate, but it's not easy to find a good solution either, I guess.
Definitely. We see it here. World ranking in classical #3, Ding Liren, world #1, Magnus Carlsen. We will definitely get to see them play now. And they're both not having the best tournament so far.
Yeah, Ding, he had a good first day. Now probably he's getting tired. You know, he's playing in the middle of the night. But actually, there's been a lot of wins in the recent rounds with the black pieces. So maybe Magnus will feel happy to actually play this game with the black pieces.
And is Magnus Carlsen ready yet? I don't think I saw him, but Ding Liren, he is getting ready. He's looking awake. He is looking fresh. What do you expect from this one, David?
I think it's going to be very close. Ding has given Magnus plenty of trouble before, especially when Ding does have the white pieces. So Magnus, it's all about bouncing back, just recovering from that shock, that mouse slip or blunder, whatever it was. But yeah, Ding knows that he has a decent track record against Magnus with white, and he will want to continue that. I'm expecting him to just stick to his guns, do his usual thing, open very classically, and try and put Magnus under pressure. As Askell mentioned, both sides now need to avoid defeat. They're precariously placed in those final qualification spots, and defeat could be disastrous for either of them.
See Magnus Carlsen sitting down in his very sharp-looking secret lab chair. Oh, and looking off. There he is. What do you think he's feeling right now, Jovanka, after another loss?
Well,
with the white pieces.
I think that he will recover from his loss pretty
he's usually
easily.
Very good at that, right?
And Henrik, during the interview that we did, the chess talks, told me that whenever he was struggling as a child, he was always saying, "No, don't worry, Papa. You know, next game. It's the next game that counts."
Wow!
And so he'd always had this forward-looking ability. So I think Magnus will. Okay, maybe he might be a bit frustrated, but as soon as he sits down and picks up the mouse and makes his move, it will be all over. Everything's forgotten and it's a new game.
Okay, and here we go.
Here we go, some very quick moves at the beginning. Ding nearly always opens the game in this way. He always starts with his queen's pawn. He loves to hit the white light squared bishop on what we call a fianchetto on this square, actually on the longest possible diagonal. And Magnus is kind of playing copycat, just erecting a very strong pawn center there. And now both sides will just castle their kings over the next couple of moves, get those to safety, and again, a battle for the center of the board. I've actually had this exact position as black against Ding myself, and Magnus has experimented with this type of opening with white lately, but also very experienced from the black side. And now, completely symmetrical position. Everything was balanced until this point. It's still complete symmetry. It's copycat game, and yeah, right now, a big question for Ding. What to do next? How to stop Magnus from copying his moves? It's the most frustrating thing in chess. When I first learnt the game, I remember all of my opponents, they would just copy every single move I played, and somehow I didn't know how to punish them. And that is happening now. It's quite rare, I must say, but okay, it's also rare to see two dings. Two dings are better than one, but there we go. Magnus is back. And actually, the position is about to repeat itself. I hope we're not going to see a quick draw at this early stage. Magnus now deciding whether to put his knight in the center of the board or whether to try a different strategy. So right there, okay, this is the second time we've seen this position. Ooh. Ding last time brought the white knight out, the black knight retreated. Okay, will we see white retreat his knight? The game's over, guys. Anticlimax. It's a quick draw.
I'm surprised. These two playing a quick draw?
It is a little bit surprising, especially when you take into account the standings.
Yeah.
I mean, they're round the danger zones when it comes to the qualifying spots. But maybe they thought, hang on a second, let's focus on the other games.
Yeah.
And Magnus will be facing Dudar next.
I'm surprised.
So I think somebody needs to explain what just happened.
Yeah.
I have no clue. What just happened?
So in chess, there's a rule. If the position repeats itself 3 times, the game is declared a draw. And the players, they just repeated the moves very quickly. It was not forced. It was not obligatory. They could have varied. They could have gone for something different, especially Ding. There's pressure on the white player. It's kind of, you're honor bound with white to at least try something, to put some, to try and create a game. But Ding just went straight for the draw, and Magnus said, okay, maybe coming off the back of that difficult defeat earlier, he just went for it as well. But to see a repetition of the position that early is so rare in chess, especially two players with a reputation for being fighters, especially with this new tournament format. We're kind of valuing wins so much more than draws, and they're risking their position. The draw is an okay result for both, but not a good one. And I'm just disappointed. I wanted to see a game between them.
This is going to affect the fighting chess index for these 2 players.
It certainly will.
Yeah.
I mean, I was looking at the round 10 scores. Of course, Ding lost to Anish Giri, so that probably explains why he just wanted some time to reset.
Yeah.
Maybe take a power nap, open some windows. I don't know, just get some freshness back into his play. But yeah, you're right, Kaja. The fighting chess index is going to be affected.
It is.
It's going to go down. I'm sorry, guys. It is a little bit disappointing because we fans are kind of after that spectator sport. We want those 2 gladiators battling it out against each other. And who knows, it might come back to bite them. There's
Definitely
still a few games left.
Yeah,
especially with this football scoring system we're using.
Exactly.
Last season on the tour, we had some of these quick draws, but that was with a different scoring system, and now we're trying to eradicate it. That's the first quick draw we've seen this tournament, actually, to be fair to the players. They've been fighting. So 1 round of kind of easy relaxation. We'll forgive them this one time, but I don't want to see that again.
Yeah.
But is it to any benefit? To any of them?
No, not really.
Other than resting for some time? Go out and get some fresh air, or
avoiding defeat. Maybe they've both had difficult runs, actually, the last few games. Ding's lost a couple of games lately. Magnus just lost. I think they just want to recover and, as you say, get some fresh air, get a break, and they're going to hope that they're fresher than their opponents in the coming games.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's strange, disappointing.
Probably getting some fresh air or going into Chess24 Premium and watching the interview with Henrik Carlsen is something they can do, and something you guys at home can do as well. But we are going to jump into, obviously, another game here in round 11. It's Jan-Krzysztof Duda who's been struggling this tournament. Only 9 points so far against Anish Giri, winning 2 games in a row so far today. On fire with great air quality, probably. What's happening in this game, David?
Okay, still early days in this game. We're jumping in just after the opening, so we haven't missed much. This, for viewers at home who are keen on opening names, this was the Sicilian Defense, I believe. So we've seen a trade of a couple of pieces so far. The pawn structure, however, is slightly imbalanced. So white has an extra pawn in the middle of the board. If you look at the 2 central files, the E and the D files, white has 2 pawns there, black only has 1. So in these types of positions, white long-term has a small advantage, but currently black is well centralized, black is well developed, rook's connected, everything else pretty much balanced. So early days, it's just going to be about who understands the position better, who can, again, initiate that action in a favorable way. And, okay, Anish starts with a mysterious rook move, planting his rook behind one of his own pawns. This is something we normally never, ever recommend. Rooks want to be on open files. But I guess black's idea is to move the black knight out of the way and then push the pawn in front of that black rook that has just moved. And he will hope to open things up in that fashion. That is black's plan over the next 3 or 4 moves.
It's a very clever move, right? Because it's kind of also anticipating what Duda is going to be doing, which is this pawn break. You know, he's saying, yep, I'm going to open up this line. And Anish is just going, yeah, I'm going to be ready. Because you see that pawn that is that the rook is looking at, that is a target.
Yeah, I must admit, I don't like the move by black at all. I mean, I understand the point behind it. I think it's clever, this rook move, because you want to, as mentioned, move this knight out the way, and once this bishop retreats, then you push this pawn forward, and suddenly rooks opposite enemy queens. It can be very effective. White's queen unhappy here. But the reason I don't like it, Ivanka, is because this move, the bishop can land on this square, hitting the black rook, and you have to move it again. You have to lose time. This rook's already moved once, 2 moves ago, has to move again. And, OK, maybe this position is still fine for black, but you've lost time, and I hate losing time in my games. So right now, that is the dilemma facing Anish Giri. Can he push this pawn forward? He has moved his knight, actually, so he is destined to lose time against his rook because this bishop's going to attack it. And if you have to move it again, now white can maybe start centralizing rooks. White can maybe just step the queen forward 1 square, step the pawn forward. White has 1 extra move compared to a position he could otherwise have got. So, yeah, very strange maneuver there by Anish Giri. And he has indeed moved his rook for a 2nd time in a few moves.
Wow. Well, Anish Giri, he has had a good day so far. These are the standings after 10 rounds out of 15 in the preliminaries. Jan Nepomniachtchi on top with incredible 23 points. We also see then Vladislav Artemiev in 8th place, currently qualified for the knockout stage, but Levon Aronian currently outside, and so is Jan-Krzysztof Duda, who has struggled a little bit so far this tournament. Anish Giri, he has a very good day today, currently now in 2nd place. Must be the air quality today for Anish Giri.
Yeah, so I think this includes the result we just saw between Magnus Carlsen and Ding. So imagine if Levon Aronian in 9th place, he's in great form in general. If he wins, he will leapfrog both those players in 5th and 7th place. If Vladislav Artemiev in 8th wins, he will leapfrog them as well. So Magnus, Ding, not feeling safe at all.
Oh.
They really need to up their game in the next few rounds.
Yeah, it's a strange, a little bit of a strange day. Something going on maybe with Magnus Carlsen. He has been down with COVID. That could definitely be a reason why he needed a little bit of a break now before round 12, final round of today. That will start in 50 minutes. But first, we're going to follow all the action here in round 11. Both players leaning back, looking at the board. Is this a tense position?
It is quite a tense position, and actually, I realised there was quite a big threat. There was a trap that Anish Giri had set, one that I would maybe have fallen into. If we just go into the position briefly, we can see that Anish Giri, as black, did have a sneaky idea. So white's most natural move, maybe most logical move, would be to improve one of these 2 rooks. They're not doing anything. Every other piece is moved and is active. But if you move one of these rooks, for example, if you activate this rook, swinging it across, attacking this pawn with the queen and the rook now, then black would have pushed a pawn forward and trapped this white bishop on the edge of the board. There's no retreat now for this bishop. This pawn is protected by black's bishop, and the queen will win this bishop on the next turn. So very, very sneaky idea. That is why you always got to consider your opponent's threats. First thing you look for in any position. If your opponent doesn't have a threat, then you can kind of continue with your plans. So this move is what Duda wanted to play, but it wasn't possible. So he lifted up his queen, and now black's move isn't possible. If the pawn pushes, now it would lose protection of the knight. White would simply win a piece. So very clever play by both sides. And yeah, let's go back to the players. I expect to see white now centralize the rooks, if possible. And I do prefer white's position because level pawns, but white has extra pawns in the middle of the board. And compared to flank pawns on either side, central pawns are more important in the middle game, especially while queens are on the board.
All right. After that quick draw, I'm feeling a little bit down. So I have a little bit of a negative question because we keep talking about the importance of great air quality. You know, you can think faster, you can think better. How bad can it go if you have really bad air quality? And I mean, like, is it deadly?
If you want to talk about death, yeah, you could end up there, but there's definitely a long path.
That's good to hear.
There. Long term, we do know that things like radon have a big impact. Could lead to pneumonia, cancer, a lot of things in worst cases. So, but I mean, first thing is to actually monitor the air.
Yeah.
Why worry until you actually know that the indoor air is bad, but high levels of particulates, like particles in the air, radon, those are kind of things, chemicals in the air that actually goes into your body and out your bloodstream, and thereby could impact your overall health.
Yeah,
for sure.
I, for example, love lighting candles. You know, dark Norway. It's so nice. You know, in a night I can light 20 candles all over my apartment. And that must be kind of bad.
That's not a good thing.
Yeah, I know. Ugh.
I'm sorry to say that.
What about not candles, but the scent diffusers? You know?
It's the same thing.
Really?
Yep.
No.
Because you're releasing things in the air, right? So it's still the same concept, unfortunately. Which is why when you work with indoor air quality, like I do, all the lights at home is electric. Even the candle ones are electric. So you get a bit paranoid. if you work in the industry.
I can imagine. What was like when you started working with Airthings? What sort of things did you change in your home environment?
I think the first of all was just to, be very, very, very paranoid in general and make sure that we have fresh air all the time. So when we looked to buying a house, it was super important to have balanced ventilation to bring in. That was like the number one criteria. Like schools for the kids, all that other stuff, not important. We need good air. In the house.
Windows to open and just balanced air. Is it better with the newer buildings rather than buying an older house?
It's better with newer buildings if you have balanced ventilation, because that's one of the things, right? Some people have heard about sick building syndrome, which means that you build more airtight buildings, houses, so you don't actually, you don't get rid of all the indoor chemicals, which is why ventilation is super important. So there was a time when we modernized, we got more airtight buildings, but the ventilation, the capability of getting fresh air in, wasn't the top priority. So new houses, new buildings with proper ventilation, that's the best.
Okay. Well, my apartment is quite new, so I'm glad to hear that, even if I light a lot of candles.
I live in an old house, but aren't they meant to breathe?
But old houses do breathe. So that's the difference. So you do have small cracks, small openings, energy leakage, but you do get some natural ventilation, which is same for cabins and things like that as well.
Bad news in a storm, though.
That's true.
The whole building shakes.
All right. I do hear some moves coming out, David. What's happening on the board?
So a few moves, but nothing too special has happened. White now just jumping forward with the knight, trying to attack one of the black pawns. And Jovanka, whose position do you prefer? Personally, I slightly prefer white's, but you could make an argument for both sides here.
White has the centre. I'm a big fan of that. But I do like Anish's last move, which was also my instinct, which is just to centralise the bishop and just to lengthen the scope of its diagonal. Look at where it's pointing to. It's pointing towards the white king. And now it's going to be a question for Duda. How does he deal with this active piece? Does he take measures to kick that bishop back, or is he perhaps just going to play around that bishop's magnificence and do something else?
Yeah, that is a big question. That's the pressing question for Duda right now. And Duda is not in form. He hasn't won in the last 2 days. So he will be slightly worried about any potential attack against his king. Often, if you're not in great form, you start to see ghosts. You start to overprotect your king or start to worry a bit too much about your opponent's ideas. And you could imagine, for example, the black queen starting to line up against the white king, and suddenly it would be disastrous. So for sure, some of those ideas in mind about trying to eliminate this black bishop, you can do that in two ways. One, which is a bit loose, a bit risky, but could be very effective, would be to push this pawn forward. Next, trying to push another pawn forward, trying to create that strong pawn center. For example, if black just moves, you could push again forward, attacking this bishop. But the problem is, once this bishop moves, there are a few squares for it, protected now by the black knight. Now, these pawns are a bit loose, especially this guy in the center. It's attacked twice by black's queen and by the rook behind it, and it's not so easy to defend. So this one has pros and cons, pushing white's pawns forward. That's the problem with pawns. They don't step backwards, and they never cover squares that they lose track of. I was about to say the second way to get rid of this bishop is to trade it off with a piece rather than attack it with a pawn. And Duda is going to try and do that. He's retreated his knight. That knight looked very nice and pretty in the center, but now his idea is that, for example, if black swings the queen across, threatening a checkmate against this square, using the queen and bishop together, then white can solve that problem and go on the attack at the same time, defend and attack, hitting this queen now with the knight, hitting the bishop, but more importantly, defending this square as well. And now, next move, once the black queen runs from this attack, you're guaranteed to eliminate black's best piece. And if this piece disappears, black is left with a rather sad knight on the edge of the board. And actually, if this happens, for example, a trade here, this knight is simply destined to stay on the edge of the board for probably the rest of the game. It's that bad a piece. It's actually dominated by white's bishop and white's queen. There's nowhere really safe for this knight to go. So that is Duda's plan. He wants to relocate his knight round and eliminate the black bishop. Takes a while, but it will be very effective if he can make it happen.
Yeah. And what's quite nice is that the queen is located on that c3 square, because black really wants to trap that bishop that's sitting there all by itself. But as long as the queen is sitting on that particular dark square, black cannot push the desirable b6, b5 pawn.
Yeah, white's queen just keeping an eye on that black knight. And yeah, it's a very tense position. This one, despite the computer saying 0.1 being roughly in the middle, all three results possible, anything can happen. It just means that there's chances for both sides right now. And Anish leaning forward, slightly low on the clock as well. You can tell he's not entirely happy with his position. I also saw Anish, those CO2 levels, oof, they've been rising a lot today, throughout the day.
And talking about CO2 levels, Moy Reach on Twitter says, well, on a selfie, that Airthings is giving him there in Aberdeen the green light.
Ooh.
And they also want to see the return of the original Play Magnus chess set. They want to buy it.
Ah, the plastic black and white one.
Exactly.
That's very nice.
It's very, very nice, and it's very, very popular on social media.
Yeah, yeah. They are very nice. They're easy to carry around. Yeah, look at that.
Look at that.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
Green light, and it's a wave as well. This is the magic one where you just wave at it and everything is okay. And we do have a move from Anish. He's just developed his rook, pointing it on a semi-open line. And also we got a big hello from Kelvin, who is watching from Kenya.
Ah,
that's so cool that everyone is watching from different parts of the world. And he also says that he loves our commentary.
Thank you, Kelvin.
Thank you, yeah.
We really love having you with us.
And if you too want to share your selfies, you want to send us any questions or any questions about chess or even about air quality, because we are very lucky to have Joachim here on hand to help us, then you can tweet us using the hashtag ChessChamps.
Definitely. Do that, everyone. And we have something else to say to you as well that you should do. You can. We've launched something called Tour Badges this season. So for every tournament, there's going to be a new badge, and with every badge comes loads of perks that you can gather. So if you go into Chess24 the /tour/badges, you can read more about this and start collecting those badges, which is very cool. Imagine to have all 9 badges. Have you collected yet, David?
These badges?
Yeah.
Not yet.
Because you're commentating, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
But maybe when I go home later, I'll collect them. But no, I'm loyal to Pokemon cards. Those are the only things I
yeah. Did you collect that?
I did.
Yeah,
I was
did
obsessed.
too. Yeah. I also collected Spice Girls photos. And did you have the Pogs in England?
Pogs, yeah.
Yeah, I love the Pogs.
Okay, so anyone at home with a penchant for collecting things? Yeah, now's your chance.
What did you collect, Joachim?
I had the Spice Girls photos.
Did you? It's a Scandinavian thing, probably, then.
Probably.
Yeah.
Very much likely.
With the album, and then you could buy a new... I bought a new package of photos every Saturday. I got like 20 kroners to go buy a package of
I
photos.
still have them.
Do you?
Yeah, I might sell them and, get the pension money at some point.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to be worth loads of money.
Well, some Pokemon cards are. So.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. All right. It feels like this game is a little bit slow so far, David. Will it explode at some point?
Yeah, we're still waiting for that moment, that Braveheart moment, for the game to explode. There is currently a threat in the position. Black's knight has just jumped in, attacking one of the white rooks. So I feel like maybe Giri is trying to be the more ambitious of the two right now. That being said, Duda can just move that rook. There are plenty of safe squares, and I don't think there will be too much to worry about for him, not too much damage to the white position. And this is why you always want a strong center as white or as either color, because even if things go wrong, if you have a strong center like this that white has, you won't be in too much danger. So we saw this knight attack the rook, and now the rook has just sidestepped one square. And this is quite an instructive moment. I don't think greed is good here. Black can actually go and grab a pawn. This pawn is isolated. It's social distancing, very much so from the rest of its pawns. But if Black gets greedy and grabs it, then it would be disastrous. For example, okay, this hasn't happened. I got a heart attack for a moment that Giri had made this blunder, but the white knight could now just jump forward, defending this bishop, but more importantly, removing the defender, this bishop now, of black's knight. And look at these two pieces. This queen is pretty much trapped, ready to be picked off maybe by a white rook later, and also this is a deadly pin. The black knight cannot move because the queen would drop behind it. So greed sometimes is not good. And Anish Giri has played a tricky move. He pushed his pawn forward. And the idea is now that if rook takes knight, we keep coming up on this theme. Now, if we saw a trade here, it would be bishop and knight in exchange for a rook. The bishop and knight would be better. But Anish has a trick in mind. After rook takes knight on this square, pawn takes pawn would be a bit annoying, because now the queen needs to defend its rook. And if you take this pawn back with your pawn instead, then there might be some trouble. Rook takes rook, and suddenly some back rank checks against white's king, which doesn't have much breathing space. You have to take back with the knight. And after a trade on this square, I know this is a lot of moves, but at the very end, we see, yes, it's still bishop and knight for a rook, but now it's easier for black to play because the rook and queen connect, but these two pieces are so far away from each other, they will struggle to coordinate, and I think black would be fine in this position. So, yeah, complicated stuff. Tricky from Anish. This pawn push has initiated the action we wanted, but will Duda allow it?
So how many steps did you go there? I mean, you did some strategic, very many moves ahead.
Yeah, that's the thing. Actually, we talk about calculation in chess, like looking forward, trying to work out my move, then my opponent's move, then my move, my opponent's move. And it's easier to do when it's all forcing. So if I just walk through that again very, very slowly. So here, it's a capture, which is one of the most forcing moves in chess. Apart from a check, it's the most forcing. Then it's another capture and a threat. And then it's another capture. And then it's another capture. So every move is forced. There's no options for either side. So it's easier to work out. I mean, some positions, there's 5 options for white, 5 replies for black. Here, everything is forced. And now black has to take this rook, otherwise you're a piece down. White has to recapture, otherwise white is down material. Now black has to capture this pawn. I mean, it's a free pawn. And we're actually maybe heading in this direction. So this, to answer your question, was... this, to answer your question, was 4 moves each. So 8 moves in total ahead. But the players, they're capable, and this is about to happen on the board. They're capable of finding this thing, this type of thing. So, yeah, a long variation, we often say, is a wrong variation. You don't want to calculate too far ahead unnecessarily, especially if there's lots of branches, lots of alternatives, but sometimes play can be very forcing.
But at some point, these forcing moves will be over. I guess we're here now. So now what?
Now what? That's the question. Now it's no longer forced. Now both sides have options again. So that's where I would stop my calculation if I'm looking in advance.
Yeah. And in this position, you know, we would try to have it in our mind's eye, and then we would try to evaluate. And all those things that David was talking about, you know, the combination of bishop and knight, would they be working well? And what about your opponent's rook? How valuable is that? And then take a look at the pawn structure that Anish Giri has. He has... If you look at one of his pawns, it's unchallenged. It's a 2 versus 1 pawn majority, and that means there's a potential to create a passed pawn. Can these 2 pieces that Duda has, can they hold off that rook and that pawn? And that's the kind of the questions that we would ask ourselves. It's kind of like step back and look at the view. So we've kind of gone into the whole kind of calculations, gone into that deep dark forest, come out of it, take back, look at the view, and Duda took a look at it and he goes, yeah, I think this is fine. Giri, I think he's looking quite positive, actually, from my reading of his body language. He looks like, yep, OK, he's in the zone. He thinks that he has the chances to push.
Cool. Anish Giri, he is on fire today. He has won 2 games so far. Jan-Krzysztof Duda has struggled in this tournament, but Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he won the World Cup about 6 months ago and is ready for the candidates. Anish Giri, what chances do you give him to qualify for the candidates? Not many spots left.
Not many spots left. But Anish Giri, he didn't take part in the first Grand Prix event, so he's got 2 Grand Prix events. If he does well in both, he'll qualify. It's not easy, though, in those types of knockout tournaments. It becomes a bit of a lottery. Everyone is so good. One bad game, and your chances could be gone. So Anish, he's been in training mode. He's mentioned it on Twitter. He loves to tweet. And, yeah, he's ready. He wants this chance at the World Championship. But look at this last move. He's offered now a trade of queens, and I think white should try to avoid that at all costs. If you trade the queens off the board, then suddenly black's 2 versus 1 majority in terms of pawns that Jovanka mentioned, that will become maybe the biggest factor in the position. The white knight and the white bishop, they are starting to combine now, near each other at least, but they will struggle to stop black's pawns if they are not assisted by a queen. So that's why white keeps the queens on the board. Often if you have a kind of diagonal piece like a bishop, a kind of tricky piece like a knight, you need a lateral piece, a piece which controls files and lines like a queen, like a rook, in order to make them kind of achieve their full potential. So if you just have a knight and bishop alone, they can struggle against a rook. But if you have a queen, if you have a rook, they can be fantastic pieces later in the game.
Yeah.
And now it's harder for black to push those 2 pawns forward. White's queen will stop them.
And I just wanted to kind of elaborate a little bit on David's point with the bishop and the knight. Okay, so Anish is insistent that he wants to swap off those queens. And this bishop and a knight, they work well as attacking pieces. So because of the colour of the bishop, it's light squares, the knight and the bishop are forced to attack on the light squares. So they're going to work together, and ideally to get a mating attack, or they will need to work with the queen. So a dream scenario for Duda would be if he somehow manages to launch Harry up the board, fix those light squares around the king, and somehow somehow kind of like improve the diagonal of the bishop and introduce a mating attack towards the king. And it's just light squares. Just think of something happening on the light squares, and that's the dream. There you can see David's highlighted it.
That's definitely one of the plans long-term if Duda can achieve it, but it does take a while. First, you need one move to get your queen out of the possible trade, and then you need black to maybe do nothing, and then, as you mentioned, Jovanka, you need to create some space for your king, maybe launching this pawn up the board so that the king can breathe, some fresh air, and then you need to move your bishop out of the way. But at the moment, the queen is a bit overstretched. She has to defend her knight at the bottom of the board. She has to avoid any possible trades. We could well see a scenario where this queen just kind of lifts her skirts and runs away, but she gets challenged every time. The black queen will follow her around the board, and the queen and rook teaming up. Remember, the trades favour black, so wherever the white queen goes, black will follow. Wherever the white queen retreats, black will follow, and it's not clear where the queen will escape to without allowing that trade.
So you think it's going to be a draw just by this queen dance? Black is going to say, swap queens, white's going to say no, and the dance will continue until the end of time.
Struggling to see what else white can do, simply. So after this queen move, I think Anish has found a great defensive motif. Note how the white bishop as well cuts off the black pawns from advancing, so black has nothing else to do except for play this kind of chasing game of the queens. So, yeah, Duda, he'll be looking for ways to keep the queens alive. OK, he does go to this square, lining it up on the light squares, possibly. But black, I'm pretty sure, is going to chase that queen with his own queen. You can go back to this square to try and challenge. You can also go back maybe to this square and try and challenge. And yeah, it's still roughly balanced. I think I would prefer white, if anyone, just because of the potential of the bishop and knight when they do improve later. But right now, black's pieces, they combine so well. And still, that pawn majority, the 2 versus 1, long term, that is something in the bank for Giri to hope for.
They're also very equal on the clock. It feels like it's a little bit calm before the storm in this game. It just feels like it.
Yeah, I'm hoping Duda, I mean, he is a fighter. Actually, his online chess handle when he plays Blitz is Polish Fighter 3000.
Really?
Yeah, so he calls himself a fighter, so hopefully he won't do what Ding and Magnus did and just repeat the position 3 times and go for that draw. Hopefully he'll find a way to at least avoid the queen trade and keep the game alive. And Duda has to do that. I mean, if he doesn't win this game, I think he's got no more chances. I mean, he's lost 5 games already in this tournament, Duda, and he's really, really struggling.
His fighting chess index is a little bit over 63 out of 100. What is a good number, David? You know, this fighting chess index, it's very new to us, so it's still hard to know to evaluate what the numbers mean. 63.
Yeah, so it's out of 100, so that's decent in terms of attacking chess, kind of fighting chess at least. The top players in the tour that we've seen, they're slightly over 70. That means that they really push for every game, for every result, often playing long games to try and win. So I would say over 60 is decent, but over 70, that's really good in terms of fighting chess. So we'll get to know more about those fighting chess stats as the tour continues, as we get more of a sample size of games, but either way, Duda's score of 63 is decent, and he will hope to improve that. Meanwhile, I'm slightly surprised. Maybe Giri is playing for the win. Maybe he doesn't want the draw. Maybe he's smelling blood that Duda is not in form this tournament. And he's not chasing the white queen. Instead, he's going after that lonely white pawn on the left. Look at that black queen. She's lined herself up with the white king, but also hitting that white pawn. So, yeah, maybe Giri getting ambitious.
Do you like the decision?
I would be scared to play a move like that as black, just because I saw a safer option, and I would be scared of white's pieces suddenly kind of springing out of the box, the knight and bishop, as you mentioned, kind of joining the white queen in attack. But then again, if you're both getting low on time, it's kind of a tricky move. You are creating threats. I like it.
I don't like it at all. I think it would have been much safer to chicken out and just try to offer the trade of queens all the time. Because the kind of thing that I'm worried about is that the knight will just move itself away. And this is the key thing. I have a feeling it might anchor itself and sit on a central square protecting the bishop. And once it does this, so David can highlight where I want my knight to go. It wants to go to the e3 square. And once it does this, okay, so we're seeing it there. And once it's done this, protected the bishop, kind of solidified the placing of the king, then you can get on with the plan that I dreamt about all those moves ago, you know, creating some air for the king, moving the king into safety, and then just torturing black on the light squares.
Yeah, just to show the long-term plan, if white can get the king off the first rank, out of the eye line of the black queen, then suddenly this bishop is no longer pinned, it's free to enter the action, and it will have targets on the light squares. So, yeah, this will be a very weak pawn. We actually saw this pawn be a big weakness in previous days on the tour. And look at this. The white knight has found that square Jovanka mentioned. If we go to the game, actually, it has come at the cost of this pawn. Black has just gobbled up another pawn. So these are past pawns now. They're going to run down the board if they can. They're still far, far away from causing any danger. But white will bring the bishop into the attack. And already, another rhyme we've coined, knights on f5 will thrive. Yes. It's possible for white's knight to jump to this dream f5 square, and suddenly, look at this black king. There are no pieces around it to defend. And suddenly, the knight is attacking already, threatening to jump in with a check and what we call a fork, a double attack. But also, once the queen joins this knight, there are going to be some clear checkmating threats. 2 attacking pieces, no defending pieces around the black king. Yeah. It's a big, big risk that Giri has taken. I think Giri wants to win this game rather than just draw, but look at this. The white knight has indeed jumped forward, and suddenly this king is really hearing the warning signs.
Yeah, there's not only checkmating ideas in the air, but there's also a knight jumping into the e7 square to deliver what we call a fork. There would be,
I think this is a game where it's, you know, for a beginner in chess, you can just sort of see the white pieces better placed. Like the black pieces on the edges so scattered around. And it seems the white pieces are just working better together. Yeah,
exactly. Imagine if the white bishop somehow joins the action as well, then that's why we say knights and bishops together are often better than a rook. So there's simply 2 of them. 2 pieces are better than 1. And alone, they're worth less than a rook. Together, they're worth much more. And Giri maybe suddenly realizing that there are a lot of threats to contend with. And he has to move either his rook or his king right now because of that knight check idea, the knight jumping in to attack them both at the same time. One of them has to move, but do you really want to move the black king? Doesn't look like many safe squares there. And if you move the black rook instead, where do you put it? You could swing it the whole way across, sitting next to the black king. That's a good defensive square, but white would be able to start creating some checkmate threats already with the white queen. And remember, queen and knight together are the dream attacking combo. The knight is the only piece that does stuff that the queen cannot.
Yeah. So, and the black queen totally offside.
Yeah, that's another. Okay, the black king has shuffled off to the corner onto a dark square, slightly safer. But yeah, that's one theme again we've seen throughout the Airthings.
Whoa!
That's one thing we've seen throughout the Airthings Masters. The black queen being offside leads to attacks, and wow, look at this, a knight sacrifice by Duda. He is really working all the angles right now, and we have to show this on the board. This is a trick. The knight actually giving itself up for a key defensive pawn, but if the black king takes it, the sneaky idea is that the queen shuffles across with a check, but it's a double attack. Chess is all about double attacks. And next move, once the king moves out of the check, the rook simply drops off, and white has an extra bishop. Once it joins the action, it's going to be deadly. It will end up on a light square eventually, hitting the black king. So this move, this knight now is poisoned, and if you can't take it, your king is going to be doomed. Whatever you do now as black, if you try and bring the queen back into the defense, then the white knight steps back, and suddenly the king is vulnerable on the dark squares as well as the light squares. What a spot. What a tactic, what a trick by Duda.
Yeah, I loved your line, working all the angles, and it's so true, you know, diagonals and those straight lines. But if I were in Anish's spot, I probably would capture the knight, and I would just take it, because this 3 is the magic number when it comes to checkmating attacks, and I don't want 3 pieces attacking me. So therefore, okay, he's gone for something. I was kind of hoping that the queen and bishop wouldn't coordinate well.
Okay, instead, the black queen dropped back, but look at this, the white knight does simply retreat. The black queen is plugging the holes on the dark squares, but all white needs to do is give his king some breathing space, give it some fresh air. You don't want to move your bishop away and walk into some nasty back rank checkmates. The king has no escape squares now, so you'd have to drop your bishop back again. But once you give this king some breathing space, for example, pushing a pawn forward, next move, no matter what black... Okay, he does this. No matter what black does, you bring your bishop into the attack. And now, if you move your knight out the way, again, there'll be deadly threats along this diagonal. And as Jovanka said, 3 is the magic number. There's 3 attacking pieces. There's only really 1 defender. So this is going to be winning. And these pawns are too slow. These black pawns, they take an age to march down the board. White's attack is far quicker.
Only red numbers on the black king's Airthings device then, I think.
Yeah, the CO2 levels around that black king are pretty high. And the CO2 levels around the white king have suddenly dropped with that breathing space that pawn move has just given it.
It's like opening a window, pushing your pawn, getting some luft around your king. And look at Jan-Krzysztof Duda. You know, he's been leaning back the whole game, looking quite chill. Now he's leaning forwards.
Yeah, you know, it's a huge change in body language, like you say, because before it looked like, okay, this wasn't my tournament, I'm just going to make some moves. And then suddenly, okay, maybe I can get back into it.
Yeah.
After all, it's not how you start, it's how you finish.
Exactly, and 3 points for a win. It's going to take him to 12 points. It's not going to be over for Jan-Krzysztof Duda. He can still qualify for the knockout stage with a fantastic finish to the tournament, to the preliminaries.
And he's one of those players, for him it's all about momentum. We saw it in the World Cup. Once he gets 1 or 2 results, he continues rolling. Some other players, they're very consistent. Sometimes they'll make a draw, they'll be solid, and they'll take a win here, there. But Duda, once he wins 1 game, he often wins several in a row. So, yeah, OK, black's still in big trouble here, but I'm just backtracking to that one moment. I said I liked the fighting spirit behind it, but it was that moment Giri stopped chasing the white queen. He had to continue that harassment of the white queen, try and get the queens off the board, because without queens, black's king will never, ever get checkmated. So that's just instructive for everyone at home. If you're scared of an incoming attack, swap those queens off the board, and you'll be much safer. But Giri now, yeah, he's making some gestures, wincing. He's not happy at all. White's bishop can already join the action. There's not a rush. OK, it chooses slightly strange square, just holding up the advance of black's pawns, but not an attacking square for that bishop yet.
I'm surprised by that one, actually. I thought that he would simply align the bishop and the queen, threaten checkmate.
Maybe we're too hasty. Maybe he's just playing the slow, patient game. He'll stop the advance of those black pawns. He'll improve maybe the white king, push some of those white pawns forward, and then he'll go for the black king. Yeah, I'm surprised as well, I must admit. He's much more controlled than we are, but either way, still a strong position for white.
Intense. Well, the bar has gone slightly down, and it's jumping back up again. It's not over, I suppose, but Giri is fighting hard for a draw here.
Yep, it's not over. But then again, sometimes we talk about the evaluation bar. Sometimes it might say +5 for white, but it's only 1 move, only 1 opportunity. But this is the type of position, it says +2, +3, but it's a long-term advantage. Unless you make a huge mistake, it's going to stay around +1, +2, +3 for a long, long time. You still need to find the killer blow. That is the hard part. But, yeah, it's a long-term advantage for him.
And like you say, you know, he has all the time in the world just to improve his bishop, you know, not even improving. He can just move his bishop, move his knight, get those extra minutes, seconds on the clock. And Anish begging Duda for a queen trade. But, of course, it's not going to happen.
Pigs will fly before Duda takes those queens off the board.
And with the queens on the board and only about a minute on the clock, I mean, there must be possible to blunder for both, I guess, in this position.
Definitely. That's the only thing that could tempt Duda to trade the queens, is that the risk of a blunder becomes a bit less. But then again, if the queens disappear, black's 2 pawns, unrivaled 2 pawns on the left side, would start running down the board. So, yeah, partly for your own attack, partly just because the queen combines so well with minor pieces. He will keep the queens on. And look at this, he dives into the black position, attacking. We talked about isolated pawns. That black pawn next to the white queen is isolated, is a target now. Black's queen can defend it, but some big threats incoming. Okay, Jovanka, what do you think? The black queen will retreat?
Has to retreat. She has to start just doing some repair work and just filling in those holes, like you say. And I think Duda has his pick of moves. He can do whatever he likes. You know, he can just retreat his queen and say, maybe I'm going to try a different direction, or he can try to improve the bishop.
Yeah, white's bishop looks nice and pretty, stopping the black pawns from moving, but it needs to join the attack. The white knight nicely placed as a both attacking and defensive piece. The white queen active, also very nicely placed, but the white bishop is the only one that's not really combining with the other 2 pieces. So how to improve that white bishop?
Less than 30 seconds for Jan-Krzysztof Duda. How is he under time pressure and with speed chess?
Yeah, he's decent. He's maybe not in the same bracket as Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura when it comes to 1 minute, 3 minute chess, but he's won some big blitz events. I think he came joint first at the World Blitz. He ended up losing the tiebreak there to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He's came second in the World Blitz actually previously as well. So one of the best blitz players in the world. But yeah, obviously with 16 seconds, 18 seconds on your clock, it's not easy. Nobody can avoid mistakes in that type of situation. Look at the queen, the dance between the queens as well. Black begging, as Jovanka said, for that queen trade. Just chasing the white queen around the board. But no trade will ever happen.
No.
And white's queen will just sidestep or retreat. Yep.
Yeah, it will retreat, and you know the knight will get ready to launch itself into the center square. So it has 8 squares available. 8 is a lot of squares, David.
8. 8 is a lot of squares. So that's why you called it an octo knight, right?
Yep.
Knights in the middle of the board, they do have these tentacles, just 8 covering 8 squares. On the side of the board, they only cover 4. That's why we say knights in the Roma dim. So white's knight nicely placed now, but could be even better placed in the middle. Yeah, so I'm expecting, well, I don't know what I'm expecting for Anish Giri. I barely see a move that defends here. You have to move maybe the black rook, I was going to say, attacking white's bishop, but Duda just exhaling there. Again, his kind of instincts that are tingling, that there's a knockout blow. Maybe the white bishop just moves, retreats.
Just retreats, maybe attacks the rook. And,
keeping things simple. And the black rook has to move now. Which direction is it going?
Yeah, it's kind of tricky, isn't it? Do you go on the aggressive, let's attack the queen? And he's done that, but I don't know. There's no coordination anymore. It's not defending the king.
Yeah, so for example, the back rank now, the 8th rank, the top row is vulnerable because the rook has evacuated it, and black's king did get checked. It's now forced out of its hiding place, out into the open, and it's got to retreat now, back where it came from.
And now the knight will join into the action. It would launch itself on e5 and start looking at the f7 pawn. Look at it. It's going to fall. There's nothing for it.
Yeah, that black queen is hit. The black pawn, as you mentioned, is hit on the f7 square, the key square of f7 that we've mentioned a few times. I mean, black's rook could give itself up for the white knight, but the white knight protected by white's queen. And now black's queen forced off onto the edge. I mean, there's plenty of moves that I think are winning here. You can even just push a pawn up and attack the black queen, attack the black rook at the same time, a double attack.
Yeah, that's the move we want.
That's the move we see. And yeah, that's a fork. And Giri, he's about to lose his rook. He leans back, but he's not giving up yet.
Ooh.
This is good. We never want to see players give up. We want to see the checkmate. We want to see that end the game. So black's rook, it's gone crazy and sacrificed itself. It was dropping anyway. But on that note, Giri does resign.
Wow.
White's king was about to take that rook, or could even stepped up the board, and that would have been game over.
Wow. Anish Giri is shaking his head. He had such a good day leading up to this, winning both of the first 2 games against strong players as well. But game 3 here against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, who has struggled so far in the tournament, making a comeback here, winning with the white pieces against Anish Giri. Should we take a look at it, David? Where did that win come for Jan-Krzysztof?
Yeah, the win came much earlier on, but maybe just to show the final position, to show why Anish Giri resigned without even seeing Duda's move. After this pawn stepped forward, as we mentioned, with a fork, a double attack, this pawn also protected by White's knight. We saw this rook is doomed anyway, giving itself up for a pawn, but Giri resigned because White doesn't even need to take this rook, which would at least allow some annoying checks. Duda was about to bring his king forward, and look at this black queen. It is trapped. There's no safe squares for it. This knight defended by White's queen, and that is why Giri resigned. A really nice finish by Duda.
On a roll, Jan-Krzysztof Duda maybe, and in the next game, starting in 12 minutes, he's going to face a player who is not on the roll. Magnus Carlsen, coming from a quite shocking loss. Can the world champion make a comeback in the final game of today? Well, we're going to take a little bit of a breather and have a little bit of a commercial break to hear from some of the best chess companies in the world. But we'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game. And get paired with players from around the world, fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
I love sports, so that's how I train. I do football. I've started playing paddle recently. I also do some exercises with a personal trainer. But he always tries to make it about competition because that is what motivates me. I do not know if it's essential to be in good shape to be a good player, but I know that I play a lot better when I do feel well and that I'm at my best physically, for sure.
Hi, so let's take a look at what's on my desk. There is a second screen. This is a laptop, one of my couple of laptops, and this one is here right now. This is my second screen. I use it for when I stream. Don't really use it during the games. I've got also some home desktop there under my table. Also not really using it during the play, but always ready to help me preparing. Got a microphone, a router, that is I think a modem, that's a router. Yeah, I think that's the way. Gotta have the strongest internet connection possible. Here's my Airthings devices. These two are nicely connected to each other. There are way too many wires here, even worse here. I think that's, yeah, that's life. Well, you've got one camera, second camera. See how it nicely sits on the flowers there. Doesn't matter what mouse, but you gotta have a mouse. When it comes to time trouble, you don't want to be clicking here on the touchpad. yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you for watching. Bye-bye.
What a nice setup there for Anish Giri. That's a professional gaming setup.
Yeah, these top players, they know that every little margin is so important for those extra points, and that's why they go for such professional setups. And I'm a bit jealous, to be honest. I need to up my game for sure.
But for Airthings, what is it like to actually see that these top chess players, Airthings device is becoming a crucial part of their setup to have success in these tournaments?
I mean, it's super inspiring. Indoor air quality being important as it is, I mean, it does become a part of the equipment you need to be successful, to improve the cognitive performance and all that stuff that these chess players need to really care about.
Yeah.
We are spending more time. I mean, we are the indoor generation. We're spending a lot of time indoors. When you're 40, you spend 36 years inside.
Really?
And where we know that the pollution can be 5 times worse than outdoors. So it's becoming more relevant to actually look at the measurements indoor.
Wow.
And it's super important for these guys who are going to perform. They're going to do their lives worth their show off on these chessboards.
Oh, is that true? So when you're 40, you've spent 36 years inside?
Yeah, on average. Actually, a funny quote is that Americans, they spend more times indoors than certain whale species spend on the water.
What?
Think about that for a second.
That is insane. Wow. You should be a chess player. You guys and your stats and your numbers, you're all the same. Yeah. Wow. Ooh, this is interesting. Well, David, he's a fantastic chess player and he teaches us a lot of stuff every day, but he has this one moment where he picks out something from a game today to teach us something valuable in chess. So here is today's Lisoveta learning point.
We've learnt a lot about air quality today, but one thing I've learnt today as well from the current leader of the tournament, Jan Nepomniachtchi, is to always look at the opponent's king. In this position, Vincent Keimer, the German player, is white, and Jan Nepomniachtchi is black. Look at the white king. It is trapped. It's all due to this one piece, the black bishop. The black bishop cuts it off, prevents it from escaping, and this allowed a really artistic move by Jan Nepomniachtchi. Here, white's rook is the only defender, the sole guardian of this first rank, and he tried to lure it away by sacrificing a rook. And this rook looks like it's up for grabs, but it is poisoned. If the white rook was distracted and captured this rook now, then this would allow a deadly checkmate. The white king is trapped, nowhere to go, again, because of this bishop. And this black move, rook to d2, did cause white some trouble. Vincent Keimer actually found ingenious ways to defend later on. He had to run away with his rook, but the issue remained. This king was the problem, and Jan Nepomniachtchi instructively showed why it's so important, even at the cost of pawns sometimes, to trap the opponent's king.
All right. As always, taking notes to learn from David's insights. Let's take a look at the results from round 11 out of 15 in the preliminaries. I'm always getting surprised about how many orange marks we have here, meaning won games. Vladislav Artemiev, he just won the game against Vincent Keimer. We see Hans Niemann winning his game against Alexander Kostenyuk. Pragnananda, he lost his game now, but it was to the tournament leader, Jan Nepomniachtchi, winning his 8th game out of 11. That's incredible from the Russian. Li Emle winning against Andrei Yesipenko. Abdusatorov, he won his game against Erik Hansen. And Jan-Krzysztof Duda, as we saw, won the game against Anish Giri. Erik Hansen, is it falling apart for him now, Yemenka?
No, I wouldn't say so. I mean, it's one bad game, but I mean, everything's still to play for. One game where he has to just dig deep and see what he can do.
Yeah, he is still in 4th place and inside top 8 to qualify. Ding Liren is currently the player in that crucial 8th place. We do see Abdusatorov in 9th. Levon Aronian still outside top 8. What is it about for him now with only, 4 games to go, David?
Yeah, things just haven't clicked for Levon Aronian. We mentioned him as one of the men in form, actually one of the in-form players in the whole chess world right now with some great results. For him, he's actually quite close, so he just needs to take his chances when they come. He hasn't been quite as ruthless as we're used to seeing from him.
Would you say it's still possible for most of these players to qualify for knockouts?
Yes, definitely. Even players, if you look all the way down in 15th, such as Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, he is the type of player who could catch fire. If he wins 3 of his last 4 games, he's got a decent chance. If he wins all of his last 4 games, he might well be in there. So I'm not writing anyone off just yet.
All right. Let's take a look at round 12, final round of today. Vladislav Artemiev, he's going to face Shakhriyar Mamedyarov and Anish Giri against Levon Aronian. That's a big matchup. Andrei Esipenko against Eric Hansen. Eric Hansen, he won 1 game today, but lost 2 so far. Jan Nepomniachtchi on fire now against Liam Le. Vincent Keimer against Hans Niemann, but we will follow the game between Magnus Carlsen coming from a quick draw against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, coming from a strong win against Anish Giri. Before that starts, we're going to see a few more of your selfies. We are getting ready for the final round of today, round 12 out of 15. In the preliminaries, we're going to follow Jan-Krzysztof Duda, coming from a win against Anish Giri. And what an important win, Askild. He's had a bad tournament, but now, maybe, chances to qualify.
Absolutely. And with the new scoring system, any player can, as David mentioned, can still qualify. And it's an important game now, both for Magnus and for Duda. Magnus is not playing at his best level, but he would want to finish the day off with a win against his rival from Poland.
What do you think Magnus has done now? So it was a quick draw, 50 minutes to sort of reset and get ready for the final game.
Maybe get some food, some water, try to relax. We know he's been sick, probably some lack of energy. And again, there's so many players in that. I think there's 5 players now on 17 points, including Magnus. Duda is on 15, so just a couple points behind, and anything can happen.
Yeah, and Duda, he is a player that Magnus Carlsen has struggled with a lot, right?
Yeah, I mean, he did lose against Duda in the World Cup, and Duda won the World Cup. He had a great year last year, but on the tour, Magnus has actually been quite dominant in their head-to-head ties. Yeah.
So even if Jan-Krzysztof is a very strong speed player, he hasn't been at his very best in the Meltwater Champions chess or online rapid chess.
Yeah, and I also think, at least on the tour, Magnus has the advantage, you know, the psychological advantage when they two face each other. We also remember from the tour finals, Duda and Magnus was playing here in the studio. I think Magnus had some crushing results against him then. So if he can find back to that form, it could be a good finish to the day for Magnus.
All right. Ding, ding, ding. It's what we hear, David. The game has started. And what are we seeing?
We're seeing the Sicilian Defense, one of the most popular openings in chess, but also from black, one of the most counter-attacking openings in chess. And Magnus hasn't handled it in the traditional way. He's putting his own personal stamp on this opening. White's queen coming out very early. We normally recommend not to do this. So definitely don't try this at home, especially if you're first starting out the game. White's queen now, attacked by the black knight, is going to have to retreat. Queens are the most valuable pieces, so you need to save them for later. Anytime the queen is attacked, she has to retreat because she's always going to get hit by lower valued pieces. So Magnus losing some time with his queen there, but he's opened up the center, and he is now also ready as white to castle the king off to the queen side, to the left side of the board. That is quite rare in chess in general, but in the open Sicilian, it's one of the most fighting ways to handle the position. And I think Magnus is going to do that over the next 2 or 3 turns. White's king is going to go off to that left side. Black's king is probably going to park itself on the opposite flank. And then we're going to see both sides race to try and attack the enemy monarch. And yeah, right now, rare position, Jovanka?
It is rare position. I'm just looking at who's played this with the white pieces, and I can only see one grandmaster, Predka. Apart from that, it's just been international masters and very strong amateur players. So not the most popular opening choice. So maybe Magnus is resorting to his old strategy of just kind of catching his opponent unawares and in some sideline.
Yeah, and it shows he's over that quick draw he had earlier against Ding with black. Maybe he wasn't in a fighting mood, but now he definitely is, because this opening with white is really, really dynamic. Already there's an imbalanced pawn structure, especially if, as mentioned, both kings castle on opposite flanks. That, in chess, that's one of the most kind of double-edged things. So right now, white just pushes a pawn, solidifies the white pawn stronghold in the center, and yeah, we'll see black start to develop pieces now as well, starting with this dark squared bishop on a great diagonal. We should mention this black bishop. It's a defensive piece, but also potentially an attacking piece too. Early days, but I'm excited. I think this is going to be a fun game to watch later.
Okay, cool.
I was a little bit surprised, actually, by black developing that dark squared bishop. It looks like the most natural move on the board. After all, black wants to get his king to safety, but is it going to be so safe? Because, you know, as David highlighted, the white king is planning to go on the opposite side, to the left side. And when that happens, when the kings are on different sides of the board, it's war. And you're going to see trades of the dark squared bishop, you're going to see pawn storms, you're going to see everything. So I thought maybe it was kind of a sophisticated way of playing to delay that dark squared bishop and instead concentrating on developing the other pieces.
Yeah, I guess, Jovanka, as black here, you would be afraid of quite a thematic idea, one we've seen time and time again in this type of position, the bishop coming and trading off black's pride and joy. And, OK, Magnus not committing his king yet, but this type of idea is typical. We see a trade here. You'd never, ever want to capture white's bishop, because this would allow the white queen in the vicinity of your king. And now there would be checkmating ideas all over the place. This black king lacking defenders, only one real defender this night, and that's not going to be enough on the dark squares. So Magnus is going to keep that one up his sleeve for later. Instead of going for this bishop trade first, he has actually, if we catch up with the game position, just improved his knight. So just brought his knight towards the center. He's waiting for black to put his king on this side, and then he's going to go on the attack. And the attack includes moves as the one we mentioned, getting rid of this defender, but also if Ginger GM was here in the studio with us, Simon Williams, he would no doubt throw this pawn up the board in order to activate the white rook actually on this line towards the black king later on. Push this pawn forward and try to initiate some trades to open up this key attacker.
And Ginger GM will be with us in the studio tomorrow. So looking forward to that.
Yeah, so right now it's tension. Neither side really wants to commit the king, because once you show your opponent, like, there we go, just a bishop move instead. Once you show your opponent where you're going to put the king, that is the signal for them to attack. So often you delay it and delay it and delay it as long as possible, because then your opponent can't commit to the attack yet. If white went on the attack on one side, then the black king maybe would run to the other side of the board. So that's why they're playing with pieces, and they're actually disobeying the classical rules here of castling your king as early as possible. Normally, you want to get your king to safety on one of the flanks, but here they're just hoping that they're safe enough in the middle for now, the two kings.
And, well, Magnus has now posed a very pressing question to Duda. He's attacked the knight, he's attacked the bishop with his knight, and he's saying, hey, do you want to make a trade? And instinctively, I'm like, no, because I like my bishops. But this is the type of position where every move that you make matters. So would you just come out with the queen to the side of the board, leave the bishop there, or would you kind of go, oh, sound the retreat?
Yeah, very good question, Jovanka. I guess once you've said A, you normally say B, and OK, he does commit his king. If black's bishop did run away from a potential trade, then you've moved your bishop twice in the opening. You don't normally want to move the same piece twice. So you're right, white definitely will be tempted now to use the knight and capture black's light squared bishop. But knights and bishops worth roughly the same. It's not clear that that necessarily benefits white yet. I think black just needed to save as much time as possible. And now he's ready to castle with the king, because white doesn't have this idea that we highlighted of white's dark squared bishop coming and trading off the bishop next to the black king. So Duda kind of waited to an opportune moment, and he has committed the king. The computer evaluation, though, shot up in white's favour. So maybe thinking that white's potential attack against the black king is going to be quicker than any potential attack that black can organise against white's king. And there we go. Simon Williams would be proud watching, I think, from his hotel room in Oslo, throwing pawns now towards the opponent's king. This is what we want to see. No quick draws, just both sides attacking each other And black yet to organize an attack, but white is ready. If that pawn pushes one square further forward, white's rook in the corner is ready to join the attack and actually maybe even decide the game quite quickly.
Harry the h-pawn. And that is one of those fashion moves, basically, in chess, super popular with every top player now.
Yeah, in certain openings, this type of pawn push has always been popular, but now modern computers, especially AI like AlphaZero, they have showed that pushing the pawns in front of your rooks, actually, that can be even more effective than humans previously thought. So, yeah, in all types of positions, all types of random positions, that pawn is whizzing up the board and causing trouble now. And, OK, meanwhile, Duda centralizes his knight.
Yeah, I have to say our friend Simon Williams was a real pioneer in that field.
Yeah.
He was doing it long before anyone thought it was any good. And in fact, everyone thought that he was a bit nuts. Yeah. They were just like, Simon plays this rook move, pawn move, anywhere, anytime, against anything. And, OK, we do have some moves because that h-pawn, Harry, has found itself on the 5th row.
I mean, that is so... Whoa, look
that
at
is
that
scary.
h-pawn.
Yeah, and it's now gone. And now you can see, as David highlighted, that rook in the corner, that now has a nice open line. And all white needs to do now is start attacking along the dark squares.
Yeah, and there's a real dilemma right now for Duda as well. Do you capture with this pawn, but now this rook is on a he has done this, it's on a completely open line towards the black king. Now all you need to do is really eliminate this defender, and then there's going to be checkmating ideas all over the place. The other option was actually tempting as well, but less appealing, because now there's an open diagonal towards the black king in this way. So either capture there had pros and cons. Duda, though, really playing with fire at this early stage. And look at the evaluation bar. It really likes white's position. I would be very, very tempted at some point to just move this knight out the way, either this way or even retreat it one square. And then if you can just bring your bishop, eliminate this guy, it's going to be checkmate. For example, if black takes a timeout, bishop moves forward, and no matter what black does now, it's just checkmate. The white queen jumps in, and the queen and rook together are the most fearsome duo, even stronger than the queen and knight sometimes. And this is already checkmate. And this is with natural moves. We could see a checkmate in under 20 moves, unless... OK, he's actually gone for this, Magnus Carlsen. Unless Duda's really coming up with some genius defense, I think we're going to see Magnus just crush this game. This is already a deadly idea. If this bishop drops, if this bishop gets exchanged, then black's king is doomed.
How impressed are you with the world champion right now?
Well, it is impressive, but at the same time, I'm a little bit shocked by Duda's play, because this is very thematic. Everything that David's highlighted is the dream of every English chess player. We love this kind of frame of attack. Push the h-pawn up the board, trade of the dark squares, checkmate along the h-line. I mean, we've kind of made it into a formula, and I'm just a bit shocked that Duda hasn't he's taken big risks and hasn't quite taken care of his king.
He's allowed Magnus to get everything he wanted, and it's still such an early stage in the game. Jovanka, you made me chuckle there, because you're right. In kind of world chess in general, they regard the English as having no culture, no sophistication.
Really?
We see our opponent's king, we just go for the opponent's king. It's like caveman chess. In Russia, they just like to control everything, take their long-term strategic advantages. In England, we just want to go for checkmate. But sometimes it's effective, and Simon Williams has perfected that art, and Magnus now.
Yeah.
I mean, he's making it look simple. It's just step by step. Open a line for your rook, get rid of your opponent's best defender, and then checkmate. And Duda knows, I mean, you can see in his body language, he knows he's already struggling. And the more I look at it, the more I think he's going to have to take some drastic measures, maybe even some crazy sacrifices, just to survive another few more moves. But it's not going to be easy.
Yeah.
It's already back to the wall defensive job for Duda.
It kind of reminded me of, your comment really reminded me of two chess variations that we've named. So one of them is called the 150 attack. And under the English grading system, I think 150 is round about, I would say, 1700, right? So a strong player, but not contending at the highest levels. And the 150 attack is basically named like that because it says even a 1700 player can play this attack very efficiently. And then we have another one, which is kind of along the modes of this, which is called the Barry. And you're like, well, why is it called the Barry? And it's like we have this expression, any Tom, Dick and Harry. Well, it's like any Tom, Dick and Barry could play this. Yeah.
The Brits and the puns.
Yes.
Yeah, that's one of the things I fell in love with when I first started chess. Every opening name has a quirky reason behind it. I mean, the hippopotamus defense, the orangutan opening, like there's plenty of openings, and there's always a sneaky reason. Some are named after great players, of course, some are named after places, but yeah, those ones you mentioned, Jovanka, and actually those ones have very similar ideas to this opening. So it's always the same idea. You put your bishop on one square, you line it up with the queen, you open up the rook, and checkmate. And yeah, maybe Duda just not familiar, well, of course he's familiar with these ideas, but maybe just not familiar with the defensive ideas that he could have employed. Yeah. I think his big mistake was committing the black king. He should have kept Magnus guessing for a few more moves. Once he put the king on this side of the board, that was like a red flag to a bull. Magnus immediately going for the king, and this is just a deadly threat. White's bishop going and trading itself off for the black dark squared bishop. This is one to remember for everyone at home.
Wow.
So is there any way for Duda to defend? I mean, it looks... I don't see a natural way, to be honest with you. Yeah, maybe the knight can come and try to block the rook's line on the corner.
Yeah, so the black knight could maybe plug this file temporarily, but it's definitely a short-term measure. I mean, once white castles the king, at some point soon, the pawn will come up and dislodge this knight, and then it's back where you came from. The black knight has to retreat, and then the same ideas again. I just have a feeling that at some point in the next few moves, for example, if the rook comes across, the bishop comes up, black is just going to have to step back with his bishop. This bishop is just worth too much. And even if it comes at the cost of material, at least after bishop takes rook, now queen takes, the queen comes to the defense and stops white from entering on this square because the queen covers it. So I think black's going to have to give up something in order to just survive. And we should also mention what Magnus has just done. He's put his knight on this square, meaning that any trade, for example, knight takes, will just be met by a capture, and black loses even more time. And every move matters now. Black can't afford to lose time just making trades because it's all about the king. And this idea is still in the air.
That is the sort of the name for the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour this year. Every move matters.
Yeah, every move does matter here. And I think if Duda doesn't find an accurate defense, or, I mean, if he doesn't find something really, really sneaky to trick Magnus, Magnus's moves are just so easy to find and logical, and we could be looking at what we call a miniature in chess. That's a win under 20 moves.
Ooh,
you nearly never see that at top level. Yeah, so I'm liking that tweet as well. Me, blunders, and Magnus Carlsen.
Our funny viewers.
Yeah, they're great, and keep those tweets coming. And remember, you just use the hashtag #ChessChamps. So yeah.
Yeah, poor Duda, head in hands. Yeah. He's been on such a hot streak, actually, the last couple of games, but suddenly his chances might be disappearing.
Because it was, yesterday, the last game was his first victory in the tournament. So maybe he was riding high and thinking, yes, I've turned my luck around. And then, okay, he meets Magnus. Magnus tricks him like this. And now he's struggling. And there's no decent way, because even the lines where David showed where black tries to sacrifice, just give away some material just to stay alive, it didn't look great.
Yeah.
It didn't look great because none of black's pieces were in great squares.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Magnus there, he knows he's done the hard work, but maybe feeling the effects of COVID still, just covering his head, maybe just trying to work out some variations, calculate. That's often the body language you see of chess players. They're often looking at the ceiling, as in the Queen's Gambit show, or they're looking off to the side or head in hands. I often pretend sometimes I'm genuinely having a nap at the board, but normally I just close my eyes when I'm trying to calculate. And
Have you fallen asleep by the board, David?
Oh, too many times.
Really?
I shouldn't say this on air, but I was playing for England lately and I fell asleep for around 20 minutes, so that was...
in over-the-board classical chess, of course.
I hope nobody's watching from the England team. But, yeah, luckily I woke up and I still had enough time on my clock to... I made a draw against Artemiev in that game, so it didn't cost me anything too much, but... You need to be fresh, and maybe the air wasn't great in that room.
Exactly. So in a classroom, I can remember this, falling asleep in a classroom. What is the problem in a classroom or in a room when people start falling asleep? Is it too warm? Is it some particles?
It's the CO2.
It is okay.
Definitely. So that's very common in office environments, and people sitting down to take decisions, and they discuss for hours and hours and hours, and then they think they're going to be able to make a decision by the end of the meeting when they've built up all the CO2 in the meeting room and nobody's thinking straight. And that's usually when you think like, same with when you're driving a car, you think like you're tired, maybe you need a coffee, or it's usually the CO2. So usually what you need is just fresh air.
Just open the window.
Open the window. If you're driving in the meeting room, open the door, things like that. Simple tricks.
Wow.
So the raising CO2 is very the common reason for the drowsiness you're feeling.
So, but in businesses then, if you, like you say, they're in a meeting for a couple of hours, and then they're going to take that huge decision and agree on...
Decisions should be taken in the start of the meeting.
Or if you at least say, okay, half an hour break, everyone go to the park, and we meet in half an hour, and then we decide.
Or take the meeting outside in the park.
Even better.
Even better.
Wow. Whoa. And where did Magnus go? And what happens to the bar?
Yeah, Duda just retreating his bishop. Actually, the bishop came from this square a few moves ago, so that doesn't help Black's position at all. White does have a winning advantage now, but Magnus, is he disconnected?
Yeah.
If he is he going to get back into time?
Smiling Magnus, coming back. And I guess he has a reason to smile. The bar is loving the situation, but has he logged off? Is he disconnected? And remind us, David, what are the rules if we do have disconnection for one player?
So I think if the player reconnects within 30 seconds, they just give them their time back and the game goes on. It might be even longer than that, they get given their time back. But if they are disconnected for the rest of their remaining time on the clock, so if Magnus doesn't get back in the next 12 or so minutes, then I think he would be defaulted the game. So, let's hope he gets back. We want to see how this game proceeds. I don't think Duda would want to win by kind of default either. So,
and it could also, of course, be that he is connected, but his camera just logged off. So they are saying he is logged in.
And is Duda still connected, or is he just very still?
Yeah, that's true. No, Did he freeze as well?
No, he's still there. I saw him shaking his head. So he's just in full concentration mode. He knows he needs to use absolutely everything to survive. And going back to your when you were talking about CO2 levels, is this the reason why everyone falls asleep on the plane?
Ooh.
Because I once...
I always fall asleep on a plane.
I once came back from a flight from Gibraltar to London, and I went to the bathroom, and after I came back, I noticed every single person was asleep. And I thought, there must be something in the air.
There's some speculations around that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, we're in conspiracy land. Okay, we better not go
that it's on purpose.
Maybe.
Really?
I don't know. There's a lot of conspiracy theories, obviously, when it comes to wanting the passengers just to sleep throughout the entire trip. But I don't think that's the case. But recirculating the air might be one of the reasons. They have like really good HEPA filters to remove like particles and potential harmful things in the air. But the CO2 isn't something you just can remove from the air. Then you would need to have fresh air in. And to be honest, I don't know about the aerodynamics on bringing fresh air in airplanes, but who knows?
Yeah.
And in my defense, by the way, this falling asleep story, there were 500 people in one room, and I think the CO2 levels must have been super high.
I heard about that, actually, that the air was very, very dry, and
Yeah, so I've got my excuses ready.
Yeah. But chess, there is a reason Airthings and the Meltwater Champions Chess are working together. It's the perfect fit, right? Chess and air quality, it's just so important. And these huge tournaments and chess Olympiads and stuff like that, where you have so many players in the same room and playing classical over-the-board chess for hours and hours.
Yeah, both online and over-the-board chess.
Yeah.
Online, it's important in the home office, of course, to have perfect conditions. Every little detail matters. But also, in these massive tournaments, as I mentioned, 500 players. There's no windows in this tournament that I mentioned, for example, and tournament organisers really got to take this into consideration. There have been health problems among some players suffering. If you're playing 2 weeks in a room like that for 6-7 hours at a time every day, it can get difficult. So, the older I've got, the more I'm aware of these things, but air quality is definitely one of the big factors for chess players.
And obviously in sports and in the top level of sports, we know margins is everything, right? So to actually practice and play in the best possible air quality, I guess, could actually be the difference between success and failure.
Absolutely, and why take the chance?
And Magnus is back.
Yes.
So
back connected, but he's been thinking for almost 5 minutes on this move. This is one of those critical moments in the game.
I think Magnus's best move is also the most obvious move. So, yeah, I'm not sure whether he was properly disconnected the whole time or whether he'll get his time back. But either way, Magnus, once he refocuses, will for sure try and go towards that black king. And just to show what we expect to happen, right now, black's bishop has just retreated. The idea behind that move is to actually free up this square for the black knight. The knight trying to jump in to attack the white queen, attack the white dark squared bishop. But this is very logical. As we mentioned several times already, the bishop does jump in. Magnus has played this. This is the key defender, black's dark squared bishop. And once you remove that, there's going to be checkmating ideas all over the place. And actually, Duda now resorting to the plan Jovanka mentioned, bringing the knight to the side. But actually, I think there's a few ways to win this game on the spot. You can even just, for example, trade the bishops off. If the black knight retreats and takes, then the white queen jumps in with this checkmating idea we mentioned. If the black king recaptures instead, then white can even sacrifice right now. Rook takes knight, getting rid of that key defender. And white's, for example, after a knight trade, can just jump in with the queen. This is a check. This black king is not going to survive. It's going to move to the side. Black can just play his next few moves on autopilot because white's queen is just going to do all the damage. And now all white needs to do, for example, move the bishop out the way, move the king out the way next move, and then swing the remaining rook into the game. This black king has no defenders around it. It's going to end in checkmate at some point. So this one, I'm not sure Magnus even needs to risk any potential sacrifices. But right now, if he just wants to take a timeout, he could even just take this knight, for example. He can also just castle his king. But I would keep things simple, and he does do that, taking this bishop. And yeah, I'm expecting to see some clever moves by Magnus, but he will surely finish this one off.
Yeah, and a lot of enjoyment for everyone because we do enjoy a very convincing attack. So now we're waiting to see whether rook takes knight, and it's on the board.
It's happened.
It made sense, you know, just blast open the king because opening lines is like the currency for attack. The more lines that you open against the king, the more vulnerable and exposed he is. So now we're expecting knight takes knight, just as you said.
That's at first I was about to suggest the white queen jumping in with the check first, but that would have allowed black's knight to come back and block. So now this move, I mean, this series of moves that I mentioned, it's actually happening on the board. The other reason Magnus can go for this is because black's king can never escape. The king has to move now, and at the very, very minimum, there's a safety net for Magnus. He could just give checks forever with his queen, and black's king cannot escape, so that would end in a repetition and a draw. So it's always nice in chess to have a safety net. So even if you calculate wrong, even if you take a risk and it kind of backfires, to be able to make a draw at the very least is a nice thing just to have in your pocket. And now black's king steps back in this way, and there we go. The bishop moves. The white king is about to evacuate the first rank, or maybe even just castle. And then that white rook in the left-hand corner, it's not doing anything, but it is going to be the piece that delivers the killer blow. What black's king is just completely helpless. No defenders around it.
Yeah.
What to do? Black's pieces are still asleep. Look at the black queen, look at the black rooks, unable to jump to the defense.
And there's no connection as well. You know, we've always said, actually, it's been a theme in this tournament, that when the defending queen is offside, cannot get to her king, then this is when the black king is the most vulnerable. And here, I mean, there's just no connection. This bishop that is proudly sitting on the e6 square, well, it gets in the way.
Yeah. Actually, even if you give black 3 moves with the black queen, there's no way to get round to the defense of her king. So, yeah, that's how helpless Duda is feeling right now. He's leaning back, and body language in chess, we've talked about it a bit, but if a player leans back, either they're very confident or they know their position is hopeless.
Yeah, well, it will certainly make some of our Twitter audience very happy because Magnus, of course, has a lot of support. And Carle Roche says, chess champs. Chess, let's go. Magnus in her selfie. And there she is supporting Magnus. And Lavinia Bratis says, chess all the way. And this time she has a chess maestro biscuit.
Ooh.
Very, very tasty. We're jealous.
I never heard of it.
But they sell them here in Norway.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, we have a result. Yep, Jan-Krzysztof Duda has resigned. Magnus Carlsen is actually shaking his head, but it is a win for the world champion, an important win for him, actually. And are you surprised Duda resigned this early, David?
Yes, I'm always surprised when players resign early because things can happen. Your opponent might get disconnected, your opponent might slip with the mouse, but then again, it was a bit of a disaster in terms of the opening for Duda. It's very rare to see him lose that quickly, and especially in such a brutal fashion. The game did actually last exactly 20 moves as well, so It is a miniature. And yeah, sometimes your position is just so hopeless, so depressing that you just want to get out of there, and he'll try and forget this game ever happened.
All right, we're going to try to get a reaction from Magnus Carlsen, but as we wait for him, should we just take a look at where he was able to get this very dominant win?
Yes, and I just want to show again the finishing combination that Magnus initiated at this moment. We've talked about knights being a king's best friend. Knights are the best defenders, and black currently has 2 of these knights. So Magnus decided it was even worth giving up one of his rooks to get rid of these pieces. First, he took this knight, and next, he removed the other potential defender, which actually wanted to step back and block any potential checks. So now, after this trade, he jumped in with his queen, and a few moves later, to explain why Duda resigned, we saw the king step to the side, the king step back, but white now just moved his bishop out the way, a quiet move, but a killer move. Now, no matter what black does, even if he brings his queen to the side to try and jump into the position, white can ignore this. For example, there's a check, and once the black king moves, white will step up, and as mentioned, this rook, which has been doing nothing the entire game, is going to deliver the final blow. This is going to be checkmate. The king is helpless on its own with no defenders.
And we're joined by Magnus Carlsen. Congratulations on a fantastic final win here for today.
Oh, thanks. Wouldn't say it was fantastic, but yeah, it was the win.
All right, well, winning in, I think it was 20 moves. What do you think of that final game then?
I think he played way too riskily, and I just needed to find a couple of good moves, which I did.
All right. Well, Magnus, what can you say about your start to the Airthings Masters and the Champions Chess Tour season?
It's been pretty bad. I played a couple of decent games, but the rest have been poor. So I need to do a lot better than that.
How are you feeling physically? Your form, has it? We've heard that you've been down with COVID. So how has that affected you?
No, it's been a little bit better today, but the first couple of days I was feeling like I'm okay, but I don't have any energy, and which made it kind of hard to focus and to, because like every time I tried to think, I blunder. And again, it was a little bit better today, but still pretty bad.
Okay. Well, we definitely hope you feel better. And I wanted to ask you, with this new format, 3 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, are you sensing that your opponents are playing a little bit different, fighting more against you?
Not necessarily. I think people play the way they normally do against me. Some a little bit better, some a little bit worse, but I haven't noticed any particular difference in style.
Okay.
And Magnus, we were following your game against Erik Hansen. Can we ask what happened at the end there? Was it a mouse slip? Was it just a hallucination?
No, I mean, Rook B1 was insane. Like, I'd calculated some long lines there when he takes the A3 pawn, which they don't even work, which I'd seen, but I thought, whatever, I'll try it. And yeah, I just hallucinated. No, I didn't hallucinate. I just missed that he can go to C3 with the queen, and then both D3 and D4 attacked. And yeah, at the end, was trying to find a way to trap his queen with knight C4 and so on, and then. Yeah, I don't know even why I clicked on his A4 pawn, but I certainly didn't realize that I'd clicked my bishop first, which is unfortunate. Yeah, obviously I didn't intend to take the pawn on A4, but my position was bad, but I do feel that in general, I would be able to save the game there a fair amount of the time at least. But of course, I was considerably worse.
Well, it seems quite certain that, anyways, you're going to qualify for the knockout stage, Magnus. Currently,
no, that's not certain at all. I mean, that's not certain at all. I mean, I was shared 5th to 9th before the game, and I won mine now, but I have to do well tomorrow to be safe. So no, I wouldn't say that at all.
Yeah, I was going to ask. So, what is it going to be about with 3 games to go tomorrow? What will you focus on?
I'll try to play as well as I can, try and focus, and hopefully my form physically will be a bit better day by day.
All right. Well, we hope you feel better, Magnus, and thank you so much for talking to us. Best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right. Well, we finally got to talk to Magnus, and he says it. He hasn't been feeling well at all.
Yeah, it's understandable. I mean, COVID has affected lots of people, and it's sad to hear that he's been struggling lately. But if he does recover, if he does somehow get through to the knockouts, he's not sure, certain about that, but it's looking that way. But if he does get there, he's had a few days extra to rest. He's had a few days extra to just maybe get back in the zone. And yeah, who knows? He's still a big favourite for this tournament, it feels like.
Yep. We do have Chess by the Numbers working with us. He did tweet before this game finished. I think Magnus had around 60% chance of qualifying. No, sorry, 82% chance of qualifying. So with a win here, it is looking good for him. But anything, as he said, can still happen. Tomorrow is going to be super intense. Yeah, look at this. Before this round, we actually had 4 players on 17 points, and definitely not all of them secured to qualify at all. Nodirbek Abdusatorov on 56% to qualify before this round. The only one who is definitely playing the knockout stage is Jan Nepomniachtchi, with an incredible tournament so far. But round 12, you guys, it's still going on. And we're going to jump into this one between Abdusatorov, who is fighting to qualify for the knockout stage, and Ding Liren, coming from that quick draw against Magnus in round 11. Is Ding winning this one, David?
It's looking good for Ding. Actually, earlier I gave the Lisoveta learning point, and it's very similar situation. Look at that black knight really near the white king. There are checkmating patterns all over the place. That white king is going to really, really struggle. Also, there are direct threats. Black's rook at some point will just come down to the first rank, trying to check that white king, and Abdusatorov has an uphill struggle in order to try and stop those checkmating ideas long term. Not just that, but also black has a passed pawn on the A file, which will just act as a distraction for white's pieces. That black pawn in the corner might look like it's not doing anything, but once it starts pushing down the board, it will deflect away the white rooks, and then the checkmating ideas will start to occur. It's looking good for black.
Okay. Yes, I have to say, it's looking totally winning for black. You know, the white king is stuck in a cage. It's never going to get out, you know, and all thanks to David's, well, as David pointed out, the knight. The knight there, and the king is trapped. Black doesn't even need to start playing defensive moves, defending the pawn. Anything goes.
Yeah, actually, he has all the time in the world. This is, again, the type of position where the computer might say plus 1.7 or plus 1 point something, but it's an eternal advantage. Unless something massive happens, it's going to be plus 1, plus 2 for a long time, and then it could just magically turn into plus 10. So it's that type of position.
Wow.
White is the one really struggling to survive. And also, I should mention, chess is such a difficult game. We say knights on the rim are dim, but then this knight on the edge of the board is a fantastic piece. So there are exceptions to every rule.
Why? What is it that is so fantastic about it?
It just keeps the white king trapped. And also, remember, knights are fantastic at causing these kind of checkmating nets around an opponent's king. And yeah, especially when you have a piece so near your king like this, white's king will never, ever feel safe.
Do you know, I have a big feeling that Ding is actually going to march his king quite far up the board.
Started, right?
Yeah, it started there, and I think he has ambitions of that king being a very good attacker. He might even go all the way into the middle.
Here it comes.
Here it comes. Watch it. The king is a good hunter in the endgame.
Yeah, and especially once the queens are off, kings are free to roam. And look at white's pieces. The two rooks, not really connected. The white bishop is on dark squares, so black's king can easily use the light squares to enter the position. So as soon as the black king continues its journey towards the center, even if all the rooks come off, black's king is going to be far more active than that white king that's trapped. And yeah, just using every single piece, very logical by Ding. He still needs the killer blow. White is going to try and kind of create a fortress that's going to be hard to break through. Yeah, fortresses in chess, they're purely defensive usually. It's basically just setting up a wall that your opponent can't hammer through, but it does feel like this is the kind of position that is hanging by a thread for white. And sooner or later, either the white king will be trapped on the first rank, or black's pawns will start marching, or the black king will come in. There's different avenues to try and break the fortress that white will try and set up.
Yeah. And the one that appeals to me is to advance the king as far up the board as it can go, and then just break down white's pawn structure on the right side. You know, there's a nice chain, but one of the pawns can be challenged, and that's the kind of one that I would like to get through.
Okay, so this is your winning plan, Jovanka, just to show it on the board. Okay, meanwhile, white is paralyzed. White can barely move. So white just has to wait with his rook back and forth, and the black king continues its journey. And your winning plan, Jovanka, this one. Push this pawn, break down white's stronghold here. And, okay, you can do this immediately even. After white's bishop has retreated, you can push this pawn forward. And after a trade... Oh, okay, wow, you called it. It's happened. After a trade here, I was going to say, either the knight can step back and even centralize itself, or the black king can sidestep, and now there's another line from where you can attack the white king. So, yeah, instead of this, white decided you cannot open lines towards the white king, and he just ignored this threat of pawn takes pawn. He's going on the counterattack. He's trying to target black's only weakness in the position. So black can maybe ignore this, but if you just want to play completely safe, keep control, you can just sidestep with a rook and defend this pawn. And now this bishop has spent a lot of time putting itself on the edge of the board just to create a one-move threat that's easily dealt with.
Yeah, I love that kind of idea. Control. Just control. You know, everything is in perfect balance for the black pieces. No need to allow white to get active. Just defend. And again, there is that problem of... Oh,
he does it.
He does it. Nicely done, Ding.
Yep. Ding dong. And that's a check. So the line did open up, but black can block this check with his own knight. There we go. The knight does jump in. So we said that black's knight was well placed on the side of the board. It's even better placed here. And it's on an outpost, and it's supported by a pawn. That's the dream for any knight.
And the white king still caged.
Yeah.
Still can't get out, you know. And
I mean, it's not just the king that's caged. It's the white rook in front of the king. White's rook is completely dominated by the knight in front of it. You could consider maybe sacrificing the white rook for the knight, but that would be a decisive material advantage for black. Black will just take back with his pawn. A rook for bishop in the end. A rook will always win. So, yeah, right now, white's rooks are stuck. The one thing that's surprising me right now, the one thing I'm struggling to understand is why the computer only says plus 0.8 for black, because this feels so hopeless for white. I would be so depressed here with my position as white. There's nothing active to do. You just have to cling on and defend and hope. And Abdusattorov, he is resourceful. He did become world rapid champion by defending several difficult positions. So, yeah, that's one thing. The one beauty of being a young chess player, you're always optimistic. You're always seeing the beauty in your position. When you get older like me, you just think, oh, I've had enough. It's gone wrong. But Abdusattorov, he's focused. He's still trying to defend.
Yeah. Both of them have 17 points before this game, and our friend Chess by the Numbers gave Ding Liren a 84% chance of qualifying for knockouts before this game, and he gave Abdusattorov 56% chance of qualifying. A loss here would not be nice for Nordebek, but what happens here?
Yeah, just surprising move. You talked about control, Jovanka, but he's just given up control with this last move. Maybe it's a good one. I'm slightly surprised the computer's still in the middle here now, but white's bishop at least can go and grab a pawn, and that's a very important pawn. White at least has something to hope for once that pawn disappears.
Yeah, and you kind of said it, you used that word, hope. And when you're defending, that is really what you need. Just a little bit of positivity, something that you can kind of cling onto when the going gets tough. And I'm surprised.
Okay, I'm surprised by both sides. Firstly, that black allowed a pawn to be captured, and secondly, that white didn't capture a pawn. And I was about to say, I'm expecting the valuation bar to go back in black's favour. at least by a bit, because white did miss the opportunity to grab this important pawn. In this position, I think it's not important anymore to try and defend as white. You just have to take your chances. You have to hope that the king will kind of fend for itself. You have to just grab this pawn and pray. And it looks like maybe white was okay here, because after a rook trade, yes, black's rook gets active with a check, but now this king is out of its cage and it can run. It can actually centralize itself. And we talked about counterplay having some hope, and this pawn is white's hope. If the bishop moves out the way, this pawn is running down the board. So white missed an opportunity there to survive, potentially, and after he went passive, another trick in endgames, never go passive unless you have to. Just on the defensive here, Ding chose to bring his rook across. Again, surprising, I thought he could reinstall control just by lifting his rook and defending this pawn, but he brings his rook across. He is going for checkmate. He is trying to go for this white king. And now bishop takes this pawn is going to be met by a nasty check, hitting this white king. And still not over, to be honest, after the king steps forward. This is a check. It's almost checkmate, but at least the king has some breathing space, some air to run into. And it's still some work to be done for Ding. Okay. Still looking good for black, but yeah, at least more hope now than earlier.
Okay. And what is the clock saying? 2 minutes left for Ding, a little less than a minute for Abdusattorov. How hard is this position to play with little time on the clock?
In one regard, it's hard because the position is pretty bad. But on the other hand, there's not much to lose. He knows it's bad already. And most of white's moves are going to be forced. For example, if the black rook comes down with a check, white doesn't even have to think. There's only one logical move. You have to lift your king up the board. If black's rook comes down with another check and takes a pawn, you only have one legal move in the position. So on every move you gain 10 seconds. If every one of your moves is forced, we talked about this yesterday actually, sometimes you force your opponent to find good moves because they're the only moves. And another thing Ding could actually maybe do here is bring his knight back, attacking both of the two white rooks at the same time. Black's knight could go to the center of the board and fork the two white rooks.
Yeah, he's done it. Yeah. I was working this out while you were talking, sorry.
Yeah, no, I was trying to work it out as well, because black's rook coming down, taking a pawn, would allow white's king to run to safety. Now, this is one check, but once the black king retreats, I'm assuming to the light square, then there are still some serious threats for white to deal with. There's still knight takes rook as a threat. Black's rook is on this side of the board, is threatening to come down and take a pawn with a deadly check.
And there's still, yeah, and like you say, there's still rook takes pawn, there's knight takes rook, oh, so many things. Okay.
Okay, so the black king goes back to the dark square, and now white's king sidesteps.
Isn't there just knight takes rook?
Is there a blunder?
Ooh,
is there some trick?
In this position? Okay, is the trick that black's king cannot escape the checks, Jovanka? Wow, Ding, he put his head in his hands, and this took us a while to realize as well. But if black's knight takes the white rook right now, then white's rook will just check the black king forever. There's no way to escape these checks.
Ooh.
Or is there? Where is black's king going to hide? White's rook is just going to use the 5th rank, the 6th rank, 7th rank, 8th rank to check the black king no matter where it goes. Is this position just a draw now? Ding has missed this.
Ingenious trick.
Abdusattorov, the 17-year-old. This is why he's the world rapid champion. He's full of tricks. Look at this. Look at this. No matter where the black king goes, he's going to get chased. This is just, I mean, going to end in checks, in just forever. Infinite checks. Nowhere to run.
Wow. So it's basically over.
It's a draw. Look at Ding. He's laughing. You nearly never see this pattern in practical chess. Sometimes there are endgame studies which are like puzzles to solve endgames, and it's like this, but I've never seen this in real chess happen. White is a whole rook down, but there's no way for the black king to escape in an endgame.
Sneaky.
Sneaky, and Ding, he blew it. He just didn't look for his opponent's resources. But yeah, fair play to Abdusattorov.
And how will this end then? Will it be a move repetition?
Move repetition is already about to happen. There's nowhere for the black king to hide. If you go up, the white rook goes up. If you go down, the white rook goes down. And it's just a draw, nowhere to hide.
Wow, and there it is, a draw between these two. That was looking like a win for the great Ding Liren, but Nodirbek Abdusattorov, sneaky with a great little trick to tie that game, a draw between these two, and 1 point for each of them. We have to jump into another game, you guys. It's drama in the final round of today, round 12. These two, Andrei Esipenko and Eric Hansen, on fire again, the Canadian. Is he winning this game?
He is winning. If we do a quick count of material, black has a rook for one white knight. Everything else is actually pretty much balanced. White's pawn is very far advanced as well, but that is about to fall. That is about to drop off that far advanced white pawn. Black's rook can even just take it now if he wants, or take it on the next move. This one is completely dominant for Erik Hansen. He has been fantastic with the black pieces. I think this might be, his 5th win with black? His 4th or 5th win? I mean, you never see that at top-level chess.
No, you just don't, and you also don't see this type of underdog story too often as well, you know. And it's just been due to his resourcefulness. Everyone has been seeing him as a target, and they've just been pushing hard against him. And he's simply been excellent on the counter-attack. And now it's looking incredible for him.
Yeah, I do think he had maybe easier ways to try and win this game. He's brought his rook down to try and target White's bishop, but White's bishop is very well protected by the White knight. And White's knights, at least they're centralized, controlling everything. I mean, it still must be winning for Black. The evaluation bar, I think, underestimating Black's chances because White is just purely defensive. Black's king should just centralize itself at some point. Use the secrets that Ding used in this last game, centralize the Black king, add another piece into the attack. Yeah. Sooner or later, it will win for Black. But he did miss, I think, a couple of clearer opportunities just because of the clock. And the clock could still play a big factor in this game. Esipenko, if he saves this, he will think that luck is on his side. And, OK, at least now there's a threat on the second rank. White has to guard his bishop.
And, yeah, Esipenko's done something very nice with his knights. He's kind of put them on posts, and the knight's actually protecting everything. So this is good defensive strategy.
Yep. White's knights defend each other. They defend their bishops, defend their pawns. And there's not much coordination between Black's rook on an active square and Black's bishop and knight. That's why he's trying to swap pieces, trade pieces now. OK, Erik, super focused. He's still up a rook in return for a knight and a pawn. So a knight and a pawn worth 4, a rook worth 5. He's only up minimally on the material. But look at White's king. Erik, he's forgetting to use his own king as Black.
Yeah, now I think there's even some danger for Erik because the White King, as you say, incredibly active. Just imagine if it makes its way all the way to the left and starts nibbling on some pawns.
It's heading there.
Yeah, it's going to go there.
White's king is sprinting over to the left side of the board. And look at that, the evaluation bar hates what Erik has done.
Oh, no.
Why did he trade bishops when he could have just activated his king? I think right idea, just wrong order, wrong execution. First priority in any endgames, activate your king. And, OK, now Esipenko pushing some pawns. Those pawns on the right will act as a distraction while the king goes over to the left to pick up Black's pawns. And Black's rook is actually offside. It's like those queens we've talked about, not contributing to the real action. It's like having an army and then just one soldier in the corner of the battlefield, just kind of chilling out, just not doing much. So, OK, still Black has the advantage in terms of material and shouldn't lose this game, but difficult now.
And 12 seconds.
Yeah,
Ooh.
with the clock ticking down and Erik feeling that he's losing control. And I also have to say Esipenko's technique is really good, you know, pushing those pawns on the right side just to kind of make them bait.
Yep. And Esipenko, remember, he beat Magnus, and Magnus in several interviews has said his endgames, his strategy is very, very strong. So he survived the worst. He was dead lost just 10, 15 moves ago. He was almost dead and buried, but now he is fighting. And just look at the body language from Esipenko there. He is focused. And Erik, meanwhile, shaking his head. You can't shake your head when you have 18 seconds left. You need to focus. And White's king is going that way very shortly. First, the White knights activate. And, OK, Erik needs to recompose, needs to get that Black rook actually creating some threats.
OK. Now, that White G-pawn, I mean, can Esipenko hope to get that all the way over?
Yeah, actually, the White G-pawn, yes, Gary the G-pawn, but he's actually focused on Alice, the A-pawn, if he can. And is the position repeating itself? OK, this is the second time we've seen this position now. Who is going to play for the win? Is Esipenko going to take some risks? And I was going to say Alice the A-pawn. White's king wants to go that way, grab Black's pawn on the A6 square, and look at White's A-pawn. It's actually quite far advanced. So if that happens, White has great winning chances, but it involves some risk. If you go all the way with your king, you abandon the rest of your army. So
I think it's going to end in a draw. I think the knights will just carry on checking the king. I don't think White will dare to run with the king so far. Oh, he does. He plays for the win. Well,
cool.
okay, been proved wrong.
I was going to say, Jovanka, zero chance Esipenko would take the draw there. The momentum is on his side. He was dead lost a few moves ago. Now he's got a decent position. Also, Esipenko is a fighter, and he's 1 point behind Eric in the standings.
Yeah.
So he knows a win with white against one of the lowest rated players would be a huge result for him. I can look at it. Kaja, you called it the G-pawn. He's banking on that guy. Gary the G-pawn, marching up the board. Yeah. Black's knight is suddenly terrible. I would be terrified here as Black. Maybe he's still in control. Maybe he's still better, according to the computer at least. But from a human point of view, it's still all three results in play.
Yeah, I have to say I'm quite impressed with how Eric is handling this stage, because he knows he's lost the momentum, but still he's posing threats. And this is why Esipenko retreated his knight, just to hold his other knight, and the pawns solid.
So Eric, he's forced one of the white knights to retreat, and now he's going after one of the white pawns. And okay, Esipenko brings the knight back where it came from. So Eric does have the opportunity to bring the black rook back to the center, but that would only... he does repeat the position. This is the second time we've seen this position. If the position repeats itself for a third time, that's a draw. So Esipenko, is he going to continue his winning attempts? It is tricky. If you try too hard as white, that black rook is just going to mop up all your pawns.
And the seconds are ticking down. And so, yeah, he does try again. So he retreats the knight, again tries to maintain.
Okay, so now Black does have the... Look at Eric. He's got the opportunity. If he brings his rook back where it came from to the E1 square, it's a draw. That's the third time we've seen the position. If he doesn't, that will involve some risk. And Eric looking off to the side, Esipenko still full of adrenaline.
Yeah, look at him.
It's a draw, though. Eric does bail out. So many twists and turns in that game, but it is a draw.
Wow, what a game. And it ends eventually in a draw between these two. All games have finished for today, and we're joined by the tournament leader, Jan Pomniachi, who's just on fire in this tournament. Congratulations, Jan.
Yeah, good evening, and thank you. But yeah.
Well, come on, 8 games you won out of 12. That is even you must say that is a fantastic result so far.
Well, I mean, today I played especially brilliant, like not winning these two positions, but against Vincent and against Lek Wang. But yeah, to tell, if we be objective, I was just losing in one move, I think, in game against Lek Wang, but I can't say that I was too focused, so just a little bit instead.
All right. Well, I think actually you are 100% certain to qualify now for knockouts. With
really? Okay, that's wonderful news.
Yeah, I can't say it 100%, but I think actually you are with 20 set. You are 100% sure to qualify. So, what will final day of preliminaries be about for you then?
You mean whom do I want to play with, or what? Sorry, I just probably missed your question.
Yeah. No, so I was asking, what will tomorrow be about for you when you know you're qualified?
Tomorrow I'll try to play 3 more games, so hopefully last 3 in this tournament. But, at some point, some games which are being played here, they somewhat trying to break my belief in humanity, so, some games are really weird, so, probably, indeed, it's fun to watch, but still. So I think 3 more games, and then probably focus on the playoffs.
All right. And what has been your favorite game so far? What have you been the most happy about so far?
Well, the very challenging one was today's against Pragnlanda. I was always up to test this structure, not only from the white side, also from black, and obviously I was outplayed, but ended up even winning. It was to say the least instructive, but the rest I can't say they were too exciting.
All right, well, Jan, we're so happy for you and so impressed by your play. We wish you the best of luck tomorrow. I hope you get to just enjoy yourself a little bit tomorrow then.
Well, I'm constantly enjoying it, so thank you.
Very glad, Jared. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you again tomorrow. And we're also joined by Eric Hansen, Chess Bra. All right, how are you feeling today, Eric?
In this very moment, I'm pretty pissed off. The last game I just played, I once again missed 1 million wins, as far as I can tell. So overall, I'm feeling good, but you know, the most recent game is usually what you're thinking about, and I let my opponent off the hook.
Yeah. In some time trouble in the end there, a few seconds left on the clock, and it ended with a draw. How do you see what happened in that game?
Yeah, I was just in time trouble almost every game today, which isn't a good thing. I almost lost. I got my rook stuck a little bit, and I think Andre could have maybe run his king. I wasn't sure, but all I can summarize is that was very bad technique by me, and I almost lost it in the end. So I'm okay with a draw now, but I should have won much earlier before I was down to 5 seconds.
And Eric beating the world champion with black. How did you celebrate? We saw you run off the camera as soon as that game finished.
Yeah, that was obviously it was a little anticlimactic with bishop takes a4 in the end. But overall, I was pretty happy because I was doing very well at that point, and I was feeling it was a very easy position to play. I think just Magnus made a couple. I mean, he's obviously not in his best shape right now, and he just made a couple lazy moves in the opening with white, and it got bad real fast. And I heard it might have been a mouse slip, but last time I played him in August, I actually first I had a winning position and I messed up, and then I was about to repeat moves and I mouse slipped a forced draw and lost. And so I've been on the other side, so I feel pretty good getting 2 positions against Magnus. I'll take it however it comes, whether it's a blunder or whatever. But I was pretty happy with the position I had, and that's the first time I've beaten him in a serious tournament.
Wow. What's that mean to you?
It's awesome. I definitely didn't expect it. I'd say it's a little nicer that I played Magnus on day 3, because then I had a couple days to warm up, and I played a bunch of top 10 players. So even though it's a little more nerve-wracking to play Magnus, I was already pretty warmed up, which made it a lot easier than you know, playing him in round 1 or something when I have all these other nerves to compete with besides who I'm playing with. So yeah, I'm still processing it though.
And how are all your Chess Bra fans sort of reacting to your performance in the tournament and beating Magnus and just being on a roll?
I heard there's good energy there, and there's been a good turnout. So it has been pretty cool because a lot of our viewers haven't seen me have good chess results before. So it's probably a new feeling. It's been a few years since I had a decent run at a tournament.
And only 1 day of preliminaries yet. You are currently inside the top 8 to qualify for knockouts. How are you feeling about tomorrow? Will you be nervous? Are you excited? Adrenaline? What will tomorrow be like?
Yeah, I think I looked at the standings today, and it's really close, I think, with the top 10 players. So it should be fun. As I said yesterday, my expectations coming in weren't to qualify. Now I'm trying to adjust things a little bit, but still one game at a time. It should be a fun final day. It looks like everybody's playing for a win. There's a lot of decisive games. So I think I'm going to be in the same position as everyone else, where you have to assume that you need to win, you know, at least +1 tomorrow, let's say, to finish in the top 8. You gotta put up wins. You can't draw your way into qualification.
It's going to be such an exciting day. We wish you all the best of luck tomorrow, Eric, and congratulations on winning against Magnus and being inside top 8 so far.
Thank you. Hopefully I can keep it up for tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be so exciting. We wish you best of luck, and thanks for joining us.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. All right. Well, David, what do you think? Chances for Eric Hansen, Chess Bra, to qualify for the knockout stage?
I mean, first of all, what a result so far. But yeah, I think he has decent chances. I've just been taking a look at Eric's games for tomorrow. He does have white against Jan Nepomniachtchi. That's going to be difficult.
Yeah.
Jan is on fire, but he does have white. So if he can hold that one, then he plays Kosteniuk. Kosteniuk having a difficult tournament. But Eric, if he wins, he'll be up there.
Yeah.
He'll have decent chances. And in the final round, he plays Vincent Keimer, another direct rival for qualification. So his fate is in his own hands.
All right. Should we take a look at the results from round 12, final round of today? Another round where a few games ended up with the winner. Actually, not as many as we usually see in this tournament, but Pragnananda, he got that win against Kostenyuk. Vincent Keimer, a big win for him against Hans Niemann. Keimer also fighting to qualify for knockout. Magnus Carlsen, as we saw, in only 20 moves, winning against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. So the standings in the preliminaries after 12 at a total 15 rounds, so only 3 more rounds to play in the preliminaries. We do have Jan Nepomniachtchi. He is definitely going through to the knockout stage with 27 points. Magnus Carlsen, he is in second, but Jovanka, we did hear him say he didn't feel secure about qualifying at all.
No, it was a bit not very typical of him, actually. You know, normally I expect him to be so confident, you know, just to kind of expect that he will go through. But yeah, he mentioned that he had a tough round. But okay, I think that may be the fatigue talking. But what surprises me most about the standings is how much fresh young blood there is at the top. You know, with Vincent Keimer, and then you have Abdusatorov and Esipenko as well. They're all you know, really with really good chances of qualifying. And of course, Erik Hansen, the ultimate tale of the underdog. I mean, it would be absolutely incredible if he qualified.
And it's really, really tight as well. We do have 3 players on 18 points. We do have Levon Aronian right behind there on 17 points. Nothing is decided. 3 games coming up tomorrow to fight for qualification. Who is the pressure really on for, David?
I think the pressure's still on players such as Magnus Carlsen. Even though they're in second place, they're only 3 points above 10th place. And remember, it's 3 points for a win, 1 for a draw. And if someone like Levon Aronian goes on a streak, which he's capable of, they will be chasing down the players above them.
Wow. And Joachim, on a crucial, critical day like it will be tomorrow for many of these players, would you actually recommend maybe having it colder than you usually do? Just what can they do to keep extra fresh on a critical day?
Well, first of all, not necessarily colder, because they need to have their own personal reference. Definitely, you know, satisfied. So we know that Magnus has a bit higher temperature, so that's suitable for him. But for sure, get the fresh air in. Make sure that you have, you know, low CO2 levels, low PM levels, particulates in the air, and you know, to feel that fresh air. That will give them confidence, at least, that the cognitive function will be at the best.
And maybe
in terms of what air quality can help them with.
And maybe go out for a walk in between those 3 rounds tomorrow.
Absolutely.
It's going to be intense. Let's take a look, you guys, at the first round that will be coming up tomorrow. We only have round 13, 14, and 15 left in the preliminaries. And these are the matchups. We're going to start off with Pragnananda against Vincent Keimer. Keimer currently inside top 8, one of the young ones fighting to qualify. Erik Hansen, he will have a very tough start against Jan Nepomniachtchi. The Russian is already qualified for the knockout stage. Ding Liren against Andrei Esipenko. Jan-Krzysztof Duda against Abdusatorov, who is fighting hard to qualify. Levon Aronian against Magnus Carlsen, a big game to start off with tomorrow. And Shakhriyar Muhammedyarov against Anish Giri. Pressure is on for so many of these players. Only one is definitely qualified for the knockout stage in the Airthings Masters. Should we also take a look at the tour rating, you guys? What's happening on this one? Look at that, Jan Nepomniachtchi. He is currently the highest rated tour player in the world. Magnus Carlsen has been falling, but only -1 point today. And who has impressed you the most on the tour rating, David?
Well, I mean, we haven't followed his games today, but Vladislav Artemiev has gained 44 points in 1 day. That is a huge gain. He's been winning and playing well, so it's been fantastic for him. Ding, meanwhile, making a bit of a loss. Another player who's actually gained is Abdusatorov. We saw that miraculous save in the final game today, and plus 43 points in 1 day when you're that young. Over 2,700 as well now for the first time in the tour. Great result for him.
Great result for him. I'm already getting super excited about tomorrow. But first, Joachim, thank you so much for being in the studio with us today and sharing all your insights.
Thank you for allowing me to come here. It's been fantastic, and also learn and watch the not the professionals only play, but also the commenters and everybody here. This is super awesome. What an experience.
Thank you.
We learnt a lot too.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And if we take a big breathe now, we've been in here for almost 5 hours.
Yeah, the air is not good.
No, we need to get out of here.
Yep.
Yeah, all right. We need to get out of here. The air is not good, you guys. But we will be back tomorrow, and we hope you will as well. So bye for now.